Burning Snow and Purple Dawn. Why and May I? Summary. Childbirth is dangerous. When Catelyn dies after Robb Stark's birth, Ned is left free to marry Ashara Dayne, the woman he fell in love with at Harrenhal. A different lady for Winterfell leads to a different fate for the realm. Main timeline or with extensive Robert's Rebellion prologue chapters and plenty of Dawn. See second fic in series for character glossary. Chapter 1, Prelude. Notes. Please see the character glossary, part 2 in this series, for an ongoing list of characters, including birth years. I have a very long story planned, and most of it will take place when Ago starts, but these first few chapters will be a prologue of sorts set right after Robert takes the throne. I won't be writing in this metaphorical bard-like language again, I promise. If I did it awkwardly, I apologize, but it just felt right for this first prelude chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. For near 3 centuries, dragon lords of old Valyria had ruled over the 7 kingdoms. They came to Westeros on their beasts that blocked out the sun, pale hair flying, and with fire and blood they brought these lands to their knees. Even that unbending kingdom, Dorne, finally accepted the dragons as their masters. Grand flew the years, like a star shooting across the night sky, years turned to decades, and decades to centuries. Yet the Targaryens were but men, of flesh and bone, of vice and greed. First they lost their dragons, and then they lost their minds. Lords Paramount began muttering, to themselves and to their friends, that perhaps it was time these kingdoms found a different house to place upon the Iron Throne. 26 decades after Aegon's conquest, King Jaehaerys called upon his banners to suppress the rebellion of the Ninepenny Kings. Amid the smoke and blood of battle was forged a friendship of great lords, the stag, the falcon, the trout and the wolf. The dragons gave them little power and less influence now, and the lords would reclaim their due. All agreed that the time was ripe for the stag to replace the Targaryens on the Iron Throne, for the lords of the Stormlands had dragon blood running through their veins. For 20 years, the lords schemed and plotted, trained men, stocked weapons, braved winter, bore children, and forged an alliance armored in marriage and friendship, while in the Red Keep, King Aerys was losing his mind. The Dragon Prince was a man grown by then, and his wife was a Dornish princess, small and slight and delicate of build. He could be a better king, the great ruthless Lion of the Rock had proclaimed as much, and supported by his white-cloaked friends, the prince, too, plotted treason. In the year of the false spring, Lord Went invited the entire kingdom to his tourney at Harrenhal, and it was here that the Dragon Prince planned his own ascension to the throne. For months he planned and plotted with his bosom friends, and to seal the support of the lords, the Sword of the Morning offered the hand of his beautiful, laughing sister to the second son of the Winterfell Wolf. The maid was heir to Starfall then, an ancient house, descended from kings, for the Dornish let their daughters rule just as their sons. The Dragon Prince was to crown his wife the Queen of Love and Beauty, and in the same breath announce her Queen of the 7 Kingdoms. At this sign, the lords and white knights were to seize their mad king, and so the crown would land bloodlessly on Rhaegar's silver head. But the alliance of the lords conspired behind the backs of both their king and their prince. They had different plans. Plans to push their young Storm Lord onto the throne. They had men and arms and force to spare, and once the Mad King was disposed, they would rise up with their forces of thousands and topple the new crown from the Dragon Prince's head. And so it was, plot within plot, treason behind treason, but the quiet wolf knew nothing of it, save that his father would see him marry a Dornish maiden with purple eyes. At the opening feast at Harrenhal, he saw the glowing beauty of the girl who would soon be his betrothed, and felt himself frozen to the bench, though he longed to request a dance. His brother the Wild Wolf laughed and laughed, then clapped him on the back and spoke to her on his behalf. The maid from Starfall had been asked, by her gallant brother and by the Dragon Prince, to wed a northern wolf for the good of the realm. The 7 kingdoms needed a new king, and it was within her power to play kingmaker this once. All she need do was say yes, and because she loved her brother, and loved her princess who would be queen, she came to Harrenhal to meet her betrothed. They danced around the hall, the music lively and quick, and the poor quiet wolf landed time and again on the maiden's foot. Yet it bothered her not one whit, for he was earnest and his grey eyes kind, and when he praised not her beauty but her mind, she thought her heart might burst. They fell in love amid the ruins of old Harrenhal, the quiet wolf and the Dornish maid, and each thanked their own gods for their fair fortune. In darkened alcoves and clearings hidden by trees, they whispered sweet words between them, and stole kisses as they opened their hearts. I am enough, thought the quiet wolf, amazed that it was so. She makes me feel that there is nothing wanting in me, that I need only be plain Ned, and that is enough for her. Beneath the blanket of stars they joined in another dance, this one as old as man, and the quiet wolf told himself that it was no smear on his lady's honor, for she was soon to be his wife. Yet all was not well, for the sweet winds of false spring were souring back to winter. Someone had told, someone always tells. The dragon prince came to suspect the lord's treachery. On the tourney's last day, as the triumphant prince rode before the royal stands, he did not crown his own pregnant wife the queen of love and beauty, did not announce his intentions and call his council to depose his father. Instead, he crowned the wolf maid with a wreath of winter roses, and all the lords and knights and small folk were silent with dread. The wild wolf howled with rage then, for how dare he dishonor his sister, who was promised to another? And how dare he tumble their careful plans? How did he know? Someone told. Someone always tells. The quiet wolf watched with bleary eyes and knotted brow, for he could not understand what the prince meant to do, dishonoring his sister so. Yet the Maid of Starfall understood, and she felt her heart tear in two, for the Wolf Lord of the North might be no friend to the prince, but foe. No one spoke a word of their ruined plans, not the prince, not the lords. The king was still watching, and any change in the wind smelled like treason to the mad dragon. So the dragons left, the king to King's Landing, the prince to Dragonstone with his wife. And the lords left for their keeps, to lick their wounds, and test the waters of Roriger's suspicions. The quiet wolf rode with the Storm Lord and the falcon, back up through the mountains of the moon, while the maiden attended her princess, whom pregnancy suited ill. Yet in 5 turns of the moon, the maid herself sailed home to Starfall, swallowing bitter tears at her parting. In her own womb had been a wolf pup growing, a babe who returned to the gods before she saw the lavender dawn. The silent sisters had cleaned her tiny bones, and the maiden built her a pyre on the Torrentine. The winter winds rose, bitter and sharp. In the new year, news reached the wild wolf that the dragon prince had kidnapped his sister. Off he rode to demand her return, rode to his death and that of his fathers, and the treasonous lords found a new cause to rise in arms against the dragons. The quiet wolf had rallied his troops, and with the falcon, the new lord of Winterfell arrived at Riverrun. His father was burned, his brother strangled, and the dragons held his beloved sister. His father's bannerman had died at the Mad King's hands, and the North would not forgive this tyranny. Duty won out over love. He married his brother's betrothed, the Tully girl with the flaming hair, and prayed to his old gods that he might find peace from shame and guilt, though he knew there was no help for his drowning heart. Notes. My version of Robert's Rebellion events are largely based on u/King Littlefinger's 4-part Harrenhal conspiracy post on Reddit. It's mind-blowing and definitely my new headcanon, so if you have time, I strongly recommend a read. Chapter 2, Prologue I, She Did Her Duty. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter Text. 283 AC. King's Landing. Ned. Ned, wait. Wait. It was Jon Arryn's voice that called to Ned as he crossed one of the little courtyards in Maegor's Holdfast, forging headlong out of the Red Keep. For a moment, he considered ignoring Jon entirely, his rage still ice-cold and cutting, but his legs stopped of their own accord. He turned, armor clinking softly, and watched in silence as the only father he had left half round to meet him. Please Jon. Don't try to dissuade me. I cannot bear to be in this city, let alone in this castle, and surely Storm's End must be relieved postast. And Lyanna. The sooner Storm's End was retaken, the sooner he could look for her. He could not bear any of the men around him. Not Jaime Lannister, who slit the throat of the king he had sworn to protect. Not Tywin Lannister, who presented the mutilated bodies of a helpless woman and her babes as if he had done a service to the realm. And least of all Robert, who had smiled at the blooded children and declared them dragon spawn. They had been brothers for more than half his life, yet today Ned looked upon his face and saw a stranger. Dragon spawn. If Ned was right, and gods help them all if he was, is that what Robert would say of a child Lyanna carried? If Roriger has gotten her with child, the babe could already be months old by now. Like the little prince he had forced himself to see. Dragon spawn. He could even imagine it now, Lyanna screaming as Robert let Tywin Lannister's beasts crush the skull of his niece or nephew. He felt bile in his throat, sour and burning. Ned needed to leave this accursed place. The thought rose in his mind then, unbidden. Perhaps Ashura had been right. This filthy city has the power to pollute the conscience. But no, he must keep memories of Ashura from his mind now. He was married to another, had a duty to his new wife. Whatever love Ned had shared with Ashura Dane, there was no place for it in the heart of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell. "No, I do not intend to stop you," Ned said. Jon, who had caught up to him now. Ned still said nothing, but Jon just handed him a roll of parchment, its blue seal still intact. "I only wished to give you this." He took Ned's helm and gauntlets to free his hands. A raven just arrived from Riverrun. Ned could not help his startled look then. Jon had sent out ravens from King's Landing just yesterday, announcing Robert's coronation. For news to arrive this urgently from Riverrun, and for him alone. His hands were suddenly trembling with anticipation, his limbs soft as jelly. 4 moons ago, he had received a similar missive, sealed in blue, with news that his new wife was carrying his child. He had felt intoxicated then, his head swimming, drunk beyond drunk. His chest had swelled with sweet anticipation, for all that it was laced with the bitter aftertaste of finality. He was well and truly married to Catelyn Tully, and she would bear his children, and share his life. That boy who had fallen in love during those magical days at Harrenhal was no more, and he would never see laughing violet eyes again. But this new letter, surely it was too soon. His mind spun as he tried to recall how many moons his mother had carried Benjen, but he had been barely 4, and time still meant nothing back then. Shaking his head to clear it, Ned broke the trout-stamped seal and unfurled the parchment. "To my good son. I hope this raven finds you well and uninjured. 9 days ago, Catelyn took to early labor, and gave birth to your son. He is small, but the Maester says he is strong and healthy, and will thrive with careful tending. My daughter asked that he be named Robb, after the new king. She remembered you saying you are like brothers, and she hoped the name would please you. 2 days later, my daughter succumbed to childbed fever. She is with the gods now. Cat wished me to tell you that she was blessed to have known you for her husband, even for so short a time. Once I have laid my daughter to rest, I will ride to King's Landing to swear fealty to the king. We will meet then to settle the upbringing of my grandson. You must forgive a grieving old man his curtness, for I know naught else to write you. May the Father keep you, and the warrior aid you in your remaining endeavors. Hoster Tully." When he had been 2 and 10, Ned had fallen violently ill after a ride through a storm in the Vale. In his fevered dreams, scenes of ordinary life overlapped with the strange and terrible, as if he looked out upon his life through tinted glass. He felt that sense of unreality now. His world seemed to spin, and he could not be certain that his legs would hold him upright. His weight of his armor suddenly felt enough to crush in his chest as Robert had done to Rhaegar at the Trident, and for a moment Ned wondered if he were capable of continuing breath. "Ned. What is it, son?" Jon Arryn's voice sounded again, cutting through his stifling haze, and like the little boy he'd once been, Ned reached out blindly for the man's arm. A strong hand on his elbow steadied him, and Ned could say nothing, only hand Jon the parchment. The next moment, Jon had pulled him down to one of the stone benches under an archway and loosened the straps on the side of his breastplate. The extra room to breathe helped clear his head, but now the grief and guilt were sharp and biting in his gut. "I cannot express how sorry I am, Ned, truly. I understand this pain. I wish you do not have to know it." He was glad that Jon had not first congratulated him on his son, as a lesser man might have. He understood that Ned would not want to hear those words now. Ned felt a warm palm over his own hand, and looked up into Jon Arryn's kind blue eyes. Jon had suffered the bite of this grief more than once, he remembered distantly, and it was with this knowledge that he finally found his words. "She was barely 18," he choked out. "The Maesters say it is more dangerous for a woman to carry a babe before she is 18. Perhaps, if I had waited." "How could you have waited? You did your duty, as she did hers. The marriage needed to be consummated, and you needed an heir. Would you rather have left your brother the only Stark remaining should something happen to you? But at what cost, Jon? I barely knew her, but she was so full of life, and because of me, she had been so bright, like a flame, now snuffed out as easily as one blows a candle. First his father, then his brother, and now Caitlin, who had been nearly a stranger, yet still his wife. Who would be next, Ned wondered. And the Dornish princess. Hadn't Ash spoken so fondly of her? That poor princess and her mutilated children, a crimson mess on the floor. Who would this bloody war claim next? When he found Lyanna, would she even be alive? Eddard Stark, you listen to me. The fingers on his hand had tightened into a vice grip, pulling Ned out of his spiraling despair. Listen to me, son. This is not your fault, do you hear me? You did nothing wrong. Just as she did nothing wrong. The gods are cruel at times, and they have chosen to take Lady Caitlin from this world. There is naught to do now but honor her memory. Grieve for her, and love your son. What else would she have wanted from you? Did Hoster not say she was happy to be your bride? I don't know, Jon, I just don't know. He buried his face in his free hand, feeling sick from the fresh wave of agony. It just hurts. I don't know anything else. Jon sighed. If you forget everything else I've taught you, know this, the grief and guilt seem higher than the wall now, but as with anything else, they will dull with time. All is not lost. And you will feel beyond the pain again, I promise. An hour hence, Ned led his men south to relieve the siege at Storm's End. Notes. Poor Ned. Things aren't going to get better anytime soon, either. Chapter 3, Little Sister Mine. Notes. Just for reference, Ashura is 21 and Ned is 20. Chapter text. Tower of Joy. 1 moon later. Ash. Where are you going? Lyanna's voice echoed in the cavernous entry hall, and Ashura turned her head in the tower's doorway. The girl was standing on the stone staircase, her hair still mussed from her nap. One hand gripped the railing, and the other supported her belly. Gods have mercy, she looked as if she'd run down the stairs alone. Ashura felt her own stomach drop, and cold sweat broke out on her neck. She rushed up to meet her, the swooping fear clinging until she had carefully helped Lyanna down the steps and into one of the chairs beside the doorway. It was only then that she began scolding. God's lie, you're going to make my heart give out. If you stumbled on the stairs you'd fall all the way down. And you were running. Lyanna shook her head, dismissing the danger. I saw you from my window, putting a bedroll on Flea. I didn't want to miss you before you left. Silly, I would have come up to take my leave. I just didn't want to disturb your sleep. Still, why didn't old Yulai help you? I cannot believe she let you come down yourself. Lyanna raised a dark brow at her, and Ashura was glad to see a bit of her humor returning. Who would be helping who down the stairs then? Besides, she was napping so peacefully. Oh, Lyanna, you make me scared to leave you. This made the girl's expression darken, and she bit her lip, suddenly hesitant. Why are you leaving? I'm grateful you've been with me until now, but I just thought you said you'd. Ashura reached for her hands at once and stopped her words. I shan't be long. Likely no more than 10 days. My little sister has taken ill, nothing serious, but we've found she behaves best if I am there. Oh. She saw Lyanna's shoulder sag a little in relief, and something clenched in her chest, regret for making the girl think she was abandoning her. Since Roriga had left Dorne, Ashura had come to the tower to keep Lyanna company. She had promised she'd see her through this pregnancy. How could she not promise this to a girl alone in an unknown land, having her first child among strangers? And as Lyanna was only 7 moons gone, Ashura was not worried for time. Lyanna frowned again. Never say you're going alone. Through those mountains. Ashura smiled. When she'd come up to the tower, she had traveled most of the way with Dane Bannerman as they rode to join Luwin Martell, heading north for the Trident. Lyanna couldn't know that, for her, these mountains were as familiar as the back of her hand. Don't worry about me, she said. It's only 2 nights' journey, and I've ridden through the Red Mountains half my life. I'll follow the Torrentine for most of it, anyway, and let Flea stretch his legs on level ground for once. Something like longing flashed in Lyanna's eyes. But it must be dangerous. Surely there are bandits. Or wild animals. The Lionel that Ashura had met at Harrenhal would not have even asked such questions, would not have cared about the danger. Even the Lionel who had greeted her moons ago would not have been so nervous for her. But that girl was gone now, and this Lionel was still frowning with concern. Ashura only waved her hand and gave her a sideways look, trying to convey her nonchalance. My lord brother and Lara Blackmont are not so incompetent as to allow bandits to roam these lands. Besides, I did promise to teach you how to throw blades. I wouldn't be much of a teacher if I could not even defend myself. Lionel broke into a little smile then, and Ashura grinned back, patting her hand. Yes, you did promise. I'm holding you to that, as soon as I don't have the balance of an old cow anymore. Something frightened but determined flickered under her attempt at a jest, and again Ashura felt her heart tug, all the uncertainties of the future hanging in the air between them. How very, very brave was Lionel Stark. It had been a poisonously hot afternoon when they received news of Rhaegar's fall at the Trident. No matter her personal thoughts on the man, for a moment Ashura had felt her vision go dark and her head swim with the heat. Arthur and his sworn brothers had not been able to keep the grief from their faces, but Lionel had simply nodded and thanked him, face still as ice. Ashura understood. They were kind and attentive to her, but Lionel would not cry in front of men she barely knew. And sure enough, the girl had kept her composure the rest of the day. Only until late at night did Ashura hear her bitter weeping through the wall. For what seemed like hours, Ashura had paced her own room, wondering if her presence would be unwelcome, but in the end, she'd decided no one should have to grieve alone. That had been a moon's turn ago, and in the past weeks Ashura had watched Lionel lose the last bit of naive idealism young girls clung to. Before, in the moments when she could forget that her brother and father had died for her, forget that a war was being waged in her name, Lionel could still laugh and joke and smile, and Ashura had been glad for it. After Rhaegar's death, she grew quiet, and did not laugh any more. It took her a fortnight to regain some of the life she had exuded in such abundance once, but some nights, still, she would knock on Ashura's door and ask for her company, her voice thick and hoarse. Ashura had asked Arthur more than once what they were to do now, especially after news had come that Robert's army had taken King's Landing. Yet Arthur had just shaken his head. We remain as we were. Keep the princess safe. Once she gives birth, we keep the child safe as well. They would both be safer at home instead of here, in some tower in the mountains with only a maid and a healer to attend them. The babe must be born here, her brother had said, sounding so certain. Afterwards, we'll see. There was something he was not telling her, Ashura was sure. But while she could win any verbal spar against the Sword of the Morning, Arthur guarded his secrets as a dragon guards its eggs. She had thought to ask Lionel if Rhaegar had left instructions or plans, but did not want to upset her father. What if the prince had simply promised he would return before the babe was born? Best not to bring it up if Lionel said nothing. That was the way she spoke with the girl about the events after Harrenhal. Ashura never asked about the previous, tumultuous year. If Lionel wanted to confide in her, she would. If not, it was best to keep silent. When she'd kissed Lionel and her brother goodbye, packed the rest of her provisions, and tightened Flea's girth a second time, Ashura wrapped her riding scarves securely around her head and mounted her horse. The sun was just beginning its descent, and she meant to chase it to the Red Mountains so she would have some light when she began on the mountain path. She was just beginning to pick up a canter when she heard a shout from behind her. There was no mistaking the voice. She couldn't help rolling her eyes, but eased Flea back into a walk. It took Arthur a few moments to catch up. You couldn't stop for 2 seconds, he asked as he pulled up beside her, slowing his own steed from its gallop. She rolled her eyes again, and did not dignify him with an answer. Arthur, what are you doing? I'd ride with you. Ashura shot him a perplexed look. Arthur had always been more protective than their older brother Dev, but even he had never shown concern about her riding in the mountains. Just a couple of miles, he clarified. I wanted to speak with you. She kept her eyes on him, waiting as they both picked up a trot. Finally, he spoke again. Ash, when you get to Starfall, stay put. Don't come back here. She frowned, but did not answer right away. Arthur sighed. We're at war, Ashura, and the fighting is not so far away anymore. The rebels have King's Landing. Prince Luwin is dead. The king is dead. Rhaegar is, his lips thinned, and he swallowed before continuing. Stay at Starfall. It isn't safe here. Arthur, we've spoken of this. If it's so dangerous, then bring Lyanna back to Starfall. It will be so easy to hide her in one of the guests' courtyards and have the same people attend her. Surely your duty is to keep her and the babe safe by any means possible. For some reason unknown to her, the prince had insisted that the existence of this child be kept secret, but it still did not explain why they must all melt here in the desert. He shook his head. No, the child must be born here. Ashura closed her eyes in frustration. Well, if it's safe enough for a woman 7 moons gone with child, it's safe enough for me. I promised I'd stay with her. Ash. What are you expecting to happen, Arthur? That Robert Baratheon will march an army of 5,000 up to the tower's gates. That Tywin Lannister will. They have no idea we are here. Besides, neither are fools. They would not dare invade Dorne now. As usual, I cannot argue with your logic. Still, I have a terrible feeling about it. Ashura turned her head sharply. Had he had another of those chilling dreams? She did not fully understand this, either. For years now, Arthur had told her of occasional dreams that seemed not of his own mind, dreams filled with all manner of the extraordinary, like starfall encrusted in ice, and wild beasts caught in golden cages. At first they had paid them little heed, but right before Harrenhal, Arthur had dreamt of riding through the 7 kingdoms while his horse shone with green flames. And then rebellion had broken out after the Mad King burned Rickard Stark alive. Ashura still went cold thinking about it. She had coerced Arthur to tell those dreams to old Uli, an orphan healer who had come to Starfall with their lady mother, but Uli said she'd had no training in the interpretation of dreams. The Rhoynar wise witches kept their mysterious knowledge closely guarded. Arthur had promised he would go to the Green Blood in due time and find a wise witch to ask about the dreams, but naturally he could not leave his post now. You don't mean you dreamed of it, do you? She asked carefully. That something terrible would happen here. She saw his lips thin at her question, as if making a difficult decision, so already she knew the answer. So, no. You did not dream of this foreboding. When he gave her an exasperated look, she smirked. You always debate in your head, but you never can bring yourself to lie to me, so I don't know why you bother. No, I cannot lie to you. I've had no more dreams these 2 years past, truly, but I just know in my gut that there will be danger and misfortune at the tower. Whatever it is, Arthur, you and the other Kingsguard are there, and so is Borsio. And like I said, you won't be faced with an army. And even if you were, you would not leave. Whatever you promised the prince, you will not compromise. You will stay here, and do your duty. For a moment he was quiet, but then he nudged his horse close and took her reins from her, pulling them both to a stop. Ash, they have taken King's Landing. Robert Baratheon has been crowned king. Where do you think they are marching now? Storm's End, naturally. It was still besieged the last they had heard, though it was just as likely Robert's forces had already taken back the castle. And who do you think the new king sent? The aging Jon Arryn. Tywin Lannister, whom he has no reason to trust. Ashura bit her lip, for she knew now where he was leading. Storm's End is not so far from here, and if Eddard Stark has half a brain in his head he will have concluded Dorne is the only place his sister can be. She narrowed her eyes. So you are telling me that I should stay at Starfall to avoid seeing an old lover when he comes knocking, asking for his sister? She tried to keep the dry edge from her voice, she really did, but from the way Arthur flinched, she knew she hadn't succeeded. It is not the only reason, but if it will keep you at home. It will not. Surely you don't think me so cowardly. And as I said, he has no idea where Lyanna is. It will take him a long while to find out. I would tell him if I could, she thought then. If she could ensure only he saw the letter, she would no doubt send a raven, but there was no way to reach him directly, and she could not risk this secret. Arthur only sighed again, rubbing his exposed forehead. Ashura was suddenly struck by how weathered her gallant big brother looked in that moment. There were faint lines on his forehead and between his brows now, and strain pulled at his mouth and eyes. We both know he is not merely some old lover, he said, meeting her eyes. I just don't want to see you hurting again, Ahatu, least of all since the whole mess started because of me. Ahatu, little sister mine. Since father died, they rarely used such Roanish endearments with one another anymore, only with Illyria. Now the word made a sweet sort of ache bloom in her chest, and Ashura could not help reaching for her brother's hand. I agreed to nothing I did not wish, are you? And if you insist it was your doing, know that your plotting gave me 10 glittering, magical days at Harrenhal. I did not know it was possible to fall in love so fast, but every moment of it was sweet. And yet, your child. Please. She squeezed his hand, feeling the now familiar stab of grief. Only a fool would fault you for any of it. The child was simply, she was not to be mine. Nor is Ned Stark, it seems. I have made a sort of peace with it all. A numb, unnatural sort of peace, like the stupor one drifts through after taking milk of the poppy. Yet what else could she do? Give in to the grief and bitter pain? Let her broken heart break her life apart? No. She was a Dornish woman, and she was a Dane. She came from stronger stock than that. It distresses me to think you blame yourself, was all she said. He gave her a small, sad smile. I shall endeavor not to. They rode together for another mile or two, feeling the setting sun on their faces and the cooling wind ripple their sleeves. As the last orange rays sank beyond the mountains, Arthur pulled up beside her and embraced her, kissing her forehead as he pulled away. Think about staying home, please, he said. But if you made a promise to the princess, then I suppose you must do as your honor demands. You would understand better than most. Be careful on the road, Ash. I will see you soon. And Ashura rode west into the mountains, heading for Starfall, her brother watching her back all the while. Chapter 4, Smoke and Roses. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. 5 days later. He was going to die. Here in this scorched land, under the roasting sun, he was going to die, his spilled blood sizzling in the hot sand. Ned had always known that Sir Arthur Dayne was the best knight that walked the earth. He could be no more than 5 or 6 years his own senior, but when he was young Ned had loved best the stories of this all-powerful swordsman with his legendary blade. But Ned could never have understood until this day just how good a swordsman was Arthur Dayne, and how inadequate his own skills were to fight the man. They had come at him together, he and William Dustin, but Sir Arthur had used one sword as if it were two, and fought them easily until he took Dustin's head clean off, his arm moving as though he cut through nothing but air. Now Ned was dueling him alone, barely able to catch his breath after each swing, all his focus on the burning in his chest and the ache forming in his arms and shoulders. Sir Arthur seemed to move with ease still, and Ned did not understand how it was that he still lived. Surely he had left himself unguarded more than a few times by now, but the icy blade of dawn had not come anywhere near his vulnerable points. Their swords met again, and again Ned's arm went numb, shaking uncontrollably with the weight of the attack, and his head seemed to ring inside his helm. He managed to deflect yet another swing, and jumped back to catch a moment's breath. His nostrils burned, and his throat was coated in sand. Vaguely, he was aware that the sounds of others fighting around him had subsided, but everything seemed distant and distorted, and he could not be sure. Sir Arthur approached him now, and Ned thought he saw the knight's eyes move from side to side, as if scanning the hillside around them, but Ned didn't dare take his gaze from his opponent. Sir Arthur swung again, and this time Ned thought his arm was going to fall like lead weights to his feet. His hand shook violently under the weight, but suddenly it was lifted, and his arm seemed to fly up, up, up. The blade of dawn was under his own blade then, and in one motion, Sir Arthur had cast Ned's sword clean out of his hands. The force of it sent Ned himself sprawling to the side as well, and he landed in the burning sand. As if the world had slowed, Ned watched, almost detached from his body, as his sword clattered to the rocky sand, the dark Valyrian steel gleaming dully in the sun. Even now he did not feel the panic. So, this was it then. He had wondered who this war would claim next. He had been arrogant enough to think that he and the 7 men who had ridden into dawn with him would make it out alive. This was it. He would never see his sister again, or his new son. Sir Arthur approached him now, but for some reason, his arm was at his side, dawn hanging with the tip facing down. Ned furrowed his brow, his mind as if stuck in sludge. Sir Arthur seemed to extend his empty hand. And then he too fell to his knees. Paralyzed by shock and fatigue, Ned only lay there, the heat from the sand seeping through his armor, as he watched Sir Arthur Dayne fall before him. He must have made some noise, but Ned could hear nothing save for his rasping pants. A shadow fell over them both then, and bright crimson cut through the yellow haze. Howland. His friend stood wide-eyed above him, then bent and picked up a flat disc of sorts, tucking it in his tunic. His eyes moved up from Howland's face to the fallen knight before him. How did you help me roll him up? That last moment, his lowered sword, his outstretched hand. It was almost as if Ned did not know where he found the strength to scramble to his feet, to bend down and drag the dying Sir Arthur to lean against a rock. Howland looked taken aback for a moment, but moved to comply anyway. The loudest sound was still the pounding of his heart as he and Howland propped the man up against a rock and removed his helm. His hand came away slick with blood. Howland had cut Sir Arthur's neck from behind, and blood seemed to rise like a gurgling fountain, tracking red streaks in his silver armor. There's not way to save him, Ned, not out here with the two of us, Howland said, panting as well, clutching somewhere above his right hip, where his armor had been sliced open and was now dark with blood. You were down. I didn't, he was going to, had to be quick about it. Ned only stared at him and nodded. Howland understood the thanks. He turned back to the knight, whose face was draining of color. His eyes were bright as stars though, and Ned saw with horror that they were the same shade as Ashura's. I'm sorry, he said stupidly. He shouldn't have. He wasn't sorry, had no reason to be. This man was keeping his sister prisoner, had likely helped Roriga kidnap her, had stood by and done nothing even knowing that the prince raped her and held her against her will. He should hate this man, should want to cut off his head, but Ned simply could not bring himself to believe him capable of such things. How could the man his Ash had spoken of with such love and pride be dishonorable and cruel? No, he was just a knight doing what he swore to do, obey his king, obey his prince, serve with his life. Sir Arthur opened his mouth, and a raspy sound escaped. He licked his lips and tried again. Leave us, here. What? Here, where, duty? You want us to bury you here? He closed his eyes and dipped his chin. We will. I swear, we will. My sister. A jagged sort of pain cut through the sense of unreality. Oh, gods help him, what had they done? Why could he not have tried to talk reason to Arthur Dane? And at the end, when he had been on the ground, that outstretched hand, oh gods, what had he done? I'm sorry, he blurted again, and could not even keep straight exactly what he was apologizing for. Sir Arthur moved his head to the side, brows knotting as he tugged his wound. I am sorry, your sister, and Ash, you're a good. His hand erratic, he reached under his tunic and drew out a piece of string, pulling it up over his head. On the end was attached a little shell, pink and pearlescent in the sun. He pressed it into Ned's hand. What are you saying? End it, please. His voice gurgled like sea foam, thick with blood. Ned. Howland had sunk to his haunches beside him. In his hand was a stout dagger. The man's incoherent. Best to end it for him before he suffers any more. His hand was trembling again, but he reached for the blade. He looked into the man's face, but his eyes had closed. For a moment, Ned closed his too. Then he shoved the blade deep into the back of Arthur Dane's skull. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Ned had not been 2 hours in Storm's End when the Maester had hobbled over to find him. The man had looked almost too weak to stand, and when Ned caught him and bid him sit, he had pressed a scroll into Ned's hand. From King's Landing, my lord. For you directly. There had been a small note wrapped around the large parchment, and on it, scrawled in a spindly red hand, was written. The one you seek is in a tower near the Prince's Pass. Best to be discreet. I trust the North will remember, as they say, Lord Stark. Varies. The larger parchment had been a detailed map, showing a path marked thick with red. For a few heartbeats, Ned had paused, wondering if this could be trusted, but if he was being honest with himself, he had no other option than to trust this Master of Whispers. And so he set out by boat down to the Sea of Dawn and up the river Wyl. He had named 5 of his bannermen, and Howland had named himself, and Ned hoped he was not leading them straight into a trap. He had chosen them carefully. Some of his best swordsmen, to be sure, but more than that, men who could keep silent, men who would keep his secrets. He had not realized how unhappy Lionel was with the betrothal until Benjen had confided in him. Ned did not know what he would find when he saw Lionel, but if his sister did not want to return to Robert, he would help her disappear. They had lost too much for him to deny her anything. Howland had insisted on joining him. "I'm no swordsman, but I have weapons of more dubious honor. I can guard your back." William Dustin sailed them upriver with ease, ducking past Castle Wyl in the night, and maneuvered their small sailing craft to the river's source, near a ruin called Vulture's Roost. They had unloaded their agitated horses there, and picked out the stony mountain road that led to the Prince's Pass. It had taken only a day to get to what was obviously the tower in Varys' letter, and the Three Kings Guard had been just off the road to meet them. All this time, when Ned had been dizzy with fatigue, when he had been parched as they tried to conserve water on the last leg of their journey, he had imagined seeing his sister again. He'd drawn the details of it vivid in his mind, so that when he closed his eyes Lya's smiling face was vivid in the dark. It was what kept him going, the source upon which he drew to encourage his men. Yet all through the past days, no, the past year, he had not imagined he would burst into a room to see Lionel lying in a bed of blood. The room felt hot and crowded, the air heavy and smelling of burning herbs and flowers. Perhaps there were others in the room. He did not notice. All his focus was on the dark-haired form lying in the bed. Lionel's face was ashen white as he approached, her features drawn with fatigue, and for a breath he wondered if this was a nightmare, for he had never seen his wild sister so drained of life. It was not right. Lya. His voice was a whisper. For the first time in his life, he felt he had to be careful with her, as if she were thin porcelain, and could break at a touch. She opened her eyes. The apples of her cheeks rose as she smiled at him, and he rushed forward, grabbing her hand. It was cold and clammy, and his stomach dropped. "Ned. You're here, big brother." "Truly?" "Yes," he choked out. "Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Lionel." She smiled again, though the movement seemed to tax her. He drew closer, needing to know she was solid, and that's when he caught the sharp scent of blood. Her legs were covered in it, sticky and dark. He saw his hand reach out to touch the blanket. It was still warm. Why has no one? Why bother changing them?" she said, and he had to strain to hear her. "I won't stop bleeding." "But, and the smoke?" "Helps with pain." "Doesn't matter, Ned, oh Ned." Her eyes seemed to drink in his face, and there was such longing there he wanted to weep. Then she turned away, and he followed her gaze. There was a bundle next to her shoulder. "Pick him up, big brother, your nephew." I named him Eamon. He had known this might be the way of things. Had expected it. Yet he still felt stiff with shock as he rose and awkwardly lifted the infant. Careful, his head. He had Lionel's coloring, dark wisps of hair, grey eyes that opened and examined the new man curiously. Ned exhaled in a gush, and his legs suddenly felt weak. He dropped back onto her bed, his eyes darting between his sister and the babe. "You'll keep him safe, won't you? Away from Robert." Ned felt his insides twist. "I'll keep you both safe. I'll hide you away, and your son, and..." She raised a trembling hand to his lips. "Keep him safe for me, Ned. Please." He nodded mutely, staring again at the shiny grey eyes of his nephew. "Promise me, Ned. Promise you'll keep him safe, and you'll tell him who he is, who his father was when he's of age. Please, Ned, promise me." He opened his mouth to tell her that he needn't promise anything, that she would tell him herself. Yet the scent of blood still burned acrid in his nose. "I won't stop bleeding," Lionel had said. "I promise." The tension left her shoulders then, like a severed bowstring, and Ned panicked, a sharp pain whipping at his chest. "Lionel." After a breath, she opened her eyes again, and draped her hand on the boy's head. "He wasn't meant to be Eamon," she whispered. Her breath was coming short and hard now, as if she had just come from a long ride, but her cheeks held no color. "He was supposed to be a girl," Roriga said, "but it doesn't matter now. Lya, save your strength." "No, Ned, there's no need." She had to stop to catch her breath again, and Ned saw that her cheeks were wet. Instinctively, he reached out a hand to her face. I'm trying to be brave, I am, but... You are, little sister. You are brave. I'm not, I'm scared, and I'm sorry. It's not you, it was never your fault. Don't be sore. Yes, it was my fault, reckless, stupid. The king came after me, for Harrenhal. What? What are you saying? She didn't seem to hear him. Roriger saved me, and we, Summerhall, to hide, but, Brandon, and father already, too late. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Her voice came in gasps, and she seemed to struggle to breathe in between every word. Lyanna. His own voice was ripe with panic, and when he placed a hand on her shoulder, she was trembling violently, despite the heat of the room. Ned placed baby Eamon next to his mother and desperately tugged the blankets tighter around her, but it was no use. His eyes darted around the room, seeing it for the first time, looking for something like a brazier. A figure emerged into his vision, a small woman carrying a smoking basin. She set it close to the bed and nodded at Ned. "Shall I take the babe?" she asked in her lilting accent. "No." Lyanna's voice cut in before his, and she reached a ghost-white hand to tuck his sleeping form closer to her. "No, Wyler, no, I'd keep him with. As you say, princess." She curtsied and turned to the door, and that was when his sister's words sank in. He turned to her, eyes wide. "What are you saying, Lyak? Are you saying he didn't kidnap you? Roriger didn't kidnap you?" She nodded, her eyes closed. I tried, ravens, and messengers. I tried but couldn't reach, tried." "Shush, it's all right, little sister, it's all right, I know you tried." Ned didn't know where he found the wits to reassure her, not when his own head was spinning. A lie. It had all been a lie. His father, his brother, this kingdom torn apart, and it had all been a lie. Who lied to Brandon? Who started this bloody war? Then another thought. Why did she call you princess? You, but surely Roriger's already married. Weirwood, we were, and his, Targaryen, doesn't matter now. Ned found the infant's face once more. If the wrong people knew about this, but Lyanna was right. It didn't matter. Roriger already had a wife, and the Targaryens were no more. I want to go home and take my son home. You will. You will. I'll take you home. Get some rest, you'll get better sooner, and I'll take you both home. She shook her head again, and suddenly, when she looked at him, her gaze was decades older than her 16 years. Those eyes held the weight of the world, the knowledge of all the pains of this life. No, Ned, I won't be seeing Winterfell. There's a sanctuary near. She swallowed, and Ned held up a clay cup for her. When I'm gone. No, Lyak. When I'm gone, I want to go home, have the sisters clean my bones. An icy hand seemed to clutch at the back of his spine, and the tang of blood and flowers stung his nostrils, making his stomach turn. They did not do this in the north, and for very good reason, for it always seemed unnatural. The very idea of consigning his body to maggots, then being boiled as if in a soup, surely she couldn't want that. Lyanna, are you? My bones, Ned, I want to Winterfell, promise you'll, and take my bones home. He clenched his jaw. Her eyes were huge and glassy, desperate to hear him agree. Please. I promise, Lyanna. One way or another, I'll take you home, I promise. Her eyes closed, and again the panic rose, bile in his throat. Lyanna. Sorry, my son, I'm sorry, promise me, Ned, protect him, promise, I'm sorry. I promise, I promise. I'll keep your son safe, I'll tell him of you, I'll take you home, I promise, I promise. He had to force out his words, his throat knotting, his vision blurring. Roughly, he wiped at his face, but did not see her open her eyes again. Lyanna. Lyanna. She did not speak again. The room seemed to fade, then it darkened, and Ned could not remember anything else but the scent of blood and burning roses. Notes. I don't want to be that author who explains stuff in the notes, but I'd like to say that, in terms of the fight at the TOJ, I 100% subscribe to the theory that the Kingsguard intended to kill all of Ned's companions, but let Ned up to see Lyanna. They knew Ned would keep things secret, but not that the others would. Again, it's not a theory I came up with, just something I find compelling. Chapter 5, Free Flying. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Starfall. The same day. Ashura stood in the highest tower room at Starfall, looking south to where the Torrentine spilled into the summer sea, watching her brother's boat disappear into a speck. The tide was rising, and the currents knit a quilt of diamonds in the rich blue waters, the little splashes blooming frothy white in the sun. For the third time since her return home, she considered what it might feel like to jump. Family tradition held that daughters' rooms always faced northeast, overlooking the lower courtyards and the endless tiers of castle gardens. Every morning at Starfall, she could look across the Torrentine at the town on the east bank, imagining the townspeople bustling about their new day, seeing the little dots appear on the water as fishermen set out in their boats. Yet Ashura had always liked the boys' rooms better, the ones that looked south, past the tails of the Red Mountains and onto the endless sea, for there was something exhilarating and free about the vast expanse of blue on the horizon, as if full of promise. So here she stood, on the upper floor of the Palestone Sword, the wind tangling her hair as she looked out at the promise of life from her window. If she climbed up on the ledge and stepped out into the nothingness, would she feel the wind rushing through her hair as she fell? For those few breaths, would she feel unburdened and light again? She was too high up to smell the salt of the sea, but not so high that the air was completely dry. As a young girl, she had hated the way the wet sea breeze made her skin sticky and hot, but she had since known the parched air of Sunspear and the bone-deep damp of Dragonstone, and the warm, thick air here felt like an embrace. In the year since she had come home, she would climb the hundreds of steps up here to find some solace when her heart ached so much she found it hard to breathe. With the open expanse of the sea to one side and the Red Mountains to the other, she felt like she could fly away from her body and all the pain she carried like chains around her neck. Ashura had come home from Dragonstone carrying the bones of her stillborn daughter in an ornate box. She had not been able to cry once since it happened, not through the cloying pain of the miscarriage, not when Elia held her head in her lap and stroked her hair with soft fingers, not when she lit the funeral pyre on the 8th of Ling. She could not think of her daughter for long. The grief of it made her ill and dizzy, and sometimes the pain was so sharp she would close her eyes and see pinpricks of light behind her eyelids. She had never known this tiny child, had never had the chance to see what shade of purple her eyes took on, but still, it felt like losing the babe had carved a bloody hole into her breast. And yet, she could not cry. Nor had she been able to weep when news came from the north, first that the king had burned Rickard Stark and strangled his heir, then that Ned Stark, new lord of Winterfell, had taken his late brother's betrothed to wife. In truth, on that last day at Harrenhal, when Rhaegar had abandoned his plans completely and crowned Lyanna Stark with winter roses, Ashura had feared that the marriage her brother had planned would not be allowed to take place. Something had gone terribly awry in Rhaegar's plan to call a council and overthrow his father. When she had slipped away to take that last, hasty leave of Ned, they had not talked about the politics swirling around them, of the seeming impossibility of their marriage now, of their duty and their families. She had only told him her fear, that perhaps their time together had been but a miraculous dream, and he had held her to his chest and whispered in her ear. "I don't know what will happen, or when I will see you next. But I swear to you, if I can find a way to marry you, I will." That had been all the promise he could give her. It had not been enough. He could not have waged this war without Tully troops, nor could the North survive the winter if it bore the ill will of the Riverlands. Hoster Tully wanted his grandson to one day be Warden of the North, and Ned Stark had chosen his duty and his honor. As he should. She was just one woman, and he was just one man. What did their private pains matter? She understood it all. She was his enemy besides, and her brother protected the prince who stole away his sister, no matter that Rhaegar had been trying to save her from the king. And yet, the longing still bubbled in her belly, and irrationally, she refused to be resigned to the death of this love. Ashura had been no blushing maid at Harrenhal. Few could grow up in the Dornish court and still be innocent at 9 and 10. She had kissed her first girl at 13 and her first boy at 14, and the following year she had given her maidenhead to Miles Manwadi while Simon Santaga kissed her breasts. At Sunspear, at court, and later on Dragonstone, Ashura had taken lovers for lust, for affection, for secrets and for favors. She had never been in danger of losing her head with any of them, as if she could feel the end of each affair before it began. Yet one look into Ned Stark's soft grey eyes, and she had fallen completely out of her senses. Somehow she knew this man could see into the depths of her, and cherish her as she was, and easily hold her heart in his hand. He was honorable and serious and proper, but wolf blood ran just as thick in him as his siblings, for all that he denied it. When he had spoken of his family, she had known he would put aside all lofty notions of honor and pride for each of them, and Ashura had imagined often how it must feel to be loved so. And it seemed, in those sweet days, that perhaps he really did love her. So she could not find it in her to put that love behind her, though she knew in her mind that she had little to offer him now, and he would never dishonor his new wife. She was going to love Ned Stark for the rest of her life, and it seemed she had not yet determined how she would live that life without him. She needed him here now. Ached for him to wrap his arms around her waist and kiss the nape of her neck. If she closed her eyes, she could almost imagine he was standing just behind her, could almost catch the dark rich scent of him. It was nonsensical, really, how quickly someone she had not even known to miss could become as essential to her as food and breath, but it was the truth of things. If he were here now, she would find some comfort, she was sure of it. But if he were really here, she would be living a different world entirely, one in which innocent babes and the sister of her heart were not torn cruelly from life, and perhaps she would not need to be comforted at all. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Earlier that day, she had just coaxed Illyria into a nap when Dev's steward came to find her, asking her to come to his winter solar. Ashura had thought nothing of the summons. She was in technicality the heir to Starfall, and she did act as lady when she was home, so her brother often had things to consult with her. She found Dev's solar door ajar, so Ashura tapped on the wood and pushed it inward in one motion. Dev. Adev Ardain, Lord of Starfall, had been sitting at his desk, his head in his hands. At her entrance, he looked up, but did not give her his usual grin and gregarious compliment as a greeting. At once she had frowned, sensing something wrong, but he only nodded for her to sit. "How's Lyri doing? Chafing at the bit yet?" As she always does, Ashura sighed. It had been 4 days since Ashura had come home from the tower, and Illyria was at last strong enough to sit up for a morning without wilting. She had been afflicted with this strange illness since she had been a babe, fainting out cold, followed by days of fatigue and weakness a few times each year, and no one had been able to understand what was wrong with her. Illyria hated her days confined to bed, her physical body in conflict with her little girl's desire to roam and play. Boredom led to tantrums and tears, and her days abed were trials for the entire household, which was the reason Ashura had left Lyanna to come home. She could keep her little sister entertained better than most. Dev sighed too. "Thank the gods you're here, Ash," he said. "I never was good with children." "I know." She patted his hand. "Did you need me for something?" "I've received a summons from Sunspear," he said, staring back down at his letter. Ashura heard her own intake of breath. The prince had never done this. Doran needs to make some big decisions given the state of this war, and he wants as many opinions on his council as he can have. "Can you not send ravens? It's not a short journey, and the air in Sunspear has only become drier this year." Her brother was not yet 30, but his lungs had always been weak. Unlike Arthur, he was spindly and small of frame, barely taller than Ashura herself, and had never possessed the strength required to partake in combat training. She did not like the thought of her brother sailing all the way to Sunspear, let alone spending weeks in that oven of a city. A faint sliver of a grin curled his lip then. "Oh, come now, Ash, you're starting to sound like old Eli. I know what I can handle. This trip will be nothing." Ashura pressed her lips together, not agreeing, but not disagreeing either. He was the Lord, after all, and part of her still instinctively believed he knew best. "You will leave Rian as Castellan then? You know I must go back to the tower once Illyria can leave her bed again." He gave her a frustrated look. "I wish you would not, but I cannot very well order you to do anything. Still, I mislike this mess the prince has died and left us with." Ashura returned a humorless laugh. "And Arthur still guards his secrets and tells us nothing. You are not the only one who mislikes the state of things, Dev." Dev pinched the bridge of his nose. "He worries me, our brother." "Yes," Ashura frowned. "He told me not to return." He said he was worried for my safety when it is he who is a wanted man. Dev shot her a grim smile. I fear none of that matters to Arthur. He holds dear our lives, but his own. Dev shrugged. He's always said there are things more important. And what of his duty to us? Ashura felt the familiar frustration rise in her throat. Her good, honorable brother, so willing to die for his prince. Dev's smile turned sad. Every man must make his choices. Perhaps my choice has given him freedom to make his. Something in Ashura's face must have prompted him to change the subject. But it is not he alone who concerns me. Our whole family has been embroiled too deep with Roriga's schemes. Now that Robert has won, I fear Starfall is on his road of retribution. Ashura shook her head. We are doing nothing save fulfilling our duty to king and liege. We've done nothing that deserves vengeance, surely. From what I have heard of the man, yours would not be his line of reasoning. She frowned, her chest tightening. She had not thought they could face any sort of danger here, yet if Dev was worried, no, it would make no sense. She tried to shake away the doubt. I have told this to Arthur too. They would not risk outright conflict with Dorne, not now that their armies are mostly exhausted. And how will Robert Baratheon get to us without direct conflict with the Martells? Do you really think they would protect us should it come to that? She felt her brows shoot up. That was what worried him. Of course they will. He gave her his familiar patronizing smile, and she felt herself bristle like an irritated cat. Oberyn does not rule Dorne, Ash. Doran does. And for Doran Martell I dare say no personal bonds are as strong as his sense of the greater good. She opened her mouth to contradict him, but closed it again soundlessly. It was a true enough assessment of Prince Doran. The man had always given her chills, for all that he had only ever been kind to her. But no. It went beyond whatever love Doran's siblings had for her. Ashura had spent years at Sunspear, taking in the family. She shook her head again. They are our liege. For our loyalty, they owe us protection. This is not like the Targaryen invasions of old. Robert does not have dragons. The Martells abide by these rules of fealty now, like the rest of Westeros. We will not be left to fend for ourselves if things really came to a head. Neglecting us would put ice into the hearts of every other lord, and Doran has trouble enough keeping the Eulis and Euronwoods in check as it is. He looked at her, eyes narrowed in thought. It is reasonable to assume his motives thus, so long as you have assessed his mind correctly. I must press the point of our long loyalty then, and remind him of Euronwood treachery and Euler insolence. Ashura nodded. When do you leave? In the next couple of hours, God's willing. She rose. I'll go direct some of the packing, shall I? She spent the next hours helping the servants ensure Dev had all his comforts for his sea journey, reminding them to pack the best blankets to ward off damp, pointing to the tonics old Eli had made him his wheezing spells and seasickness. When all was prepared, she walked with her brother and his retinue down to the docks. She expected him to kiss her on the forehead and depart, but instead he drew her to one side, out of earshot of the others. Dev. Something felt strange and wrong in the way Dev was looking at her now, the lines between his brows deepening, his eyes growing soft. There is more news from Sunspear that I did not tell you earlier. Oh. He handed her the letter still bearing the Martell seal. I am so very sorry to tell you this, Ashura. Doran has also written that Princess Elia and her children have been killed in King's Landing. The sky seemed to splinter, the sounds of the dock crowding into her ears and temples, and all she understood was a blur of colors and echoing voices. She had shaken her head, for surely it could not be true, and yet her vision had blurred, and black dots appeared before her eyes. She remembered looking down at the letter, written in Prince Doran's stately hand. My sister Princess Elia and her 2 children, kept at King's Landing, hostages for the Mad King to ensure Dornish support, slaughtered when the Lannister army sacked the capital. Sometime not long after, when her brother had departed, she had stumbled to the end of the dock and heaved the contents of her midday meal into the river, but that too had felt like a blurred, sickening mess. As if in a fever dream, she had stumbled back up the stony path that led to the water. Perhaps a servant had been there to hold her. She did not recall. In a blinding daze, she must have wandered back up the garden paths under the unrelenting sun, and climbed to the top of the Palestone sword. She could not remember doing any of that now. When she had returned to her senses, here she stood, listening to the wind, watching the sea, wondering if, should she jump out this window, she could be light and free from the onerous grief, even for a few short seconds. The thought did not horrify her as it had the first time it surfaced. Now it was only a consideration, a suggestion that would not give up and die, despite her best efforts when her head was clear. Just climb on the ledge and step out into the air, the wind seemed to call to her. You shall bear no more of this crushing torment. Your chest will be light, and you will fly as free as a star. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Her mother had died when Ashura was 7, and a year later, she had sailed to Sunspear to be a companion for Princess Elia. At the water gardens, she had met Prince Oberyn first, wild, skinny and sharp. His mouth was constantly set in a smirk, but his eyes were dark and fierce. He had taken one look at her and asked if she was simple in the head. When she had frowned in confusion, a little offended, he had nodded sagely, as if her reaction confirmed it for him. I knew it. I could tell just by looking at you. I am not simple in the head. Why would you say that? Before he could speak again, a delicate-looking girl had appeared behind him, clamping her small, thin hand over his smirking mouth. Don't mind my brother, she had said, her voice as light as a hummingbird. Some doll told him that the prettier someone's face, the more stupid they are, and you're the most beautiful girl we've ever seen. That was the way Elia spoke when she complimented someone, always so earnest and matter-of-fact that it was impossible not to believe her, and Elia was generous with her compliments. When they played their games in the pools, Elia was always the peacemaker. She was a princess, so despite her small frame, the other children gave her an extra ounce of deference, which she used to make sure all was fair, and no one was left out. Ashura could barely recall now any specific moment from those early years, but somewhere amid the laughter and embraces and weaving of flowers in each other's hair, she no longer felt the empty confusion of her mother dying. She had found sisters in those sunlit days amid the gurgling fountains and flying silks, Lara Blackmont, Moria Corgyle, Gynessa Manwadi, Deanna Dalt, but it was Elia she always carried closest to her heart. They were all of an age, a couple without mothers, and Elia, though she was supposed to be the princess they served, had become half a mother to them all as well as their friend. It was always Elia who remembered extra wraps for when they forgot theirs in the evening, and it was Elia who had the best words for when their first romances ended in tears. She had always been quiet and delicate and small, but she was like the sun on the sigil of the Martells. They revolved around their princess, and loved her with all their hearts, and in return she shone light into their lives. Back before she had known anything of politics and influence, of the way marriage really worked, Ashura had entertained a fancy that Elia would marry Arthur, and she would have Elia for a sister in truth. The couple would live at High Hermitage, heirs to old Uncle de Leon, who had not yet remarried in those days. Ashura would see them every week. One day, as she brushed the princess' hair, the suggestion had slipped past her lips. Oh, Ash, Elia had sighed, taking her hand in her delicate ones. Arthur and I could never marry. I doubt I will marry a Dornishman at all, and your brother is destined for the king's guard, don't you know? He will serve the king all his life, and never take a wife. Ashura had known by then that Arthur would wear the white cloak, of course, and that he would spend his life away from Dorne. The serving girls whispered about her gallant brother every time he came home to visit, and father and Dev always spoke of Arthur's exploits with pride. Yet in that way children have of ignoring a fact they found foul to the ear, Ashura had always imagined both her brothers married, with little nieces and nephews chasing her own children over the patterned tiles. Come, Ash, don't look so glum, Elia had said when she saw Ashura's face fall. We could still be sisters in truth. You'd only need to marry Oberyn. That very idea had sent them both into fits of giggling, for even at 12 it was clear that Oberyn would not marry anyone if given the choice. How could she exist no longer, her Elia, so gentle with all around her, and so generous with her joy? And little chattering Rhaenys, and the sweet baby Aegon whose cheeks were powdery soft. Who could have hearts so hard that they would snuff out their lives? Elia would not harm a soul, and she would have raised her children to forgive, not to seek revenge. Ashura could not make logic of it, and the utter senselessness of their deaths was like salt water on an open wound. Were all those she loved doomed to death? Who would be next? Night was upon her now, up in her windy tower, chilled and empty. The dark had crept up from the east when she had not noticed, and when she rushed to the western window, she saw that the sun had already slipped beyond the tips of the red mountains. The air still called to her, and so she did not let herself near the windows again. She was a Dane, and she was of Dawn, but she did not know if she had the strength to carry this grief with her anymore, not as her life stretched long and far before her, and alone. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. 3 days later, she was waiting in the stables for Flea when Corinne ran down the steps from the castle, her sandals thwacking the stone. "Milady! Milady! Slow down, Corinne. And breathe first." For the handmaiden had begun trying to speak, only to be cut off by her own panting. She took several long breaths before her voice returned. "Sir Rience asked you come to the gates at once, milady. There are riders at the bridge." Ashura frowned, but set down her pack and bedroll, motioning Corinne up the stairs. "Riders? How many?" "Just 2 that I saw, milady, but I was running to get you so I didn't get a long look." "Did Rience say anything else?" Starfall was not a castle on a passway. The Red Mountain ranges extended into the sea, with only the Torrentine cleaving a sizable path between them. Starfall sat at the mouth of the river, surrounded by mountains and water. One did not ride up to their gate unless they had come specifically to see someone in the castle, and Rience would not trouble her unless it was a guest she must receive. "No, milady, naught that he's told me, anyway. He just said as to fetch you quick." Something tight and anxious was knotting in her stomach. She did not like this at all. There had been no bird from another castle, and with her brother only 3 days gone to Sunspear. She emerged into the Bailey yard to see Sir Rience pacing before the gatehouse, wringing his hands, his moustache bouncing almost comically. He looked up at her footsteps and hurried over. "Lady Ash, I have no idea what to make of this." "What?" "Sir Rience, please. Who is at the gate?" He led her over to the gatehouse, and she followed him inside, where the lookout could clearly see across the flat bridge and through the series of portcullises to the 2 riders between the guards on shore. "Who do they say they are, Rience?" she asked again, squinting at them, but she had played this game half her life. Starfall was too far from land to make out anything more than the stature and hair color of people on land. "One of them is our Borsio, my lady," said Rience. She frowned, not comprehending. "But Borsio is supposed to be with Lionel and Arthur. The other says he is Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell." Notes. Poor Ashura. Both her brothers are kind of shitty, and she's just not okay with feelings. Chapter 6, He was no bard. Chapter text. Ned and his lone companion rounded a bend in the river Torrentine, and before them, in the distance, lay the castle of Starfall, gleaming white and tall on its island. On either side of the river were fields and groves now, and a town sat on the east bank, just upriver from the island. Ned could hardly believe this was still dawn. It was as green as he remembered the riverlands to be, only rockier. After they had buried the bodies at the tower, he could not take all 5 of his men on a trek back up through the mountains, and he doubted any of them would appreciate being stripped of flesh and boiled. They had traveled to the Silent Sisters' sanctuary nearby. He had given them Lionel's body. Then he'd left Howland with the babe and the 2 women while he traveled to Starfall with the man called Borsio. He couldn't bear to look upon Lionel's face one last time, but now he wished he hadn't been so cowardly. The knowledge was only now settling in, taking root, that he would never look at her in the flesh again. Already knowledge of it ached like a festering wound. Roriger had left Lionel only an old Rhoynish healer called Yuli, her son Borsio, who did the heavy lifting, and her granddaughter Wyla, who served as the infant's wet nurse. He had not known what to say to any of them. The old woman had seen Sir Arthur's body lying in the sand and let out a blood-curdling wail for a long time. She would not stop crying, though her granddaughter had assured Ned all would be well. "My gran came to Starfall with the late Lady Dane," she had explained. "She watched Lord Arthur grow up and the like. But she understands. It's war. People die in war. You gave him a quick honorable end. She understands." But Ned doubted his family would. Gods, he hoped he would be met with the stranger that was Lord Dane when he arrived at Starfall. Hoped that Ashura would somehow not be there. He could not face her. And go to Starfall he must, and not only because he needed to return Dawn to salvage what was left of his honor. It was clear that people at the castle knew Lionel had been here. With Roriger. Knew, likely, that there would be a child. If he was to hide the infant away and keep him safe, he and those at the castle would need to tell the same story. They stopped once more to water the horses, and Ned gratefully took the flatbread spread with spiced paste from his silent companion. It seemed that Borsio was not merely a most reticent man, as Ned had originally thought. He was actually incapable of speech, though he could make humming or huffing sounds to accompany his gesticulating. Ned did not mind, really. He was not the talkative sort himself. The silent ride had given him ample time to consider his options with his nephew, whom he had decided to name after John Arryn. He would claim him as his bastard child, no one would question it, surely, for it was common enough that men had bastards on campaign, and he would take him back to Winterfell. Hoster Tully would not like it, and Ned did not like the idea of declaring to the realm that he had been unfaithful to his wife, but he would deal with those problems when they faced him in King's Landing. Ned supposed that, if Borsio did not speak, that was one fewer tongue to worry about. However, what he was to do with Uli the healer and Wyler the wet nurse he could not fathom. Eventually they would need to go home, and Wyler in particular seemed the chatty sort. If Arthur Dayne had brought them to the tower, likely he had trusted them, but they were not Ned's people, and he could not be sure. He was not sure of anything anymore, anything save he needed to protect Lyanna's son at all costs, and God's help him, he would find a way. Roriger and his careless stupidity. Ned found himself gritting his teeth each time Roriger entered his mind. He did not know what to make of Lyanna's words, but she had been right. It did not matter. The man left his children and wife to be slaughtered, and no matter if he kept Lyanna safe, was bedding her a necessity too. And now Lyanna was no more than bones in a chest thanks to Roriger Targaryen. Sometimes Ned found himself wishing he had been the one to crush in his chest at the trident, and he clung to the anger, for it hurt less than the helpless grief. As he rode up to the bridge leading to the castle, he said another silent prayer. He felt as though he were a raven, carrying death with him as he rode. His dark wings spread to cast black shadows over those who neared him, despite the blaring Dornish sun. Please let this be the end, he prayed. I cannot bear any more misfortune. I do not have the strength. O tilde O tilde O tilde O tilde O. He had to repeat his title to the guards 3 times before they understood him, and even then they looked at each other and hesitated. They had never heard of Starks or Winterfell, and why should they? He was about as far from home as he could be without leaving Westeros. Can I ask your business here? Ah, my lord, asked the runner boy, clearly dubious about his lordly status. He couldn't blame him for that either. He'd been wearing the same traveling clothes for nearly a fortnight, and though he had done a cursory washing at the sanctuary, there had been no time to shave or even scrub the dust from his face. I'm here to see your lord, he said. I have something to return to him. The boy bowed and raced off across the bridge without more questions, but one of the guards frowned. Lord Dayne's not here, my lord. You just missed him a couple days back. Ned felt his jaw tighten. He had been afraid of this, but he asked stubbornly. I will be meeting Lady Dayne then. No, my lord, the other guard shook his head. Our lord isn't married. Lady Ashura is home, so she's in charge. So it was then. The entire ride here, Ned had repeated to himself over and over that surely Lord Dayne would be home. That surely he would not be forced to meet Ashura like this, be forced to give her this news to her face. Perhaps the gods had found him disingenuous, for he lied when he wished not to see her at all. Or perhaps his gods held no power on the southern edge of this land. He waited in silence, trying to rehearse the exact words he would use, but he had never been a bard. And anyway, he doubted that any poet could find a gentle way to inform someone he had killed their brother. Ned did not know how long he stood there, but before he was ready, the guards had received some kind of signal from the castle, and they bowed him through the gateway. Borsio rode behind him, giving Ned a clear view down the flat bridge and past the final gate. There he saw her, and though he could not make out her features, the sight of her was at once intensely sweet and bitter. She was standing in the bailey, the breeze blowing her robes around her. Her hair was bound in a braid that spilled over one shoulder, ink against her cream-white skin, and as he drew near, for a moment he was dazzled by a purple sparkle as the sunlight caught her eyes just so. Warm, brilliant ash, who had made him laugh until his cheeks hurt, and then looked at him with those gemstone eyes, making him feel 10 feet tall. How could he have wished he would not see her? He had not realized how deeply he missed the sight of her. Gods, how he loved this woman. No, he reminded himself reflexively. No, he must not think about her now. He was married. He must not dishonor his wife. Except you aren't married, a cool voice put in. Not anymore. You're free to marry her if you wished. And Ned stiffened so violently that his horse nearly halted under him. He took a breath, nudging the horse to move again. He was not married anymore. Because Caitlin was dead. Dead after he'd barely known her a fortnight. Died giving birth to Ned's son. It had not been 2 moons, and here Ned was thinking of taking another woman to wife. Was he to dishonor Caitlin in truth as well? He approached the castle gateway now, and Ned pulled his mind to the task ahead. It was not hard to do. The weight of dawn, wrapped in spare sheets, pressed rigid against his back, the weight of his news burning painfully into his flesh. He had come close enough to assure her that he could see her throat move as she took in his form. Her face did not betray any emotion, pale and still as the white stone all around them, and even her round eyes were like frozen pools. She was wearing riding breeches under a sheer silk tunic the color of sand, and her hair was bound with silver wire, though dark curls escaped to fly about her face. Ned forgot to breathe. He remembered the first time he saw her, how he had been frozen stiff to his bench. Her beauty had overwhelmed his senses, and again Ned was winded by the sight of her. She was thinner than he remembered, her eyes bigger and her chin pointier. There was an air of fragility about her, as if her clothes were too heavy for her body, for all that they were silks rippling in the breeze. With a pang, Ned wondered if she had received news of his marriage. She must have. It was no secret. When last they saw each other he had held her to him and all but promised he would find a way to marry her. He had broken that promise, and every whispered word of affection between them. He had had no choice, but he had done her wrong regardless. He wondered now if it was hubris to think she would be affected by him after all these moons. All who had brokered their marriage were dead. She was no longer obliged to him, and she had made it clear the Dornish did not view what they'd shared at Harrenhal to be dishonorable. Had she only felt affection for him because she knew they would be wed? Had the time between them faded her feelings like dyed fabric under the sun? Her face was a stone mask, and he wondered briefly if this was Robert's complaint about his own face, that it seemed made of stone and betrayed no emotions. For once Ned was glad of it. He hoped the tangle of guilt and anguish and longing in his chest was not written on his face for all to see. Somehow, he managed to climb from his horse and land on his feet. He walked towards her, and she curtsied, then extended a hand as was proper. "Lord Stark," she said, her eyes meeting his without hesitation, though he could not seem to find her in them. For a moment he hesitated, wondering if it was wise to touch her. "My lady," he said finally, unable to bring himself to say her name. He took her hand lightly and bowed over it, thankful for the cover of formality. Her skin was ice cold, and Ned frowned. "Are you well, my lady?" he could not help asking. Her throat moved again. "Of course, my lord." She hesitated. "I trust you are well. And uninjured." "Yes, I thank you." For a moment they simply stared at each other, Ned feeling suspended in the air like a puppet. Finally, she nodded at him and turned away, then over to where Borsio was dismounting his horse. She gave the mustachioed man next to her a meaningful look before coming back to Ned. "Please, come inside, my lord. Corinne, have a room and bath prepared." The girl nodded, then looked at Ned, a little hesitant. Ned realized then that she meant to take the parcel he wore on his back, so shook his head. "I will take this in with me, thank you." The girl frowned, but curtsied and slipped away. Ashura looked at him again, curious, and it was he who bowed his head and looked at his boots. She led the way then, her riding boots clicking on the white stone. As they passed through another gateway, he thought he saw her hands trembling, but when they came into light again she had hidden them in her robes. Starfall was unlike any castle Ned had ever seen. They emerged onto a long courtyard lined with trees and a series of fountains and surrounded by porticos of intricate trifold arches. Ned followed Ashura down one of the covered walkways, his eyes straying to take in the exotic beauty of the place despite his troubled mind. At the end of the courtyard, she bade him enter. The great hall opened up before him, ornate with carved wood and marble, and sprinkled with light falling through the lattice windows on the vaulted ceiling. A young page stood in one of the light beams, carrying a tray. Silently, Ashura glided over to him and brought 2 plates to Ned. "Bread and salt, my lord," she said, offering him the ancient symbols of guest right. Ned reached to take the bread, but for a moment was uncertain. Did he do so in bad faith? Should he tell her what he had done first? Likely once she had heard it, she would not wish to extend him any courtesy. Never in his years at the Vale had Jon prepared him for what to do should he need to bring news of this nature. The page was still in the hall, however, and Ashura was beginning to frown at him. "I thank you." Ned took a piece of bread, dipped it in salt, and placed it in his mouth. She then brought Ned a brightly colored bowl. "Rose tea," she said. "For the heat." Ned nodded again, and drank all the warm liquid, his throat easing after the dry bread and salt. She brought the bowl back to the page, then dismissed him. "Come, this way, my lord." She led him through the empty hall then and past the high table into a smaller room, equally dappled with light. At the center was an elaborate wooden table. She bade him sit, but before either of them did so Ned removed Dawn from his back and set it on the table. He could not allow himself the luxury of putting off the news one moment more. She frowned again, her lips slightly parted with the question she was about to ask. "You said you came to return something to my lord brother, Lord Stark," she said stiffly. "Yes." He unwrapped the sheet. Dawn lay amid the fabric, its scabbard the same rich wood of the table it rested on, the clear yellow stone on its pommel catching the sunlight. Ned forced himself to look at Ashura, and watched as shock and bafflement crept into her face. "How do you have my brother's sword?" Her voice came to him in a whisper, a question as if for herself. "I am very sorry, my lady." "Sir Arthur, he is dead." Her head snapped up, her eyes huge. "What did you say?" Ned resisted the urge to avert his gaze. "Don't be a coward now. You owe her this. Sir Arthur is dead. I slew him." For a moment she was still as a statue, and then, to Ned's horror, she laughed. "No, you didn't. That's impossible." She was still smiling an exquisite, haunting smile, shaking her head as if he had told an elaborate jape. "My lady. What funny trick are you playing, my lord? And you expect me to believe you could have bested my brother? The best knight in the realm. Please, my lord, really, you don't even know where Arthur." "Ashura." The smile slipped from her face as she flinched, her eyes returning to the sword. "This is no jest. I speak true." "I don't believe you," she said, her voice shaking, her eyes fixed. "You're speaking nonsense. Tell me how you have Arthur's sword." Ned closed his eyes and let out a coarse breath. He had expected her to rage or to weep, but not this. "I received news about my sister's whereabouts while at Storm's End. I brought 6 men with me, and we traveled to the tower. Sir Arthur and the 2 other king's guard there stopped us. We drew swords, and in the fight Sir Arthur was mortally injured. I ended his life with my own hands." Again she was shaking her head. "No, but you could not have injured him so. Arthur is." For a moment, Ned did not notice that she was starting to lilt to one side, and was barely in time to catch her as she stumbled. Trembling himself, he helped her into a chair, and when she gripped his arm, he could feel her icy hand through the fabric of his shirt. "How did it happen?" she whispered. "Every detail. Tell me how it happened." Ned closed his eyes again, truth and lordly duty warring in his mind. Finally, he told her, his words simple, his voice level, of the way he had sparred with Arthur Dane. How Sir Arthur had disarmed him, how he had approached him, how Howland had injured him and how Ned had ended Sir Arthur's life with a dagger. "My bannerman did his duty to protect me," he said. "It was I who took your brother's life. Any fault is with me. Please bear him no ill will." She did not move for a long time, her face stone. When she looked back at him, Ned thought she might strike him, her eyes were so sharp. He would have let her, he deserved worse, but after a tense silence her brow knotted, and something seemed to shatter in her face. Ned felt something shatter in him too. Perhaps it was his heart. Perhaps it was only jagged shards of guilt. Not knowing what else to do, he reached into his tunic and pulled out the little shell Sir Arthur had pressed into his hand. He gave me this. Again she froze, staring at the pearly glow of the thing, and then she pushed out of her chair, stumbled from the table and through another door, her uneven steps echoing in the empty hall. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Ned found her in a small courtyard alive with the sound of gurgling fountains. The river seemed louder here too, and the murmuring duet of waves and fountains filled the little space to the brim. Ashura was braced against a tree, free hand over her mouth, heaving as if sick. For some moments he just stood under the doorway and stared, watching the grief rack her body. Part of him screamed to run to her and hold her and take away her hurt, but he could do none of that. Finally, she seemed to sense his presence, and looked up at him. Her cheeks were flushed an unnatural crimson, and her eyes rimmed in red, though there were no tears. She took one staggering step towards him, then two. Where is it? Where is the shell? Where is it? Only then was he aware that he still clutched the thing. He opened his hand, and she took the shell from him as if in a daze. Did he say anything? Only that he wished to be buried there. And that he was sorry about you, and he hesitated. She hadn't seemed to hear him, but when he did not continue she turned her amethyst eyes up to him. And my sister, he finished. She blinked, and then those eyes grew huge once more, and her brows knitted. Lyanna, and her babe, where is she? And old Uli and Wyler? Ned told her, his voice blanketed by the waves and gurgling fountains, but again she was shaking her head. No, she is only 7 months gone. She should not have started labor so early. I don't know, none of this is real. Breathing alone seemed suddenly to burden her. She turned to him, her hands moving as if to reach for him, but then she balled them into fists and walked away from him to brace herself against the tree once more. I promised I would see her through this, he heard her whisper, surely to herself. I told her I'd be with her, I promised I'd teach her how to throw blades. This is all a terrible dream. I will wake soon, and all will be well. A stab of white-hot grief pierced him as if from nowhere, and Ned wondered how it was that he was not bleeding in truth, so blinding was the pain. I wish it were a dream as well, he heard himself say. She faced him, and in a blur of glowing silks she was before him, her cold hand on his. Her eyes were deep as the black water pool at Winterfell, and he wanted to lose himself in her and never emerge. Perhaps if they could stay like this, eyes locked, he would not need to face his cold truths. I am sorry. For Lyanna, she whispered. So deeply sorry. There was so much life in her that I cannot fathom her gone. Ned only nodded. When had it become her task to comfort him? Ashura, your brother, No. Please, don't. She closed her eyes and pulled away quickly, as if shrinking from a fire. I cannot, just do not tell me you are sorry too. He would hate to hear you to say so. She was walking away now, shoulders rising with her breaths. At the doorway she stopped, but did not turn back. A servant will come take you to your chambers. I plan to send riders to fetch old Uli and Wyler from the sanctuary. With your permission, they will bring your bannerman and child here as well. I could not impose. Not after. It was shocking she had not yet ordered him out of her home. It is not an imposition. My brother died to protect that child. The best place for him is here, where he will be cool and fed and properly cared for. Please pen a letter to your bannerman, for my men to take with them. When Ned did not immediately answer, she turned to face him, her eyes burning, her face tight. Gods be good, Eddard Stark, I mean neither of you harm. Must I swear it on Arthur's bones? No. I did not mean, that was not why, my lady, please. I do not know what to say. Say nothing, then. And do as I ask. Ned hesitated. 'Tis simply that this is a large castle. I fear the child's presence would be impossible to keep secret. What secret is there to keep, my lord? You are a father with his newborn son. Then she faded into the shadow of the corridor. Chapter 7, Elephants, Someday. Chapter text. Arthur, do you have to go? Ashura was 7. 10 days passed, They had laid Amma's body out on the white stone pyre, and Arba had held a torch to her purple robes until the silk came alive with flame. When the fire died, she had watched her mother's ashes being carried away on the sea breeze, whispering around them before disappearing forever into the horizon. And now Arthur was leaving her too. They were lying head to head on one of the pebble beaches tucked away below Starfall, the splashing of the waves the only sound filling the little cove. Her brother had his eyes closed, soaking in the sun like a lizard, but Ashura kept her eyes wide open. She did not understand why he must go to King's Landing. Why can't you train with Surian like you do now? You can't even best him in sparring yet. I do not leave for a better teacher, he said, giving her hand a pat. I go because it is a great honor to be invited. I'll be training with the King's Master at Arms, and I'll be a companion to the Prince. We are cousins, don't you know? But won't you miss Starfall? Won't you miss me, she wanted to ask. He turned to her and opened his eyes, giving her a shrug. It matters not. It is my duty to bring honor to our house. Ashura wanted to tell him that she didn't care one whit about the honor that her brothers and father so often spoke of. She could not see it or touch it, and she would much rather have Arthur home, to play with her and tell her stories using his array of character voices, than this elusive honor that she did not understand. She kept her mouth shut. Perhaps before, she would have told him her thoughts, but if she did, Arthur would only give her a patronizing smile and tell her there was much she did not know. Arba had told her she must not be a little girl any longer, and Ashura was determined not to disappoint him. You will visit home often, won't you? She asked instead. Arthur frowned. I do not think I can. I'll have many responsibilities, I imagine, and it is not a short trip to King's Landing. I wish I could go with you. Ashura had never been anywhere beyond the Red Mountains and the Prince's Pass, and when she looked out into the sea from the Palestone Sword, she wished she could know how it felt to sail into the open waters, bound for adventure. She wanted to visit Sunspear and Old Town, King's Landing and Lannisport. She wanted to stand at the top of the wall, and then she wanted to see Qarth and the Free Cities. When she grew bored with Maester Boar's lectures on grain production and tax collection, she would conjure images of all the places she'd learned of, and fancy herself an intrepid explorer who would travel the known world. Arthur would be with her, of course. She didn't know how to fight with a sword, and she would get lonely if she went by herself. It seemed all too attractive now. Perhaps if she left home for a while, she could get rid of this weight that had recently settled on her chest, and find it easier to breathe. Arthur had given her a funny look. From what I have heard, King's Landing is crowded and dirty. And it stinks. I still want to see it. I heard the dome on the Great September is made entirely of glass and crystal, and the bells are bigger than elephants. How do you know how big elephants are? I don't. I want to see elephants too. A spark lit in Arthur's eyes. I'd like to see an elephant as well, he admitted. Mayhaps when you're done with this training, we can go see elephants together, said Ashura, the very prospect bubbling pleasantly in her belly. Arthur smiled, but it was a little sad. I'll take you to see elephants someday. Ashura frowned. It will be very long before I see you again, won't it? Not so very long. A couple of years, I imagine. What was he saying? 2 whole years. That was an eternity. Would he even remember her by then? Ashura scrambled to her feet, an idea suddenly occurring to her. For a few minutes, she scanned the little pebbles, examining them while Arthur sat up, confused. Finally, she found a perfect little shell and brought it over to her brother. It was barely the size of her palm, and a most true shade of pink, glowing pearlescent in the sun. I know necklaces are for girls, but will you find a way to keep this on you? Arthur had raised an eyebrow at her, skeptical. Why? What's so special about the shell? Ashura bit her lip. I don't know. I just like it best. I don't want you to forget about me when you're gone. Her voice trailed off at the end like a wisp of smoke, and she could feel herself blushing. But Arthur didn't laugh or give her more confused looks. He only nodded, and pulled out his dagger. Frowning in concentration, he bore a small hole into the shell. Then he picked loose the hem of his undertunic and pulled out several long threads, twisting them together and threading them through the shell. Put it on for me. She tied the threads behind his neck. I'll think about you every time I see it, he said. So long as I keep changing into clean clothes, you don't need to worry, I'll forget you. He was teasing her, she knew, but Arthur did not tease nearly as much as Dev did, so Ashura did not mind it. Promise you'll always keep it on you. I promise, Ash. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Damn him. Damn him to all 7 bloody hells. She had tried to pray in the September, but each of the 7 seemed to be against her. Ashura doubted justice or mercy still existed in her world. The smith could not mend her. The maiden seemed to mock her with the irony of her heartache. She could not bear to look at the warrior. Before the crone, she had tried to light a candle for guidance, but her hand shook so that she burned her fingers, and then the flame had snuffed out. And the stranger, oh, the stranger had words of advice for her, dark and cold like the wind that had whispered to her in the tower. More than ever she wanted to follow, to be light and free even for a few moments, and the desire frightened her into fleeing the September. In her chambers, Ashura had tucked herself into a corner chair and not moved for hours. She stared at the pale wall, but red crept in at the edges of her vision. She could not remember a time when she had been so light-headed with pure rage, but she clung to the ball of flame in her throat, because the burning masked the sinking despair. Arthur's shell cut into the palm of her hand, but that pain too felt cleansing. Damn him. Her gallant brother. Her good, honorable, fool of a brother. Oh, how easy it must have been to act as if he had no other option. How easy it must have been to stay at the tower and follow a dead man's orders. How easy, to say he had no other choice and convince himself of the notion. Men always had choices. When they chose their own selfish pride over life, and family, and mundane responsibility, they sweetened the choice with talk of honor. She wanted to dig Arthur out of the ground and strangle him herself. His last words to her were still clear in her ears, blended with the wind and rustling sand. It felt as if they had spoken barely hours ago, so vivid did his face and image still burn behind her eyes. Be careful on the road. I will see you soon. She almost laughed aloud. Oh, they said the great Arthur Dane was the perfect knight. He always did the right thing. He always acted with honor. He was the image of loyalty, and served his vows and his prince to his dying breath. But what of all the words he had spoken to her? I will see you soon, he had said, so confident, and then he had not given her a single thought until his blood covered the sand and the ink of his death was dry. She did not know if he was overconfident that he could control that battle under the tower, or if he was simply eager to die carrying out Roriger's instructions to the letter. Likely, it was both. His pride won over all else. As it always had. And then he'd had the gall to send Ned back with that bloody shell. Ashura had never cared one whit if her brother was a true knight, or gallant, or the best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms. She just wanted Arthur to be her brother. But she wasn't ever enough. When was a little sister ever enough for boys with big dreams? She had always known that, hadn't she? Ever since she was 7, and he had shrugged off the idea of missing home. And yet it still hurt. Ashura reached blindly for the anger, holding it desperately to the sinking hole that was opening in her chest, trying to staunch the bleeding. She would not cry. Could not. If she let herself weep, she might never stop, which would not do. She had a delicate situation with Ned and the babe, and a castle to run before Dev returned. Dev. She had written a shaking letter to him and sent off the raven, but she knew he would not return until his business in Sunspear was finished. Just as well. If she saw him too soon she might be tempted to strangle him as well. She could already see his resigned frown when he read her letter. There would be no shock or anger in his grief, only his cold acceptance of the inevitable. Every man must make his choices. Dev had accepted Arthur's long ago, and never once tried to dissuade him from it, for all that he was the only one who might have changed Arthur's mind. She felt herself shaking again. Good. Anger was good. Anger was hot and alive. The alternative was like those nights on Dragonstone, damp that chilled through the bones, as if one could never be warm again. And Lyrie. Her poor baby sister. She would grow up with only the cool, erratic humor of their oldest brother, and whatever scraps of tenderness Ashura could manage to scrape from the shell of her being. Ashura did not think she could ever find it in herself to comfort another again. Chapter 8, Do you not want revenge? Notes. Trigger warning for miscarriage references. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. /n, trigger warning for miscarriage references. 2 days later. Ashura sat on the hearth of the fireplace in the great hall with Dawn across her lap. She had not left her bed the day before, not even for the tower. She slept a leaden, dreamless sleep, interrupted by moments of waking in which she could not remember where she lay or who she was. Somehow, the sleep left her weak and bleary, but she could not neglect her duties any longer. With a soft rag and a boar hair brush, she cleaned the yellow sand and dirt from all the crevices near the hilt of the sword, then polished the golden stone that rose from the pommel like the rising sun. It was rather a miracle the sword still belonged to her family with Arthur slain in battle, but Ashura had never imagined there would come a day when she would be the one cleaning it. "My lady." The sound of Ned Stark's voice made her jump, and she nicked her thumb on the side of the pale blade. The sting of it bloomed over her hand. In an instant, he was before her, pressing down hard on her thumb with her polishing rag. "Are you all right? I did not mean to startle you." His hand was very warm, like evening sand, and Ashura found herself leaning into him before reality cleared her head and she forced herself away. "Of course," she said briskly. "Only a scratch." She rose, holding Dawn by the pommel, and gave him a most proper courtesy, staring at the floor. "I thank you for bringing Dawn back to Starfall, my lord," she said stiffly, her voice like sand in her mouth. "And for burying my brother as he wished. My family and my house are in your debt." There was a stricken sort of silence. "No, please, my lady, that is not, please do not, I can't," he sounded horrified. "It was the only thing to do. House Dane certainly owes me nothing. A lesser man would not have done as you did, and I know you well enough to understand the world is full of lesser men." Another silence. Ashura did not know where to rest her eyes, but she was afraid to look upon his face. She knew herself, and she knew her heart. She feared she would not find the anger that ought to be there. "This man is the reason Arthur is dead," she tried to tell herself once more. "He and his bannerman. You must loathe him." But when she finally found the courage to meet his eyes, all that washed over her was longing for a life that would never be hers. She had no more anger left, only regret. Was she to resent the bannerman for protecting the life of his lord? Was she to blame Ned Stark for giving Arthur a quick end? She could not even hold on to her rage at Arthur for being so careless with his life. "He killed your kin. Do you not want to take revenge? Does your blood run so cold?" Perhaps it did. Her brother was dead, and here was his killer, a guest she'd accepted under her roof. Yet all she thought when she looked upon him was that he was not at fault. She must be going mad. Or just frozen. Reason was always so cold, yet she could not help yielding her human heat to its unfeeling depths time and again. That was comforting in its way. When one was cold enough, one did not feel. "Were you lost, my lord?" Ashura forced herself to ask. He shook his head. "No, I wished to speak with you, ask you some things, and your servant pointed me here." Lyanna's son. He wanted to ask her about keeping his secret, she realized. She thought again of his plan to call the babe his own bastard, and her heart ached. He would have the world believe he broke his marriage vows to keep his promise to his sister. Ashura nodded. "If you'd wait a moment." She turned back to the fireplace, built with ornate white stone blocks. Stepping up on the high hearth, she lifted Dawn onto its glittering pegs, careful not to cut herself again. Arthur, naturally, had been most diligent in the upkeep of his blade. Her thumb still throbbed. "This way, my lord," she said as she led the way behind the high table once more. "Does the scabbard for Dawn not rest with the sword?" Ned asked. Ashura shook her head. "When a new sword of the morning is chosen, he has his own scabbard made. When the word caught in her throat. "When he dies, the scabbard is burned with the body." With Arthur, there would only be the scabbard to burn. In his burial, too, his duty had come before family. She led him to the murmuring yard directly this time. Her ancestors had built the courtyard behind the council hall to facilitate discreet conversation, and the sound of the waters masked any words from would-be eavesdroppers. She bade him sit near a fountain. I take it you wish me to list the people who know your secret. She started without preamble, eager to fill the discomforting space between them. You have met them all, save my lord brother. I trust all four with my life. She hoped that meant something to him. He hesitated. Even Wyler. Especially Wyler. Did she not seem trustworthy? No, only, she seemed rather talkative. She is smarter than she appears. She only blathers on about trifling things. He looked unconvinced. Ashura pursed her lips. She was my handmaiden from the time I went to King's Landing until Lyanna arrived at the tower. She has seen me through rather many things, and never said a word. Ashura remembered those lifeless evenings in her chambers on Dragonstone, staring at that ornate wooden box. There was a cold, damp pit where her heart once beat, and her only sensation was the warmth from the brazier Wyler burned at her feet. For a moment Ned did not seem to understand, and then she watched the realization hit him like a slap. At Harrenhal as well. Yes. Like I said. Never a word. But, she did not recently have her own child, then. How can she be a wet nurse? Old Yuli has herbs. It is not an uncommon thing. Any woman can nurse a babe. But sometimes there is no babe to nurse, even when the woman has milk to give. Her own breasts had been full and aching for a sennight after the stillbirth, and many times a day Wyler had needed to change the fabric binding her chest, when they grew wet at baby Egon's crying. Her answer seemed to satisfy him, but Ashura spoke again. Regardless of trust, it might be best if I send them with you when you sail. Wyler, at the very least. He opened his mouth to protest, but Ashura shook her head. You will not have anything prepared for the babe. And John will need a wet nurse for the journey. A curious crease appeared between his brows. I will have a nursery prepared before I return. I've already sent word back to Winterfell. You have. But how? I have a son, my lady. It was like someone had poured the fountain over her head. You need not speak in quotes here, my lord. I speak truly, and not of John. My wife bore me a son. All the air gushed from her lungs, and Ashura had never been so grateful for her years masking her heart at court. Somehow, she managed to stretch a smile over her face. My congratulations, she heard herself say as if from the far end of a tunnel. You must be elated, to be blessed with an heir so soon. Yet even as she spoke, something did not seem right with Ned's expression. Even with Lyanna's death, surely the birth of a son would bring some semblance of joy to his face. He looked sullen as stone. My wife bore me a son. And then she died. No, the word slipped from her mouth in a whisper, and again, without thinking, she reached for his hand. Oh, Ned. Your wife and your sister, I cannot tell you how sorry I am. He nodded mutely, and Ashura saw his jaw tighten. How much loss could a person bear in so short a time? Suddenly she saw her own hands, white as the palest stone sword, clutching the wooden box with the tiny bones. Elia had tried to stop her seeing the babe, saying it would haunt her, but Ashura had pleaded. Her head had been smaller than her own palm, her hands barely larger than her thumbnail, yet each finger had been perfectly formed, tinged with a beautiful, haunting blue. She had counted all her perfect fingers and toes over and over, her perfect girl, perfect in all ways save that she did not draw breath. No one had been able to tell Ashura what she had done wrong, and no books at Starfall could provide her answers. Sometimes a woman is not suited to bear children, one tome had read, and Ashura had fled the library. Elia has stroked her hair and insisted it was not her fault, but if frail, delicate Elia could bring two healthy children into the world, what was wrong with her own body? Ashura would have gladly died if it meant her babe could live. For a wild moment, she thought she might like to say this to Ned. Would it bring him comfort to know Lyanna and Lady Catelyn might have thought the same? Comfort, she thought bitterly. Was it only days ago that she wished Ned here to give her comfort? Surely the gods were laughing at their clever little joke. And yet why did she want even now to lay her head against his tunic and feel his arms around her shoulders? She became aware of his thumb stroking circles over the back of her hand. It felt right. Thawed her. He killed your brother. He married another. He is not meant to be yours, Ashura Dayne. She pulled her hand away, even as a little voice whispered that he was married no longer. The voice was ugly and selfish, but still she heard it. "Do consider my offer about Wyler, my lord," she said stiffly. "Please believe I only want what is best for Lyanna's son. I held great affection for her." He looked up at her, searching. "Did you spend very long with her?" "I arrived when Roriga left. 5 moons, perhaps." "I am grateful." "You had every reason not to, given your friendship and your loyalties, and yet you did her a great kindness." "I thank you." She wanted to shake her head and tell him that she had gone because of him, because Lyanna had been his beloved sister. Instead, she shook her head and said, "I did what was right." She was 16, with child and alone. She would have done the same for me. Or another woman. That drew a little smile to his lips. She would have. "Did she tell you how things happened? That she was not kidnapped?" A shadow fell over his brow, and she could see his jaw tighten. "She tried to. She was weak at the end." Ashura tried not to imagine smiling, buoyant Lyanna lying in blood, pale as death and fading. Turning her eyes down to the colored garden tiles, she recited all Lyanna had told her of the entire misfortune, how Aes had thought her a traitor and sent his guards after her near Harrenhal, how Roriga had learned of the arrest and stolen her back to avoid war, how she had tried to send messengers to Lord Brandon and Lord Stark, but none had reached them, and finally how they hid in the ruins of Summerhall, not daring to emerge for fear of the king's soldiers, learning of news when things were too late. She had fallen in love with the prince then, and the prince with her, and they had married before a weirwood tree. "You must see it was not her doing," said Ashura, when she saw how Ned's expression had grown hard. "I would not have told you all this if I thought you'd blame her. I do not. Not for my father and brother." He wiped a hand over his face. "But she should not have, he already had a wife. What was she thinking? And why did she not try harder to find me?" Ashura shook her head. His eyes were rimmed with red from her words, and she wished she could take them back and tell him she knew nothing at all. But he deserved all the truth she could give him regarding this. He had nothing else of his sister left, nothing save Jon and this truth. What could she do in the midst of war? Cross enemy lines and pick through your camp herself. As for Elia, you will find a letter when my men bring back Lyanna's things. She had not thought of the scroll Lyanna had shown her for some moons now, but it had been just like Elia to send such a thing to her husband. She was weak from her pregnancies, and could give Roriga no more children. "I do not understand it," but they both agreed adamantly he needed another. When they told her she could not be with child again, I have never seen her go so white. So it seems she wrote to them, and gave them her blessing. Elia had done her duty in her marriage, but passion, no, there had only been affection between them, lukewarm and placid. Now Ned looked as if she had sprung 3 heads. "But they were married," he said stubbornly. "How could the princess? She never loved the prince the way your sister did. If nothing else, you can trust me in that." And I saw the letter. It was in her hand, and in her character. Arthur himself had ridden through the Kingswood in the dead of night to bring the letter back, and had refused to tell Ashura any more when she had pressed him. Damn him, she thought again, her teeth grinding. Her brother, and Roriga, and their bloody secrets. "It doesn't matter," said Ned. "No Septon would ever consider such a marriage valid." "No, it does not. But they did not do it for that. You sister, she wished to be bound to him before your old gods." Lyanna's eyes had sparkled when she had said so to her. He was the only bit of happiness she had left. Ned had his forehead in his hands, and he looked at once like an old man burdened by the world and a boy lost in its tragedy. On instinct, Ashura extended her hand to draw him to her, for she desperately wished to cling to him and soothe both their hearts. At the last moment, she withdrew. There was a bloody war tearing her conscience in two, the wound stinking of guilt and longing and the helpless irony of her life. She rose. "Good day, my lord. You are welcome to the castle grounds and gardens. They might bring some solace. O tilde o tilde o tilde o tilde o." The following day, Ashura shook Illyria awake before dawn and helped the drowsing child into white hemp morning robes, tying a long, pointed hood over her head. Illyria's eyelids drooped, but she gave Ashura a lazy grin. "These hats are so silly." "I know, love. We'll only have to wear them a little while. You look funny in yours, Atta. You should keep it on. Under the fish-belly white of the sky, Ashura led her sister down to the docks, where Rian was waiting with one of the little catboats. Why are we going sailing in the dark? Asked Illyria. We aren't. We're going to the Ling. Are we going to visit father and my mother? You can put a flower by their stones if you'd like, said Ashura, helping her into the boat as Rian untied the dock line. Illyria nodded, and spent the short time on the water nodding off back to sleep on Ashura's shoulder. The catboat needed little navigating as it flowed out with the tide. This far downstream, the estuary was dotted with stony outcrops rising from the foaming water, some overgrown with plant life, others bare and pale, a landing for seabirds. The biggest outcrop her ancestors had named the Eight of Ling. Its formations were blanketed with a grove of junipers and pinsapo pines, and no one knew if the trees had grown naturally, or if some long ago Dane had planted them amid the rocks. Tacking, my lady, said Sir Rian as he turned into the island. Duck your head, love. Ashura gently pushed Illyria's head down with her own so the boom could pass over them. Rian eased the boat into the stone dock on the Eight, and Ashura nudged her sister onto shore. Look, Liri, the sea daffodils are up. Her sister's eyes lit up. My mother loved them, didn't she? Yes. Do you remember how to get to her stone? Illyria nodded. And would you place some flowers for our father and my mother as well? Do you remember where? All right. Be careful where you step, and come back here before the sky starts turning yellow. Her sister disappeared in a blur of white. The girl had never known her mother, who had died after a fall from a horse not long after her birth. Ashura herself remembered little of woman who had been her stepmother for 2 years. She was spending most of her time at Sunspear then, coming home only for a turn of the moon each year, but the woman had been kind, always wore white daffodils in her hair, and was not unlike her own mother, whose memory was but a faded tapestry. Near where they had docked was the funeral pyre, on which the family had burned their dead for 10 millennia, or so the stories claimed. It was carved from the same stone that had built the foundations of Starfall, and could resist even dragon fire, as the Targaryens had learned when they could only melt the roofs off the castle. Already Rian was setting twigs and moss upon the smooth white stone, and Ashura retrieved Arthur's scabbard from the boat. They had no real need for a true pyre of wood. There was no body to burn, though Ashura was glad for the scabbard, at least. What strange debts her family owed to Ned Stark now, but her ancestors would be placated. The dark wood of the scabbard was smooth and worn under her hands, and she ran her fingers over it absently as she laid it on the kindling. When Illyria returned, she led her sister to the pyre. Do you remember our brother Arthur, Illyria? Arthur had not come home to Starfall in years, and before that, he had made only short visits. Illyria's brow crinkled. Is he tall? Yes, very tall. She nodded wisely. I remember him. I sat on his shoulders in the town once and I could see the tops of everybody's head. And he likes pomegranate cream tart and orange cake. Ashura almost laughed. How do you know that? You always say. When we have pomegranate tarts and orange cake you always say, oh, Arthur would be sad to miss this when we eat them. I do, don't I? Arthur always did have a sweet tooth. Do you know what Arthur was, Liri? She thought for a moment. Marder and Rena sometimes say Sir Arthur Dane has dawn and is the best knight in the 7 kingdoms and brave and also valiant and never loses a fight. And I'm lucky he is my brother. Ashura found herself digging her nails into her palm so she would not shake. He was all these things, love. He was a knight of the Kingsguard. They wear white cloaks and swear to protect the king and his family with their lives. Did you learn about that with Maester Bors? Yes. Well, Arthur always did his duty. It was the most important thing to him. And in doing that duty, he died. Illyria frowned again. He went where my mother and father went. She swallowed past the burn in her throat. Yes, love. Yes, he did. Are we here to visit him too? We are here to give him funeral rites. Now, come here. She led her to the pyre. You see this? This was his scabbard, which he used to carry Dawn. We will burn this, and its ashes will carry his spirit out to sea, where it will join those of our ancestors. Do you understand? Her father had once said those words about her mother, and Dev had once said those words of her father. It was calming to explain such things to her little sister. Ashura was thankful the words came so easily. Yes. For a few moments they waited, and when the first rays of the sun burst above the red mountains, setting the water alight, Ashura touched the torch to the little pyre. Notes. Apologies if you're getting impatient for them to like, just speed things up. I am also impatient, but I want the story to progress naturally even more. Just know that if you're frustrated, I'm even more frustrated. You're not exactly getting a slow burn, but hopefully things pay off in future chapters. IDK guys. Also, I've realized I'm really awful at naming chapters. Like, why did I start doing that? Should I stop? Lastly, I'm sort of realizing I'm in a little over my head. If any of you would like to beta for me, helping mostly with plot development and character arcs, please let me know. I will, name a character after you. Let you name the future direwolf lays. Name a direwolf after you, if you're into that. Chapter 9, The Gods, Laughing. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Some days later. Howland was recovering. They would be fit to leave Dawn soon, though Ned had taken to cursing himself daily for failing to notice the extent of his injury from Sir Gerald Hightower. When the Starfall guards had returned from the sanctuary in the middle of the night, Howland's skin had been nearly too hot to touch, and he had almost fallen off his horse in the Bailey yard. The Roynish healer Yuli had done what she could, but the Cranogman had been stubborn and understandably mistrustful, and had not let her look at the wound until the pain became unbearable. At the castle, the old woman had set to work at once with her array of distillations and fermented pastes, and Howland was soon out of danger. Still, Ned felt a sickening chill down his spine every time he thought of his fallen bannermen, and the possibility Howland had faced of joining them. They had been 7 on that boat sailing up the Wyl. Ned could still remember Willam Dustin and Theo Val laughing too loudly in the night. Now he and Howland were the only 2 left. In the Bailey yard, Ashura had only directed her servants to see to Howland's care, but Ned had seen that she did not once look at his friend. She believes blame for her brother's death lies with Howland, and not with me, he realized, and Ned could not help the tinge of relief this knowledge brought him, though it was nearly engulfed by shame. He should have lied. Was it not his duty to protect his bannerman, especially in the deeds he had done to save Ned's life? But he had looked into her gemstone eyes that day in the courtyard, and the truth had tumbled out. This woman still drove him out of all reason and duty. It was a blessing the castle was so large, and the servants sent his meals to his rooms. If he had to see her more often, he did not think he could stop himself from pulling her into him and not letting go again. Ned did not know how Ashura kept herself from crumbling into grief and despair. Perhaps it was the same force that kept him determined to face every morning on his feet, no matter how very close he felt to collapsing during all hours of the day. In their conversations by her fountains, Ned had seen the cracks in the armor she had donned against the world, against him, and the staunch bravery on her paling face had twisted at him until his heart bled. But what could he do? What could either of them do? Their lives and loss were laid out before them, like footsteps imprinted in stone. Walking to the nursery to see John, Ned was just outside the open door when he heard Ashura's voice from within. He froze. And the tops of their heads are very soft still. Do you feel the bone at the top of your head? A pause. Yes, came the sweet voice of a child. Newborn babes have a gap in the bones up there. That is why we must always keep the cap on him, and be very careful when we hold his head. There's a hole there. But, the child was tapping on her own head. But how does his brain stay in his head? Ashura laughed, and Ned had not realized how he had missed the buoyant sound until it echoed in the nursery. His throat was suddenly tight, and he ventured a small step into the room like a moth drawn to flame. She was sitting in a wide chair angled away from the door. Next to her, a little girl with wheat-colored hair sat on a tufted stool, too busy studying the babe in Ashura's arms to notice Ned standing in the doorway. The skin on his head, I suppose Ashura was saying. We shall have to ask the Maester to explain in detail. Do you think he'll know? Maester Bors never teaches me about babies. The Maesters know a great many things, love. In the other kingdoms, it's usually Maesters who aid women giving birth, so they must know about babes and childbirth. In the Reach. Yes. And the Stormlands. Yes. And the West, Westerlands, and the Crown Lands, and the Vale, and the North, and the Iron Islands, and the, Ned could hear the frown in the little girl's voice, and he almost laughed aloud. Think fish, Leary. Where do fish live? Oh. And the Riverlands. Their lord is the trout. Very good, love, said Ashura, and Ned could hear her smiling. In her arms, Jon made a gurgling sound, and the girl who must be her sister Illyria bounded from her stool to stand over him. Ned dared another step, and now he saw the clear outline of Ashura's face as she peered at Jon cradled in her elbow. His breath stopped. Afternoon light spilled through the windows, and in the golden glow her face was incandescent with soft joy. Her eyes were downcast, a small smile lifting her mouth, and she looked at Jon as if all the secrets of the gods lay in his face. Ned tried not to even blink, so desperate was he to ink this image in his mind. He had never seen anything so beautiful. Did I used to be that little? Asked Illyria. I don't know, love. When I met you, you were already 6 moons old, and could sit up on your own. Is Jon going to grow a lot when he's 6 moons old? She did not answer right away, and New saw her sink her teeth into her lower lip. I don't know. Jon is not going to be at Starfall for that long, I'm afraid. He's leaving. With his father, yes. When Lord Stark's Bannerman is all better, they will be leaving. Is Wyler leaving with Jon? I like Wyler, I don't want her to leave. I cannot be certain. It is up to Lord Stark, and he has not told me his intentions. But Wyler has to go with Jon. Why is that? Rena says Wyler is Jon's mother. You always say mothers go with their babies if they can. Ned heard a sharp intake of breath, and it was not until 2 pairs of purple eyes turned to pin him did he realize it was he who had gasped. His face heating at his eavesdropping, he gave them both a short bow. Apologies for interrupting, my lady. My lady. The second he addressed to Illyria, who promptly blushed. Ashura stood slowly to face him, still holding Jon, and the image was another Ned wished to sear into his mind. She returned a shallow curtsy, and next to her Illyria was reminded to do the same. No apologies needed, my lord. I trust you are here to see your son. Ned cleared his throat. Yes. Is he? Have you been with him long? She smiled again, like rain in the desert, and shook her head. An hour, perhaps. Leary wanted to see the babe, so I sent Wyler to rest a while. Ned nodded, still staring. Ashura returned the stare above Jon's head. Then she said. Would you hold him? Oh. Yes. She glided towards him and Ned held out his arms. He was still awkward and stiff holding Jon, fearing that he was too soft and small, and one wrong movement could damage him. Ashura stood very close to him, and as she leaned in to give him the babe, his senses were awash with the sparkle of her eyes and the velvety light on her cheek and the deep sweetness of her skin. He took in a shaking breath and focused his eyes on Jon. Grey eyes stared up at him, inquisitive as usual, and shiny as river pebbles, the same way Lyanna's had shone when some curiosity caught her fancy. For a moment he was lost in them, thinking perhaps he looked at his sister once more. Then Jon yawned, and Ashura laughed again. He has not fussed since we came in, she was saying, but Ned barely heard her. He felt wonderfully drunk and dizzy, and strode over to take Ashura's seat in before the cold hearth. In a swish of robes, she followed him, and for a long while, Ned stared at Jon as he made squeaking noises and waved his pink hands about his head, aware the entire time of Ashura's warm form at his shoulder, feeling her beaming at them both. Finally, her voice came to him, but it sounded wrong. Thick and muffled. We'll leave you with your son, my lord. Ned looked up, and saw with a pang that she wore her stony mask once more. You needn't be guarded before me, he wanted to tell her, though he had long lost that right. I would never hurt you. He had never wished anything to be true so desperately, even as he saw in her eyes the wounds she carried, and knew he had wielded the blade. You needn't. Jon seems to like you here. She cast her eyes to the colored tiles. Wyler should be back soon. And I'll need to return Illyria to her lessons. Come, Leary. The little girl, who had been studying the tiny knitted shoes Wyler had found for Jon, looked up and pouted. Barley growing cycles are boring, she muttered as she dragged her feet to Ashura and took her outstretched hand. Ashura gave her little shoulders a pat. I know, love, but since you eat bread, it is only right you should know where it comes from. She offered Ned another bob of a curtsy. My lord. Leary. The little girl curtsied. Gee-bye, Lord Stark. Have a good lesson, my lady, Ned said, trying for a smile before nodding at Ashura. As they left the room, he heard the little girl's high voice echoing off the stone. But Atta, will you tell me 2 stories if Maester Bors says I remember all the stages in order? If you can recite both winter and summer cycles, yes. 2 stories with special voices and everything. Yes, love. I'm going to practice, seedling, emergence, tillering. That night, Ned saw Ashura in his dreams, wrapped in furs before the fire at Winterfell. She held 2 babes in her arms, murmuring some indistinct story to her sons as she rocked in her chair, the firelight gleaming on her dark hair. When he entered, she looked up and smiled her divine smile at him. I've missed you, my love, she said. Come, take one of them. My arms grow tired. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. She found him the next morning in one of the gardens beneath the castle, this one patterned with flowering quince trees and bushes of red blossoms. The rich scent of the blooms hung in the air like mist, but Ned found that the bright sun and colors buoyed him from sinking into despair alone in his chambers. My lord. He stood as she approached. My lady. She wore blue robes today, the color of the sky, and her hair tumbled loose and free about her shoulders. Again he noted how much fairer she appeared, almost pale, though the walk to the gardens had put a glowing pink in her cheeks. My brother has written from Sunspear, she said as she motioned him to sit back down next to her. In her hand was a letter. I hope his reply will mean you have no reason to refuse our ship back to Storm's End once your bannerman is well enough to travel. Ned felt his stomach tighten with the frustrated guilt, now so familiar. He should not be accepting any more of Ashura's kindness, especially as the death of her brother still loomed over them like a dagger, but Ashura had been right when she had first broached the subject. He had no other better means of returning to Storm's End, not when all Robert's ships were with Stannis and headed toward Dragonstone. I am grateful, my lady. Her expression wry. My brother does not offer out of kindness, my lord. He would have you speak to King Robert on our behalf. Oh. I would carry any message you desired. 'Tis more than a message, she said, looking down at her scroll. He has asked that you emphasize my family's goodwill to the new king, and that you stress Arthur was only doing his sworn duty. That you explain we are not a threat to King Robert's reign. Ned frowned. I don't believe Robert thinks you would be. Neither do I, but no doubt you must tell him whom you found guarding your sister. If nothing else, we are not asking you to tell falsehoods, my lord. You have lived at the castle and been through the town. I hope it is obvious my lord brother wants only to protect our knights and small folk, and for everyone to go about their lives. He felt his frown deepen. Surely Robert would not act retribution on all the houses with members who had fought for the Targaryens. Aerys had been the rightful king, after all. It would be wholly unreasonable. Still, he nodded. I will tell him what I've seen, my lady. Please write to Lord Dane that he need not fear retribution for Sir Arthur's role in the war. As you say, he only did his sworn duty. I thank you. Our ship is ready to sail whenever you are. How fares your bannerman? Your healer tells me that we best wait another day or 2, to ensure everything is mended under the skin. And have you considered my offer? Old Yuli tells me she would be more than happy to come with you with her son and granddaughter. She has never left Dorne, and would like to see the north. You are kind to offer, but surely you have need of her skills here. The woman used medicines Ned had never even heard of, but Howland was recovering very quickly for the way his wound had looked, and not once had Ned seen him show any signs of pain. She has had many students over the years, Ashura said. That is why I sent her with Wyler and Borsio. We can spare her, I assure you. Still, Ned shook his head. No, my lady, I thank you, but there is no need. I would not impose on your hospitality any more than I already have, and I trust them, if you do. But Wyler. Ah, so you do have some good sense after all. Surprised, Ned forgot this next words for a moment. She had not teased him thus since those days at Harrenhal, and a wonderful warmth bounced in his chest. He offered a small smile in response. You were right. John will not have anyone to care for him on the journey, and it is only reasonable that she come along, if she is willing, said Ned, remembering to avoid speaking too directly, for they were not in that murmuring courtyard. She is. And I take it you heard my sister in the nursery yesterday. Yes, my lady. I hope you do not mind the talk. It was a most logical conclusion, and I have seen no reason to quell the rumors. Ned nodded, though already the idea of his sewing a bastard rankled. He would have to get used to it. He would have to get used to a great many things. Again, I am so very grateful to you, my lady. He watched her lips thin, and added quickly, you and your family, I mean. I do not deserve, but I want what is best for John, and you are right about all of it. She shook her head and closed her eyes, a faint crease appearing between her brows. I know you do. This is no favor. And such is the tangled web of misfortune around us, Ned Stark, that it has long been beyond a matter of deserving. I do these things now solely to ease the unbearable pain, for there is a gash on my heart. There is no reason to it. She had not meant to say something so vulnerable, Ned could see, but he was grateful she did. At once both reached for the other's hands, and all he could hear was her trembling breath. Unable to stop himself, or perhaps not wishing to allow himself a chance for reason, he lifted a hand to her face and ran his thumb along her cheek. She seemed to lean into him on instinct, and for a moment her eyes closed and her lips parted, almost in a smile. On one of the nights they had snuck into the Godswood at Harrenhal, they had sat on a fallen log like this, the air singing with the smells of a forest awakening to spring. In the moonlight, her eyes had shone silver, and he had been lost in them as he told her of his hopes for his future. They had been modest, a keep on his father's lands, perhaps, and regular visits to Winterfell and Storm's End. He would aid his father and Brandon in keeping the king's peace in the north, and travel in their stead, and ensure the small folk who lived on his lands were fed and warm in the winters. Robert had shaken his head at these plans and told Ned he was a bore, that surely he would want to have adventures before he got old. Ned had shrugged. He did not mind the idea of adventure, especially if they were with Robert, but he was not restless and intrepid like his friend. He had taken a chance in telling Ashura. He had not known her more than 3 or 4 days then, and when he was done, he had stopped breathing, waiting for her to speak, afraid her face would fall in disappointment. Instead, she tilted her head and asked, "If we are married, would you let me help in all these tasks? They do teach Dornish girls more than needlepoint, and I am a good rider besides." From their first dance, he had realized she knew more about the world than he could fathom. On every subject from Bravo Sea politics to mine construction in the Westerlands she was knowledgeable and had something to say, and when Ned listened to her animated conversation he felt as if she could show him the whole world with a turn of her hand. And she was quick, so quick to tease him without malice, and Ned could not help matching her grins every time. "Of course I would be grateful for your help. You are certainly smarter than I am." She smiled at him then as if in wonder, as if he were some miracle and she could not believe her luck. Perhaps he had seen girls look at Brandon thus, and Robert, and he felt he was in a dream. "Perhaps I am, Ned Stark, but it takes a smart man to admit as much." They had both laughed, and her eyes had danced. "I would be happy to live anywhere so long as you are there, Ned," she had said, so softly he had not been sure if he heard right. But then she had closed her eyes and pressed a kiss to his hand, and Ned had somehow known he was all she needed. In the garden at Starfall, she wore that same expression now, as if with his hand on her cheek he could soothe all the pain of her grief. "I wish everything had been different since I last laid eyes on you, Ashura. Sometimes I wish it were so with such vehemence I think the gods cannot possibly deny me, but then I open my eyes and everything is still, as it is. Oh, Ned." She opened her eyes, and Ned felt their touch in his soul. When he spoke his voice was rough. "Do you, with what I have done, do you think you could ever?" "I don't know. Do you?" "I can think of nothing save that I would very much like to kiss you." The words were out of his mouth before he had even understood them himself. She did not look away, only parted her lips. He kissed her, softly, wondering distantly if he even remembered how. But once her soft mouth was on his, all hesitation fled, and soon his hand was in her hair, the intoxicating scent of her filling his nostrils, the taste of her like wine of his tongue. She pressed into him, her hand coming to stroke his neck, and the little sigh she made in her throat lit something hot and sharp in his chest. He did not know or care how long they were tangled thus, joy and heat humming through them, but eventually they came up for air. Their eyes met again, and for a moment, her eyes danced as they had in that Godswood, as if the pain of the war had been but a nightmare. It was the same for him. He felt light and full, as if he had grown wings and soared above the clouds. Ned opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, something shifted in her eyes, settled, or came back into place. At once she closed them and pulled away from his hands, and when she looked at him again, they had hardened to the jagged points of the amethyst they so resembled. "I'm sorry," she whispered, almost bewildered by her own reaction. "I should not, you should not, that was unwise." Her words were like northern winter winds lashing his bare skin, and Ned flinched. "Ashura." She let out a breath that sounded like a sob, and buried her face in her hands, her body shaking. When she looked up at him, he could see the open wound she spoke of written in the devastation on her face. "I don't think I can." "What? You ask if I could ever return to the way we were?" "I don't think I can." "Oh." And he fell back to the earth, his limbs leaden, his heart dropping into the abyss opening in him. He did not know how long they sat there, cold and rigid, neither able or willing to move. Finally, Ned spoke. "It is I who should be sorry, my lady." His voice was like the snapping of a dead tree. She turned away, her hair tumbling to hide her face. "Do you think the gods are laughing at us? Sometimes I think about the past 2 years and I too want to laugh and laugh. The gods are cruel. Yours and mine." She gripped the stone bench, her knuckles as white as death. "Your bannerman had no choice at the tower, but I cannot bring myself even to look at him, injured as he is. You had no choice in any of it, but I cannot help imagining, over and over, Arthur bleeding in the sand and you shoving a knife into his skull. And I feel I am drowning." And there was nothing left to say. Notes. Guys, Baby John and Baby Illyria were so fun to write. I hope I got some child behavior right. I had to do a lot of YouTube research, and now I want a baby. Chapter 10, to live. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. She should not have let him kiss her. That was the one thought that circled like a vulture about her mind for the rest of the day and into the next. She had spoken to him truly, for when she had returned to her senses, all she could see in her mind was Arthur dying in the dust and sand. How could she stand such a thing for the rest of her life? And how could she still love the man who had ended Arthur's life? Was she truly so wicked? Yet everything he did and every word he said to her only made her hold Ned Stark dearer to her heart. She should not have let him kiss her, but she could not find it in herself to regret it. It had been a terrible mistake to find him alone in the gardens to begin with. She should have known how weak was her conviction, but her skin had screamed for his touch, and for those few moments in his arms, she had been afloat with warmth, and light as a seabird. But it mattered little. He was leaving the next day, and despite the cloudless sky this afternoon, Ashura could hear her heart slowly cracking. Up in the tower room of the Palestone Sword, she looked out over the sea and hoped the view would free her. Yet even up here, she could not breathe. What was there left to breathe for? What use was trying? The wind whispered their dangerous, soothing words. Absently, she ran her thumb along the edge of Arthur's shell, letting it dig into the skin. She had taken to wearing the thinning piece of string around her neck in the past days, because every touch was a sharp pinch of pain, and even that felt good against the numb grey. Elia was dead. Arthur was dead. Her daughter was dead. Perhaps it was a sign of sorts from the gods. Perhaps she was not made to love others. It seemed a dangerous gift, her heart, and perhaps she would serve everybody best if she were carried away by the wind and sea. A high-pitched cooing sound came through the window behind her, and despite all Ashura felt a pleasant squeeze in her chest. Sure enough, when she peered out the north window, she saw Ned in the garden below, John's spring-colored hat peeking over his shoulder. She had thought she could never be warm again after the despair of yesterday, but the sight of the babe was like a candle in the darkening corners of her heart. She was in love with the child, she knew, for all that it had been mere days since she had first seen him clinging to Wyler's chest. More than once she wondered how sweet it would have been had her own child lived, and though the very idea made her curl up in a ball amid her blankets, she could not help her own imagination. But John would be leaving the next day, too, and Ashura knew they would take the last semblance of her lifeblood out to sea. Already she could feel the ghosts around her, and part of her wanted their cold hands and ashen touch, wanted to let herself wilt and die too, so she could keep their company. The sound of the babe fussing floated up through the window now, and he sounded on the verge of crying. Wyler seemed nowhere to be found, but before Ashura could grow concerned, Ned had begun pacing the little garden courtyard, bouncing as he walked, the deep timbre of his voice melding with the babe's as they floated up to her window. Ashura watched them, transfixed, and for a moment joy bubbled so pure in her throat that she wanted to laugh. Ned would not be like any father she knew. He would not observe from his high seat and act as some giant his sons could only view from afar, not for two babes without mothers. He would hold them and coo to them when they cried, and he would raise them to be good and kind and warm, just like him. And if their daughter had lived. Suddenly, she could not let him leave, not yet. Tearing her eyes away from the window, she flew down the stairs, nearly tripping in her haste. She ran through the little courtyard below the tower, her sandals pounding the white stone, and burst into the little lemon garden, her breath heavy in her ears. Startled, Ned turned, and she could see the surprise in his eyes. What a mess she must look, but Ashura did not have the spare mind to care. In his arms, John too turned his eyes towards her, then proceeded to blow bubbles with his mouth squished together like a duckling. Ashura heard herself laughing, though perhaps it was a sob. She turned back to Ned. "I would speak to you, my lord. I would show you something, before you leave." "Where is Wyler?" "Here, milady," came a voice on the other side of the fountain. Wyler's hurried from the far side of the garden, sewing basket on her arm. "Wyler, would you take John for now?" "My lord." Ned looked dazed by her sudden appearance, but after a few blinks turned to Wyler and passed John into her arms. In a wayward moment of affection, Ashura leaned down and kissed the babe's soft forehead, then his little hand. She led Ned down to the docks, her head spinning, feeling as if she watched her body from above. "Are you really going to do this?" asked the small, cold center of her rational thought. "You'll break before him, you've already shown cracks, and if you do there won't be any going back." But she was beyond caring. He had every right to know, and may what followed have mercy on them both. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. The docks below the castle smelled cleaner than any harbour Ned had ever visited, of sharp salt and balmy wind. Ashura had nearly run from the garden after giving him a look as fervent and hot as the sun, leading the way down here, giving him no chance to ask questions. She was like a woman completely changed from the day before, and Ned was not sure what to think. Now she motioned him over to the smallest sailboats Ned had ever seen, tucked away on the far end of the dock, their single sails bound to what William Dustin had taught him was called the boom. "Have you sailed a boat since we parted, Ned?" she asked, breathless, eyes flashing hard and bright, and he felt a little jolt down his back at her use of his name. "Nothing so small, even with my bannerman up the river Wyl, he said faintly. "I simply held the lines handed to me. I'm afraid I still know naught else." "It's no matter. Just hold things and duck your head when I tell you to." Obediently, Ned eased himself into the hull of the sailboat, feeling it sway beneath his suddenly boneless legs. The water had never agreed with him, but he would certainly not say so to Ashura. Particularly not now. She all but hopped in after him and promptly set about adjusting lines and sail as if she still walked on solid ground. In a few moments, she was undoing the dock lines, and the boat began drifting out into the river. She reached for the tiller, moving it lightly back and forth, then handed the smooth wood to Ned. "Hold this in place, if you would." She adjusted the tangles of lines until she had hoisted the sail up, catching the wind. As the boat picked up speed down the river into the open mouth of the estuary, the sail swung off to one side. Ashura, sun-colored robes rippling in the wind, slipped down to sit beside Ned, one of the lines hanging loosely from her hand. Ned had known, naturally, that she could sail. Starfall was an island at the mouth of a river. Out of necessity if nothing else, it was logical that the Danes used boats as often as they did horses. She had told him as much, but he had not expected how capable she was. He did not much like sitting still with his hand on a wooden stick while she did everything else, but he would not know how to make himself useful if his life depended on it. His mind leapt to that afternoon at Harrenhal, when he had asked her to tell him of Starfall. "In a way, it is less home than Sunspear," she had said with a wistful smile. "I was there perhaps a quarter of each year before Elia's engagement, and it was always too quiet without the princess and my other friends. Still, I am a Dane. The mountains and water are in my bones." She had told him of her earlier childhood, then, of how Sir Arthur would take her riding through the Red Mountains or sail them into the open sea with only a catboat. "When Arthur took his vows, he rarely came home to visit, so I took to riding and sailing alone," Ashura told him, and she had looked so resignedly alone that Ned's heart had ached. Now, in the boat, she turned to him, and her face was soft. "Do you remember when I told you of Starfall, back at Harrenhal, and you said you would love to come sailing with me?" So she, too, had the memory at the fore of her mind. Ned nodded mutely. "I am glad for this," she sighed, almost too softly. The water glittered like scattered gems, and the wind was fresh against his skin and through his hair. Around them, various outcrops of rocks passed by, and in the distance came the sound of a gull cawing, followed by the crisp closing of wings. All was blue, new and clean and good. "As am I, my lady." He hesitated, wanting obstinately to reach for her again even after her words the day before. "Where are we going?" "I wish to show you something," she said, the softness slipping from her face. "I should have done so when you first arrived, but I'm afraid I'm rather a coward." Ned frowned. "I don't think such a thing could ever be said of you," he said, thinking of her brave face when he had told her of Sir Arthur's death. "Careful, Ned. Don't make your pronouncements until you know everything." They settled into a restless sort of silence, listening to the splashing of water against the hull, Ashura pulling lines or letting out the sail as the winds shifted. Soon they neared the largest of the rocky islands, and Ashura bid him duck his head as the sail swung over them and the boat turned into the worn stone dock that looked millennia old. She threw the dock line. It caught the iron cleat, and Ned pulled them flush against the island as Ashura let down the sail and bound it to the boom. "What is this place, my lady?" Ned asked as they stepped onto shore. A grove of gnarled old trees grew amid rocks blanketed in moss and clovers. A little ways from the docks was a block of the same pale stone Starfall was built from, milky white and glossy with age. It was at least 10 feet across, and there seemed to be smudges of soot still clinging to its surface. "My ancestors called this the 8 of Ling. Danes have been cremated here for as long as anyone can remember, and every Dane's name is carved onto a rock here, even the daughters who married into other houses." Ned had not a clue what to say. He could not fathom why she had brought him here. To see Sir Arthur's grave. For what purpose? She must have seen the question on his features, but she only gave a determined nod and bid him follow her as she picked along the stony path into the grove. The air was scented with sharp juniper sap and pine resin, solemn and grave, and the trees soon grew so thick that sunlight only poked through in narrow beams. Along the way, Ashura bent to pick a little bunch of marigolds and buttercups, tying them together with a ribbon she pulled from her hair. As they walked, Ned caught glimpses of names chiseled onto stone, followed by symbols he did not recognize: Davos, son of Ularic and Gianna Fowler, Sword of the Morning; Diana, daughter of Illyria and Garth Gardiner, Princess Consort of Dawn; Clarisse, daughter of Adevar and Lorza Martell, Lady of Starfall. The island may have been significantly smaller than Starfall itself, but it was still large enough that one could not immediately see the water on the other side. Slowly, it dawned on Ned just how many names were carved onto these rocks. It was said the Danes had ruled the mouth of the Torrentine for 10 millennia, thousands of names must lie here amid the pines and junipers. Ashura stopped them before a small cluster of rocks. In front grew a half-circle of cheerfully plumbed mushrooms. Ned followed, and for many moments did not comprehend what he was seeing as she laid her flowers before the flattest of the rocks. "Galina, daughter of Ashura and Eddard Stark." Ashura. It hurt to speak. His mouth was dry as sand, and he felt submerged in icy water in the dead of winter, the cold biting into his gut. "I named her for my mother. She was little more than 6 moons old when I miscarried." Our words would not come, stuck in his throat as bile bubbled beneath them and burned with each breath. "I did not know," he finally said dumbly. "You never told me." I dared not write you, she said, eyes still fixed to the stone, voice flat. No one save Arthur and Elia knew I had lain with you at Harrenhal. At first I hoped our marriage would still stand, somehow, and then. How did it happen? Ned did not know how he could still stand on his own 2 feet and form speech with his tongue. His body was not his, and the world was edged with sickening black, as if he viewed it all from the end of a long tunnel. Nobody could tell me. I was fine, for months I felt in perfect health, not even sick in the mornings. Then, one night I felt a chill coming on, and suddenly, the next day all they told me was that, her voice broke, was that sometimes this happens. There was nothing I could do. Even old Eli says so. But that cannot be, can it? Elia nearly died birthing Egon, but both her children were strong and healthy and alive, yet somehow, She had folded in on herself, one hand over her mouth, the other supporting her weight against the rocks. No longer caring for anything else, Ned lunged forward and drew her into him. For a moment she tensed, looking up at him with panicked eyes. She was shaking like a dying leaf, and Ned clutched her tighter, hoping the weight of her against him would somehow ease the white-hot agony that must surely be his heart ripping out of his chest. Oh, Ashura! Something seemed to break in her at her name, for she stared at him for a moment longer, and for the first time since his arrival at Starfall he saw her face crumple. Then she was crying hot tears into his doublet, great, soul-racking sobs that poured forth all the grief of the past years and threatened to draw tears to his own eyes. "Sure," he breathed. "Sure, it's all right. I have you." His words only made her weep harder, and through her gasps all he heard were her apologies, over and over. "No, my love, don't say that." His voice was rasping, and his throat closed painfully. "It cannot have been your fault." "But. Sure, trust me. You must not blame yourself." She turned her face up to him, and her skin was flushed and damp, her eyes red. Again his heart pulled as he thought about the pain she must have carried alone all these moons, and again at the child he had left her with, a child who would be no more. For what seemed a black eternity, Ned held her as she wept, and it was not until she had stopped trembling and gasping for breath that he spoke again. "If anything, you must blame me. I should not have been so thoughtless." The words cut like bits of a broken glass. Slowly, she shook her head, and he felt her hands clinging to the fabric of his clothes. "Sometimes moon tea does not act as it should. I have been taking it for years, and still," she sank her teeth into her swollen lip. "But I was so happy, Ned, when I realized I was with child. So incandescently happy, and so certain it was a gift from the gods. Should I blame you for the miracle we created?" He knew naught else to say, so he kissed her forehead and pressed her into his chest once more. There they stood, amid the silent pines and memories of ghosts, clinging to one another for all that had been lost. "Oh Tilda, oh Tilda, oh Tilda, oh Tilda, oh. Did you mean your words when we parted at Harrenhal?" Ned and Ashura had returned to the boat and left that little island. Without saying a word, she sailed them out into wider waters until Ned could see the southern edges of the red mountain cliffs that dropped into the sea. He had not protested. Here on this boat, on the sparkling waters, with just the two of them and the white sky above, Ned imagined the cruelty of the world could not reach them. She had dropped the sail, and for what felt like hours, they lay in the boat listening to the sounds of the sea. Her head was tucked in the crook of his shoulder, and her hand had slipped beneath his doublet to cover the spot where his heart beat, its heat seeping through his shirt to his skin. Which words, Ash? He thought he knew, but dared not ponder why she asked. That if you could find a way, you would marry me. Did you mean it? He heard his own intake of breath, and pulled her in closer, so she would not change her mind. Yes. He felt her eyes on his face. And now? He opened his mouth to respond, but her hands clenched over his heart, and she spoke again. "Before you answer, you must know I cannot give you what I could before. I'll have no influence at court, while you will no doubt be sought after by every lord in the realm for your friendship with the new king. And my brother no doubt told yours of our lands. My house is ancient, and we used to be kings, but now we keep to ourselves and do the best we can. We are not like the Huron-woods, and certainly not like the Tullys, with their fertile farmlands and endless groves. Our people produce enough grain and fish to feed themselves, and enough meat and fruit to make life worthwhile. The only thing we have in any real abundance are peppers and grapes. You cannot support your whole north through a winter with peppers and wine. I would not fault you if you must think first of your people. It took long moments for her words to settle, and when they did Ned tightened his hand on her arm. We are not so helpless in the north, he finally said, voice stiff. And my son will be heir to Winterfell. Hoster Tully would not let his grandson inherit a crumbling land. He shifted their weight so he could look her right in the eye, so she could see the truth of every word. I swore to you, and I meant every word. I want you for you, Ashura. Not for influence. Not for resources. It was true at Harrenhal, and it is true now. It was all his duty would let him say aloud. A hidden, selfish corner of his heart knew that he could not give her up again, no matter the consequences and no matter what she could bring the north. Not now that he had tasted what it was to lose her. But he refused to form the words. If they stayed hidden, perhaps he could pretend that he still held honor and duty above the heart she held in her hands. If you can bear the things I've done. I forgive you, she said, her hand lifting to trace his cheek. For all that it was never your fault, I choose to forgive you. It will not be perfect, and I do not doubt there will be moments when I still imagine, but I want to live, Ned. I want to love you and find joy with you, and I want to be a mother to your son and nephew. And if the gods are kind, I want to carry your children and hear their laughter ring in your beloved Winterfell. Her eyes sparkled, almost blue from the sea and sky, and her face was aglow with divine light. Then marry me, Ashura. Marry me as it was always meant to be. O tilde, O tilde, O tilde, O tilde, O. He rose over her, letting himself sink into her deep, still eyes, and when he kissed her it was sweeter than he had ever tasted. They moved slowly, or they tried, both wanting to savor every touch of skin on skin. But it had been so very long, and they had kept themselves so tightly rigid and frozen. The fire roared to life in his belly, hotter than the sun above them, and soon they were fumbling with ties and buttons, the boat rocking beneath them. Her mouth was on his neck and his chest, and everywhere she kissed and sucked his skin pure pleasure bloomed to life. His hand found her breast, her nipple already hard like a pearl in his palm, and he made a rough sound that lifted a whimper from her throat. I've dreamed of your hands on me, she breathed in his ear. And your mouth. Would you? Oh, he had complied, licking down her neck and scraping her nipple with his teeth. The deep scent of her swirled around him, rich and sweet. He was drunk on it, and on the impossible softness of her skin on her breast and down her stomach. She groaned his name. Her voice was fuller now, and every sound she made stoked the fire even hotter. All the blood was rushing between his legs, his trousers growing painfully tight. She pulled him up to face her, and he was again so lost in her exquisite eyes that he nearly jumped when he felt her hand undoing his trousers and brushing against him through the fabric. Gods, Ned, I need you inside me, she whispered, and then her hand was on him, guiding him into her, and they both groaned at the contact. For a moment he thought he would spend right then. When they had lain together at Harrenhal, he had been secretly grateful he had given in that single time at 6 and 10, and gone to the brothel with Robert. He had not so embarrassed himself with Ashura at Harrenhal, even as the pleasure of her around him had been 1,000-fold what he had felt with the girl in the Vale, and he certainly would not now. Ned braced himself against the smooth wood of the boat, calming his breath and studying her face. She bit her lip. Her face was flushed, and she squirmed with impatience. When he had finally gathered his wits, he moved within her, once, twice, and she groaned again and rose to meet him, her body suddenly wild against his. They clutched each other as their lips met and their bodies rocked in desperation, and Ned wanted to press her close enough that she would meld into him, so they would be one being tangled together always. Her moans were so sweet in his ear, and soon they grew to a peak before she fell completely silent, taut and trembling in his hands, her body pulling at him in waves. His own cry was rough and almost anguished as he spilled into her, but nothing had felt so right in a long, long time. They rode out the storm together, and he stayed in her for many moments afterwards, pressing kisses onto her skin as her breath feathered over his neck. When she had recovered, she locked her eyes into his, and in one motion rolled them over so she lay atop him. Her fingers drew a line over his chest, and Ned shivered. Yes, Ned Stark. Yes, I will marry you. Notes. Well. That was my first actual smut scene, like ever, so be kind guys. Now, if you can believe it, this prologue is not actually over. There are political shenanigans still to come. Again, if you'd like to beta for me, please let me know. I will shower you with love. Chapter 11, Prologue 2, The Lies We Tell. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Sunspear. Some days later. Oberyn. As the dinghy pulled into the Sunspear port, Ashura easily spotted the yellow-clad man standing at the forefront of the party come to meet them. His hand was raised in greeting, and as soon as the boat was steady he pulled Ashura up onto the worn dock and into an embrace so tight it squeezed the air from her lungs. "Oh, Ash," he said, pulled back to look at her before kissing both her cheeks and her forehead. "The sight of you is like water to a lost desert wanderer." Ever the poet, murmured Ashura, half distracted, her focus on taking in his beloved, familiar face. It had been a mere 2 years since they parted at Harrenhal, but he seemed to have aged 10. There was strain pulling at the corners of his eyes and mouth, and his features were sharper than she'd ever seen them. "You've gotten too thin," he frowned, studying her face in return. The frown hardened his face even more, making him appear more like an Inuit desert warrior than the carefree Oberyn she knew. "And you look like you are 30, Oberyn. Neither you nor I wear grief well." The frown deepened, and he closed his eyes, his face etched with pain. "No, I suppose not." Immediately she regretted her words. It was unlike her to speak so thoughtlessly. Seeing Oberyn again had opened a sort of dam in her heart, and suddenly she was not strong enough to carry on facades and pleasantries. She just wanted to cling to him and cry and wail until her throat was hoarse. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." He smiled a bitter smile. "Elia's death hangs in the air around me no matter if you bring it up or not. And you," he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and cupped her face, his eyes softening. "I cannot imagine how you have been surviving." For a moment, Ashura thought she might weep right then, on the dock and in front of all the servants and guards. He must have seen her lip tremble, for he gave her a familiar chuck under the chin. "But come," he said, louder now, steering her toward land with an arm around her shoulder. "Let us not stand in the sun. We are all surprised to see you, and we are eager for your news. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh." She met Dev outside Prince Doran's solar, and her remaining brother silently enfolded her in his arms, holding her for a long while. She buried her face in his doublet that always smelled of medicinal herbs, and imagined she was a child again, a child who believed Dev could fix anything. "Dawn is cleaned and returned to its place?" he asked under his breath. "Yes." "You've burned his scabbard?" Ashura swallowed hard and nodded. "And the stone carver?" "I sent him to the Ling the morning I departed." "Good. Good." He gave her shoulder a squeeze. "Come then, let us not keep the prince waiting. We are both eager to hear about Eddard Stark's visit, and why you've come here at all." Inside the prince's solar, Ashura tried to hide her shock as she curtsied to Doran. His face was too worn and hollow for a man barely past 30, and already flashes of grey dotted his hair. Like Oberyn, he showed signs of strain at his eyes and mouth, and deep lines carved the space between his brows. He had never been handsome as Oberyn was, but now there was not even youth left in his features. The prince had caught her flash of shock, as he caught everything else, and gave her a wry smile. "At least I am still recognizable," he said, extending a hand to help her rise, though it was more gesture than fact. His grip was soft and loose. "You have my deepest condolences, Lady Ashura. Sir Arthur was the finest knight I ever met, and all of Dorne took pride in his honor and deeds." Ashura curtsied again, feeling herself stiffen at his words, for all that they were kindly meant. "Thank you, my lord. And you have mine. For Princess Elia. And her children." Her tongue felt stiff too, and words were difficult to force out. "Come, sit my dear. You need not be so staid. None of us here are in doubt that you mourn them as Oberyn and I do." She sank into one of the couches beside Dev, forcing her eyes off the floor to face the curious gazes of the 3 men who most shared her pains. "Ned Stark has told me exactly how they killed Elia, and the princess, and the babe," she said, tucking her hands beneath her legs to stop them shaking. "I want justice, as I'm sure we all do. Lord Stark is in King's Landing once more. I believe he can convince Robert Baratheon to deliver it without Dorne raising a single spear. 3 pairs of eyebrows shot up into dark arches, and absurdly, Ashura wanted to laugh. And why would he do such a thing, asked Oberyn. They were nothing to Stark. Because I am going to marry him. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. She had taken Ned up to the tower before he left Starfall, and there Ashura had finally gathered the courage to ask if he had seen Elia's body. She had asked if he thought she had suffered. What a stupid, bitter question that had turned out to be. He had wanted to lie. Like with Arthur, she could see his deliberation plain as ink on parchment, and reminded him as much. And then she had regretted asking. His words had rung like menacing bells in her head for days, and she had to remind herself that knowledge was always better than ignorance. They were a bloody mess on the floor. I could not bear more than a glance. When the dizzying shock of the blow had subsided, the rage had set in, and Ashura had wanted to choke the life from each man responsible with her bare hands, wanted to squeeze until their faces turned black and their eyes popped from their sockets. Do you know, who? Ned had shaken his head. All I know is that Tywin Lannister brought the bodies to the throne room. Said that his bannermen had taken it upon themselves to prove their loyalty to the new king this way. No doubt there are whispers in the camps now, or perhaps the Lannisters have made the names known, but I did not stay to find out. Revenge. Desire for it had burned like ice on wet skin, and she had needed to brace herself against the roaring rage for long moments. She wanted to slaughter every single one of Tywin Lannister's family in retaliation. She wanted to cast her throwing blades into their eyes and nail their hands to the wall, then cut out their hearts and toss them into the sea. Make Tywin Lannister suffer for the acts of his men. No. It was a voice cool and clear in the depths of her mind. No, Elia would not have wanted revenge. Elia would not have wanted innocents to suffer, or anyone to suffer, really, least of all for her Sake. Would you help me, she had asked Ned when her heart had settled back into place and the pain of breathing had eased. Obtain justice for Elia. Elia would have asked for justice, nothing else. I know it is much to ask, and you have great distaste for such political maneuverings. He had kissed the palm of her hand. I want to see justice done, as you do, he said. Nothing could warrant such brutality, and I would sleep easier if we had fewer evil men among us. You will have to skirt around the truth with Lord Arryn, and maybe even lie to the king, she finally said, studying his face for any sign of distaste. They are as close as your family, I know. If you cannot bring yourself to lie, tell me what I must say. I will do my best. In that moment, she did not think anyone could love another as deeply as she loved Ned Stark. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. King's Landing. She is here. Robert's voice was choked as he stared down at the chest Ned had set before him. Her bones. Ashura had put Ned on a nondescript ship to Storm's End, and Howland and Jon on another, sparsely manned and bound directly for White Harbor. If the gods were good, amid the chaos of the dwindling war, no one would quite know about Jon's existence until he appeared at Winterfell, and the rumors would bear non-real basis. She had thought of it all, and Ned wondered what he would have done had he and Howland been forced to trek back through the mountains, and how he would have explained the babe in King's Landing. The Castellan at Storm's End had put Ned on a fishing boat so he could make haste back to King's Landing. He had interrupted a meeting in the throne room, carrying Lyanna's bones in a box and beyond caring about anything. Now he could only nod in response to Robert's question, the fresh wave of grief for Lyanna's passing knotting in his throat. Again he saw her face, white as snow, her eyelids struggling to stay open as she begged him for his word. He must not fail her. What took her? Did she suffer? Fever, answered Ned, grateful he had rehearsed his words over and over on the ship from Starfall. She was barely holding on when I got to her. Did she say anything? Did she, for me? Ned felt his arm reach out of its own accord and clap his friend around the shoulder. How he wished he had the talent for telling lies, not just for Lyanna's Sake anymore, but for Robert, whose pain soaked through his words. No. I'm sorry, Robert. She wished to go home, nothing more. Ned ground his teeth hard, hoping his voice had not changed at the lie, but he need not have worried. Robert seemed barely to hear him. When his friend turned, his face was so contorted he looked almost feral, his eyes rimmed bright red. Once was not enough. Would that I could kill the silver bastard again and again. Ned stood very still, his face stony, careful not to betray any of what he knew. The lies and truths unsaid burned like wildfire in his gut, and for a moment he did not know how he could carry out the plan he had discussed with Ashura. How could he lie to Robert and John thus? Already it was agony, and he had not outright said a falsehood. But then Lionel's panicked eyes flashed before in his mind, tinged with smoke and roses and metallic blood, and it was followed by the princess and her children on the floor of this very room, the red of their blood cutting like knives into his vision. These lies had to be told. The image of her was what kept me going all these months, Ned said Robert, half collapsing onto the stone steps leading up to the throne. Ned thought that perhaps Robert himself believed the words, though Ned certainly knew better. Robert was made for war, made for battle and command and conquest. And there was, of course, Robert's own pride and rage. All their months on campaign, he had not once wavered in his conviction that he would wed Lyanna when they rescued her from Rhaegar, and for that Ned had been grateful. Yet Ned knew Robert too well. The man had not fought this war for his sister, no matter what the bards would write. "I wish things were different, so different." It was all he could manage to say. That night, Robert met Ned in the King's Solar, followed by a page carrying an entire casket of wine. And though he was careful to ensure he kept his wits, Ned had to concede that the drink dulled the constant ache he had grown so used to he sometimes forgot it was there. Robert, with no concerns for his own wits, let the wine wash them out the tall windows. He toasted Ned's new son, toasted Catelyn, toasted Jon Arryn, though damn the man for putting me on that bloody chair, and ended the night sobbing onto Ned's shoulder about the life he had planned to live with Lyanna. "I even told Stannis I'd name one of my sons after him, if he stopped walking about with a shipmast up his ass," Robert muttered, his words slurring. "And what'd he say to that?" asked Ned, imagining young Stannis' stolid glower and resolutely ignoring his most recent meeting with Robert's brother, when his face had been sunken and yellowing from the hunger of the siege. "Ha! The little shit said he'd prefer I didn't. Said he couldn't bear it if his namesake acted like me. Can you believe him?" Ned let himself laugh. It was not hard to do with his vision blurring and a nice, wine-warm glow settling in his belly, and Robert's laughter had always made Ned want to join in. Some time later, Robert, his eyelids drooping, had clapped Ned on the shoulder so hard that Ned, unprepared, nearly fell over. "Maybe you were right. About the children. They were just babes. And the woman wasn't even a Targaryen. But what's done is done, Ned. I'm not shrewd like Jon, but even I know I can't make an enemy of Tywin Lannister now. Jon keeps yapping on about the Dornish, and their anger. If they refuse to bend the knee, we'll need Lannister men." Ned clenched his teeth so he would not tell Robert that if Lannister men had not murdered an innocent woman, Dorne would not be so hostile. And even the thought of Tywin Lannister's grimly satisfied face made him feel soiled somehow. Was that the man Jon and Robert must keep close now? Never had he been more glad that once this was all over he would return north and never have to contend with court politics again. He doubted Robert would remember saying this the next morning. Still, his softening seemed to bode well for his and Ashura's plan to play out when next they were sober. But Ned did not want to dwell on the lies he would have to tell soon, and not just to Robert, but to Jon, whose eye was sharper than Robert's by bounds. He filled both their glasses. Robert nodded approvingly, then held his cup high. "Another toast then, to my Lyanna. We could have been brothers in truth, Ned, but you'll always be my brother anyway." The man had been more than a brother to Ned since they were 8 years old. Ned hoped that tomorrow, this would be enough. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. The next day, Ned, despite his pounding headache, spent the morning questioning his soldiers to see if they had heard of Princess Elia's killers from the Lannister camp. He did not have to dig deep. The camps were rife with rumors, and he soon had the names of Armor Elorc and Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. Late that afternoon, he requested an audience with Robert and Jon, and when both were seated and eyeing him curiously, Ned took a fortifying breath and launched into his practiced recitations. "I believe there is a way to resolve our troubles with Dorne. Right away. Within a moon's turn. And Tywin Lannister will gladly play his part if only we offer him what he most desires." When he had finished his explanations, Jon was nodding thoughtfully, though Roberts was scowling. "I believe it might just work," said Jon, tapping his bony fingers on his knee. Doran Martell is not unreasonable, and Tywin Lannister should be too tempted to turn down the offer. If I read him true, his legacy means more to him than life itself. I don't see why we must play these trading games with Dorne, muttered Robert darkly. It's clear they've lost. Doesn't matter how many men they've got. Are they about to fight the rest of the realm? I'll crush them if they dare. Ned bit his tongue to keep his face still, but it was Jon who spoke. The Targaryens could not conquer Dorne for centuries, Your Grace, and they had dragons. If we can solve this with little bloodshed, it is best for all. Robert still looked mutinous. It was as Ashura had predicted then, and Ned thought she might frighten him if he did not know her motives. Grimly, he turned to Jon. Could I speak with Robert alone? Would you mind, Your Grace? Jon gave him a curious look, but his shrewd eyes darted between his foster sons for a moment, and he nodded, wordlessly leaving the room. Now Robert turned his skull on Ned. Look, Ned, I know what you think about the way the Targaryens were killed, but what's done is done, and they had to die. I commended Tywin Lannister in front in that damn throne room. How would it look if I turned around and condemned them? Ned steeled himself for the lie. Robert, he began, meeting his friend's eyes full on. I'm asking as a favor. For all our years together. Please. Robert narrowed his eyes. What's gotten into you? You didn't even know the woman or the dragon spawn. The word shot another pang deep through Ned's chest, but he stubbornly ignored it. No, I didn't know the princess. But do you recall a Lady Ashura Dayne at Harrenhal? A reluctant smirk. Of course I do. Rare beauty, that one. Your brother was trying to fix up a marriage for you, and you couldn't even ask her to dance. Ned did not know if he wanted his face to flush at the memory or not, but either way it was beyond his control. He had never told an outright lie to Robert, not once in their years of friendship. The reminder still gnawed, even as he realized it meant Robert would have no reason to doubt him. I still want to marry her, Robert. Truly. And now I can. But she was bosom friends with the princess, and she won't have me unless I can bring her killer to justice. So I'm asking, Robert, that you do this for my sake. For a moment Robert stared at Ned as if he had sprouted 3 heads and a demon's tail. Then his laughter filled the solar, booming and hearty and full. Oh, 7 bloody hells, Ned, I never thought I'd see the day. Ha! To think, Ned Stark. Moon asked over some woman. All right, I'll do this for you, you stone-faced bastard. Tell Jon to summon the Dornishman. We'll get you married yet. Notes. Is Moon asked actual nonsense that I made up on the spot? Yeah. Soj. Guys, don't hurt me. This is not going to be some brilliant plan, and I'm sure most of you have guessed exactly how it's going to play out. It honestly feels like the only logical thing Jon Arryn should /could have done given what everyone thought about Dorne's military might. How he managed to placate Oberyn in canon without conceding anything is beyond me. Or maybe I'm missing something, in which case I'm sure someone will let me know. Another reason I need a beater. Please. Someone. Be my beater. In terms of Ned being a liar pants on fire, is it healthy to be willing to bend one's principles for someone you love? On the flip side, is it healthy to love someone because they are willing to set aside their honor and tell lies for you? To their best friend no less. Who knows, man? I'm not writing a morality tale here. It's what Ash asked Ned to do, he was willing to do it, and Ash being Ash thinks it's terribly romantic. Besides, he is lying for a good cause. It isn't just because she asked him to. He would have done this in canon if someone had pointed the way to him, or so I'd like to think. But Ash loves that even more. Nothing like a man who's willing to put aside pride and honor for what's right. It'll be a long while and a few hard lessons before Ned really learns the ways of politics and self-preservation, but baby steps, guys, baby steps. Chapter 12, 28. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Your Grace, I would truly like to be of service, but I simply cannot accuse my loyal bannerman without proof. Tywin Lannister was his slippery, evasive self regarding the handing over of Lorque and Clegane to justice, and Ned was having trouble keeping his distaste from his face. Robert had summoned Lannister to his solar that morning, and Jon had laid out his request to the man, saying nothing of incentives, but appealing to the need for a quick peace. Predictably, Lannister was not inclined to be of help. "Lord Lannister, surely you must know who the precise killers of the princess and her children were. Surely your men who brought them to you are knowledgeable, if not the guilty ones." "Lord Arryn, when I saw the bodies, the room was full of my men at arms. No one outright took credit. I truly cannot say which individuals did the deed, and I must admit, it is likely we will never know. An invasion is a rather messy, chaotic thing, especially as Lannister forces were at the vanguard." Ned's jaw tightened, and not only at the man lying through his teeth, for he had garnered the names of Lorque and Clegane after a mere hour of inquiry in the Lannister camp. Tywine had purposefully outpaced Ned's own army, entered the city through treachery, raped and pillaged his way through the city, and now presented his deeds as valorous. The man seemed more alley cat than lion. Jon seemed to understand too that Lannister would not be moved by anything short of tangible benefit. "Lord Tywine, surely you cannot deny that your son, Sir Jaime, a sworn member of the King's Guard, slit the throat of the Mad King." Lannister's pale eyes narrowed. "He did what was necessary." "Would you not say so, Your Grace?" Robert made a gruff sound of assent. Jon only smiled placatingly, his greying beard and lined brow giving him a distinct look of harmless benevolence. "That is all very good, Lord Tywine, but surely you must see that he broke his vows. Here in this solar, among friends, we can acknowledge that he did, not a bad thing. But to the rest of the realm, he is still an oath-breaker." "Ha! And likely the first Kingslayer," said Robert, chuckling. "I'll tell you this much, they'll be repeating stories of Sir Jaime for decades." Even Ned could see that Tywine Lannister's face had darkened at Robert's interruption, and Jon hurried to continue. "Of course, there is no precedent for this, but perhaps his grace might find he simply cannot have Sir Jaime remain in the King's Guard. He might have no choice but to release him from his vows. Of course, we will have to consult the Maesters and the law books." Here Jon let his voice die, and looked at Lannister's face as his words sank in. Lannister's face barely shifted, but there was a dark glint in his eyes now. "I see." His murky green gaze shifted from Jon, to Robert, and even to Ned, and Ned could feel the hair rising on the back of his neck. "I see. Well, Your Grace, perhaps my men might know more than I thought. I shall have to question my bannermen, but perhaps we can bring the perpetrators to justice." Robert smiled triumphantly. "Good man, Lord Tywine. I do insist, however, that anyone I produce is given a fair and public trial, and not simply handed over to the Dornish. This endeavor is in the name of justice, is it not? Surely not a way for the Dornish to enact their own petty revenge." It was Jon's turn to narrow his eyes, but in the end, he nodded. "The Dornish will be here within the Sennight," he said. "I am sure they will agree. As you say, it is in the name of justice that they come." Robert had waved them from his solar with a conspiratorial grin at Ned before pouring himself a large goblet of wine. They were barely out of earshot of the chamber when Jon motioned Ned on to one of the palace loggias for a quick word. He took a breath, his heart was suddenly high in his throat. Jon had caught on to something. He usually did. "Well, I must say, Ned, this plan of yours has worked out remarkably well thus far." Ned only nodded, eyes fixed on his hands. "I am most impressed. I had thought my lessons on politics had bounced off you and Robert like rain on a tin roof, but it seems I was wrong." Ned braved a look up at the man who perhaps knew him better than his father had. One of his snow-white brows was raised in an amused sort of question, and Ned knew at once that there would be no hiding from Jon. "I had some help with this plan." An uneasy pause. "You're not wrong about the lessons." "I see," said Jon, though he had likely already known. "I assume your trip to Starfall was more fruitful than you expected." Ned felt his face flush, and he tried to pull an explanation from the words jumbling on his tongue. "I want justice for those children and the princess," he insisted. Jon only pressed a hand to his shoulder. "No need to say more, son," he sighed, his blue eyes kind. "I know you do. I would like the same. But I know too that your boy will need a mother. And, if Lady Ashera planned this negotiation from a single meeting with Robert and Tywine Lannister's reputation alone, it seems to me she would do you some good." He said rather stupidly. I think she would. Well, then. I'm sure the Dornish will be right as rain soon. And Jonarin ambled away down the corridor, chuckling under his breath. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. The sun was too bright. Someone was surely beating warhammers against the inside of her skull, and Ashura had to muffle an agonized groan. Oberyn had brought his strongest sour wine into the ship cabin Ashura shared with Lara Blackmont the night before, and the three had drunk the whole casket in Elia's memory, remembering stories of her well into the small hours as the ship swayed beneath them. It had felt good. For some fleeting hours, the warm glow of the wine had filled the ugly gaping hole where Elia had once lived. Now she was paying for the indulgence. Despite the elaborate canopy on the boat sent to receive them from their ship, the light of late morning was still bright enough to pierce the backs of her eyes, and every sound seemed muffled against the constant throbbing in her temples. Lara leaned over, resting her chin on Ashura's shoulder. Puck up, Ash. It won't do to look weak before the rebels. Ashura could hear the teasing smile in her voice, and glared at her from the side of her eye. Lara had been the one to fill her goblet again and again the night before, and now here the woman was, bright-eyed and chipper as a rabbit, expecting Ashura to be the same. Careful with your words. Some would find such a term offensive. She groaned again, shying away from her friend. And your perfume is making me ill. Lara only laughed, boisterous and unreserved, turning heads their way. I speak only the truth. They are rebels, 'tis only that they won. We have yet to swear them loyalty. And Ash, you wound me. This perfume was a gift from you. There was a reason I gave it to you, Ashura mumbled. Lara laughed again. At Jonarin's invitation, Doran had chosen 5 of his trusted bannermen, Lara among them, to accompany Oberyn and act as his envoys. Ashura was the 6th, and on the surface was to represent her brother. But when they had left Sunspear with 3 fully armed war galleys, Ashura knew that if all went to plan, she would not see Dorne again for years. As their party was escorted into the Red Keep, Ashura could not help but wrinkle her nose in remembered distaste for the palace, no matter that the Mad King no longer roamed the halls like an injured beast. To one side, Lara seemed to stiffen for the same reason, while on the other, Sir Pattern Dowd peered curiously at their faces. You both look as if you are heading to your execution, he said in that mild voice of his. Ashura felt her eyebrow rise. Has D.Y. told you nothing of our time here with Princess Elia? Lara asked, for Deanna Dowd was the meekest one of their little circle of friends, and the very air in the Red Keep had seemed to make her shrink like a startled bird. Not once, said Sir Pattern, frowning. I imagined it was no real burden on her. Did he even know his sister? Existence itself was always in danger of becoming too much a burden for D.Y. to bear. When you return home you must ask her about it, Lara said darkly. This place still haunts my dreams at times. But do wait until she is better, said Ashura, for Sir Pattern had informed them that their friend had taken ill of late. She won't thank you for bringing up the Mad King while she is still frail. Or ever, but she decided not to contradict Lara's words. Soon they came upon the throne room, and after a tense series of greetings during which Oberyn addressed the king as only King Robert and not your grace, they were guided to the council chambers for negotiations. As they entered the lavish council room, Ashura's eyes were drawn at once to the figure who rose to greet them. Ned looked his serious, staid self, though when their gazes met for a brief instant, his grey eyes softened, and Ashura hoped he saw in her own eyes her pleasure at the sight of him. He gave her an almost imperceptible nod as they were motioned into chairs, as if to tell her things had played to their plans, and Ashura lowered her face to hide her smile. She had been worried he could not bring himself to lie, but however he had done it, she had not been wrong to place her faith in him. Lara slipped into the seat beside her, and suddenly Ashura felt an icy grip on her knee. She turned her head then to see Lara's ashen face, and followed her gaze to the balding man who sat on the left of the king. Is that? She whispered, and Lara gave a single nod. Tywin Lannister, in the flesh, she said under her breath, her feline eyes narrowing. They expect us to believe he did not order his men to kill Elia. Look at him. He would have murdered them with his own hands if he thought it would benefit him. The man did indeed look as hard as granite, his countenance not helped by the stories they told of Castamere and Duskendale. Fleetingly, Ashura wondered if warm blood ran through his veins at all, or if he would only bleed cold Lannister gold when cut. Did he truly order his men to rape and murder Elia? Ashura's hand tightened on one of the little throwing blades Oberyn had insisted she carry on her today. In case Robert Baratheon acted in bad faith, he had said, though the notion had seemed absurd. An unreasonable, coward's voice in Ashura's head did not wish to know if Tywin Lannister had given the orders. She would be lost if she knew for truth that he had. But Oberyn would find out. And once the Viper set his eyes on his prey, there was no veering him off his path. Prince Oberyn, I must say, I did not expect we would be in discussion with your entire retinue, said the old lion, eyeing their party of 7. Surely your vassals will trust in their liege lord to negotiate a fair peace. A shiver down her spine prompted Ashura to reach for Lara's hand on her knee. His very voice was cold as a steel blade. Oberyn, to his credit, looked entirely unfazed. They are not my vassals, Lord Tywin, but my brothers. We have all come to represent Dorne, and the interests of our houses. We Martells celebrate our differences in Dorne, you see, and my lords and ladies here each have their own list of terms. Oberyn did not say, naturally, that Doran had chosen these lords and ladies because the terms they would present were the very ones he wished to advance. And so they set about their terms, and for this Ashura stayed mostly silent, for her purpose here was not to be a negotiator. Instead, she took her time observing the king, his hand, and the old lion, Robert Baratheon's glazed eyes and constantly emptying goblet, Jon Arryn's shrewd gaze hidden by his amiable face, Tywin Lannister's near lifeless features and pale green eyes, though she found herself distracted constantly by Ned's solemn face in the periphery of her gaze. It would not do to stare at him, there were more than a few pairs of sharp eyes around the table, but she could not help her wandering eye. Dagos Manwadi laid out their desire to keep their lands intact and under the control of Kingsgrave. They and the Fowlers had struggled for as long as memory against the Carons of Night Song, and surely the Stormland Carons would use this war as an excuse to gain Manwadi lands. Lord Mawson Toland wanted leave to find the bodies of his sons in the Riverlands, and Sir Pattern Dalt of Lemonwood insisted that his bastard brother Sir Millen, captured after the Trident, be returned safely to Dorne along with all other prisoners. The king had looked intensely displeased at this request, demanding if Dalt understood the point of taking prisoners was to garner ransom, but Jon Arryn had managed to soothe the king back to reason. There must be changes in taxes, Arryn began, his tone circumspect. If for nothing else, we find winter upon us once more, and Dorne is least affected by the cold winds and snows. Surely as one of these 7 kingdoms, you would contribute a greater number than before, to help us all through this winter. Your Grace, we have deserts as far as the eye can see in Dorne, said Lara, and Ashura saw Lady Delon Illyrian nod. Desert, or barren, rocky mountains. We are no reachlands, my lord Hand. Your winter winds bring us drought, and our small folk are barely able to keep their bellies full. Would you have us take food from their mouths to feed others? Ashura wondered briefly when Lara had become so adept at twisting the truth, for the Blackmont lands were as fertile as the Huron woods, and just as inaccessible. And so the haggling over taxes began, and Ashura watched Tywin Lannister's icy disapproval grow ever colder until she realized he objected not to Lara's words, but to the fact of a young woman speaking as if she belonged across the table from the hand of the king. Belong she does, thought Ashura, and fought to keep the smirk off her face. When at last Oberyn broached the issue of justice for Elia, Ashura could see that the new king was growing impatient. The king did not give Tywin Lannister a chance to play coy. You'll get your justice, the king bellowed, draining his goblet. Lord Tywin's found the 2 men who supposedly killed them, and they'll be put on trial tomorrow and the next day. Good enough. Beside her, Lara made an indignant sound at the back of her throat, and she felt angry blood rise to her own face. Oberyn looked mutinous, but he clenched his fist so tightly that Ashura could see his veins in his arms and nodded. She had made Oberyn understand they were not going to receive an apology from Robert Baratheon. What mattered, in the end, was the result itself. And though it made Ashura uneasy, a trial played straight into Oberyn's hand. Robert took their silence as assent. With a clang, he set down his goblet. Well. Good. You'll jabber amongst yourselves and my hand will tell me which of your terms are unreasonable. But one last thing. Lord Stark here is in need of a wife. You, he motioned at Ashura, Lady Ashura Dane, you aren't promised. If you're here for your brother, you're noble enough to marry Lord Stark. We'll have a wedding feast before week's end, and you Dornish can finally bend the bloody knee. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Ashura was surprised their entourage managed to maintain a semblance of composure the entire trip back to their ship. Hissing intakes of breath had risen all around her as King Robert had said those last words, and as soon as all were in the meeting cabin on the ship, Dagos Manwadi planted his fist into the table. Is Robert Baratheon out of his mind? Not even a word of regret for our princess. Even the Targaryens did not murder children. Perhaps you ought to return to your histories, Lord Manwadi said Lord Toland, his bald head glistening in the light. Best not to remember the Targaryens too fondly just yet. Lord Manwadi only glowered through his heavy beard. And the marriage, he continued. Baratheon has no right to command such a marriage, no right. Does he seek purposefully to insult? We all know Stark slew Arthur Dayne. On the contrary said Lord Toland, narrowing his eyes and sinking into a chair. As a king, he has every right. Yet I am surprised Jon Arryn would allow him to be so crass. Lady Ashura has shown Eddard Stark courtesy at Starfall, but this marriage request is surely too much. Well, Oberyn, demanded Lord Manwadi. You will let all the insults stand. I say we leave now. I still have 500 men, and Baratheon can stick his piece up his ass. Oberyn's dark brow rose in a sharp arc like a gull's wing. Don't think I am not angry about his attitude toward Elia, he said darkly, his eyes hard. But we will have this trial, and that is what matters to me. As for the marriage request, whatever insult you perceive, Lord Manwadi, it would be no insult to you or me. My lords, you seem to have forgotten Lady Ashura is standing right here. Let us ask what she makes of this insult. All eyes turned to her then, and she could feel Lara's most piercing of all, fixed to her like a cat scenting prey on the wind. She could hear the pieces falling into place in Lara's mind, but her friend would not give away her game. My lords, my ladies, she began, standing up to curtsy to them all. I thank you for your defense of me and the honor of my house. She took a breath then, digging her nails hard into the palm of her hand to keep her voice clear and staid. King Robert's words might shock, but they are no insult. The truth is, Lord Stark slew my brother in fair combat, then brought Dorne back to Starfall when a less honorable man would have kept it for himself. 'Tis the nature of war. Arthur, Princess Elia. Your sons, Lord Toland, and your cousin, Lord Manwadi. She looked around the room again, then offered a small, sad smile. You will forgive me when I say I wish only to see it end. If it means my marriage to the north, I make no objections, and neither will my lord brother. Are you mad, girl? You'd stomach bedding with the man who put a blade in Arthur Dayne, my nephew. You could live with your conscience. Ashura froze. It was Lady Delon Illyrian of God's Grace who spoke, and though Ashura had not met the woman until mere days ago, she could easily pick out her voice. Very slowly, she turned her head to face the woman whose hawkish features, Ashura was certain, looked nothing like her mother's had. I thank you for your concern, my lady, she said, frost-lacing her words, though it surprises me you remember you once had a sister, and that she bore children. The woman's face was turning the shade of boiled crab, but Ashura did not care. She could remember little of her mother, but she still recalled how she had wept when Ashura had asked of her family. Insolence, girl. Were these the manners your mother? My mother is dead. And my brother was a Dane. As you have made it clear you wish nothing to do with my family, I should think my conscience needn't trouble you. My lady. Even as she spoke she knew it was wrong to do so. It did no good to antagonize her estranged aunt, and even less to make such a scene before the other houses, but red was creeping up the edges of her vision. How dare this woman speak up now, when she had spoken no word of condolence to Ashura when they had set out from Sunspear, and had never made any acknowledgement of her mother's passing all those years ago. She felt Lara's hand on her arm, and bit hard on the inside of her cheek. Around them the silence hung heavy like smoke, and the belligerent lord seemed subdued by the venomous exchange. Finally, it was Pertendald who broke in with his soft, calming voice. Well, if Prince Oberyn and Lady Ashura have no objection, he said placatingly, I see no reason to object myself. Perhaps it would benefit us all to have Dornish blood up north. As Lady Ash says, I think we are all here because we wish to see war's end. And so the oppressive tension of the room seemed to evaporate like mist at sunrise, though through the rest of the deliberations, Ashura could feel her aunt's soot-black gaze drilling into her skull. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. 2 days later. The canopied stands in the outer ward were already crowded when Ned slipped into his seat behind John Arryn. Despite the recent carnage in the city, small folk had come to crowd the walkways, steps and balconies, and it appeared every minor lord or knight had managed a place among the seats. On one side of the makeshift arena, the squat Armory Lork was being helped into his armor by a frightened-looking squire. The man's face was set in a sneer that had not left it since the trial the day before, when 6 Lannister men-at-arms had sat before their council of judges and recounted how Lork had dragged Princess Rhaenys from under her bed and stabbed her 28 times. When Lork himself had been brought into the witness stand, he had growled that he would have a trial by combat, then refused to answer any more questions. Ned wondered now how the man could be so confident in his fighting abilities. His opponent was clearly 10 years his junior and looked lean and agile besides, but if the camp rumors were to be believed, Lork was not terribly sharp, and had the tendency for blind pride and an overinflated ego. Gregor Clegane's trial had proceeded much the same way, though the man certainly had more reason to demand combat. If trial by combat was justice from the gods, Clegane must have a kind, noble side no one had ever encountered. But they were in the south now, and from the faces of the Dawn Party, the trials had played to their satisfaction thus far. Absently, Ned scanned the crowds for Ashura's face, trying in vain to forget the accusations charged against Clegane still ringing in his head. There were many things Ned would like to forget about this day. From the other side of Robert's canopy, Hoster Tully glared over at him. Ned did his best to keep his head pointed straight ahead, determined to ignore his good father's venomous gaze. The man had all but cornered Ned outside his chambers that morning, his face near purple with rage. You would marry again before my daughter is cold in the river. Does a wife mean so little to you stark men then? Ned had tried to remain stoic at the nonsensical insult. The man was grieving his daughter, and it was human nature to hide behind rage like a wounded animal. But his words had escalated, made worse when Ned had insisted Robb be sent to Winterfell as soon as possible, until finally Ned too had lost his temper. I had great respect for Lady Catelyn, and I was glad to have her for my wife, but the gods were cruel to us both. Robb needs a mother, and Winterfell a lady. I do not answer to you regarding my son or my marriage. Then he had turned on his heel and stalked down the corridor, Tully's bloodshot eyes burning into his back. Guilt mixed with his anger, swirling like a swamp in his stomach, and Ned pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping the nausea would subside. On the opposite side of the arena, the knight who had been introduced as Sir Pattern Dalt of Lemonwood was donning his own leather armor. The man looked about Ned's age with an overly youthful face, and his close-shorn hair gleamed black in the sunlight. His head was bent in close conversation with Prince Oberyn, who stood examining the knight's spear, his features sharp as a vulture's. Ned had expected Prince Oberyn to take on both Lork and Clegane. Princess Rhaenys had Martell blood after all, but at the trial it was Sir Pattern who had stood unchallenged and announced in almost too mild a voice that he would take on Sir Armory Lork. His pronouncement had drawn sneers from some of the Lannister men-at-arms, but Ned did not think the Dornish party would allow this man to dole out justice for the little princess if they had no faith in his abilities. The two men parted with mutual nods, the prince giving Sir Pattern a hearty clap on the shoulder, and soon the High Septon was shuffling forward to offer his prayers. Just before the fight began, Ned finally spotted Ashura's fair face amid the Dornish party, up high and tucked into a corner. Lady Lara Blackmont, another of Princess Elia's former ladies, sat beside her, their dark heads blending together as they spoke. Seeming to sense eyes on her, Ashura turned towards Ned, and for a moment she locked her eyes into his, the corner of her mouth lifting. He smiled back, faint as he could, his heart easing and his body light. Beside Ashura, Lady Blackmont frowned and looked over at him too. Her eyebrows shot up for a moment, looking back and forth between Ashura, who had sunk her teeth into her crimson lip, and Ned, who was certain his face had flushed an ugly red. Then the woman gave Ned a devious smile that could almost be described as lecherous, and leaned over to whisper in Ashura's ear. Ashura looked away and stubbornly refused to meet Ned's eye again. For just a flash, it was as if they had returned to the jousting stands at Harrenhal, but Ned soon remembered that the contest today was no game. When the fight began, the two knights seemed evenly matched. For every jab of the spear that came too close to Lorca's weak points, Sir Patton too narrowly dodged swings of Lorca's arming sword. As minutes passed, however, it became clear that Lorca's movements had slowed, while Sir Patton was still fast as ever on his feet. When Sir Patton drew first blood on Lorca's leg, the crowd around him had gasped in near unison, but Ned could see that it was no deep cut. Still, Lorca let out a wild sort of scream, and Ned could only assume the man was not used to injury. And so the fight wore on, Lorca managing 2 cuts through Sir Patton's leather armor, but Sir Patton delivering jab after jab with his spear so that blood soon dripped about Lorca's feet. His pained grunts filled the air now, and Ned realized suddenly that Sir Patton seemed to aim specifically for those parts that would not prove fatal when cut. Of their own accord, his eyes found Ashura again. She had turned pale as a sheet, her face a glaring contrast against the olive skin of Lady Blackmont, and when she met his eyes again she mouthed something before her lips pressed into a tight line. 28. It took Ned several breaths to make out the words, but when he did he was suddenly cold despite the sun and the crush of bodies. Lorca had stabbed Princess Rhaenys 28 times. It would seem Sir Patton intended to return the favor. Lorca had fallen to one knee now, making low-pitched groans. Sir Patton stood over him. Quick as a viper, he drove his spear into him twice more, piercing his shoulder, then his hand. "That is 28 kisses of my spear, Sir Armory, for the 28 times you put your dirty blade into Princess Elia's daughter." The knight's voice was still cool and subdued, though it somehow lifted above the babble of the crowds. Ned heard more intakes of breath around him, and in front of him Robert turned to say something to Jon, his face flushed and his eyes wide. Lorca had collapsed fully to the ground now, and his whole body shook as blood started to pool around his knees. His wails grew sharper still, and Ned felt his brows furrow. Perhaps his injuries were deeper than they appeared, for the man truly looked in agony. Sir Patton should finish off his opponent. The honor-bound part of Ned was half horrified that the man was suffering thus, no matter his crimes, though the part that remembered the little princess on the marble floor was making no objections to this display. Sir Patton was not finished speaking. "Sir Armory, surely a knight like you would not have the audacity to murder a royal princess. Tell me, sir, who gave your orders?" Murmurs rippled through the crowds at his words, and Ned felt his unease stir. Sir Patton made another circle around Lorca, his steps leisurely. When Lorca did not answer with words, Sir Patton leaned down, kicked his sword away, and appeared to whisper in his ear. A cry as if from a butchered pig pierced the air, and Lorca launched himself at his opponent, who jumped away with ease. He reached for his sword, seeming to regain strength, but managed only 2 teetering steps before pitching forward to the ground once more. Again he screamed. Ned did not understand how this man ever managed to be knighted. Surely dying from loss of blood was not so acutely agonizing. He had certainly seen enough such deaths these past years to know men died in silence and cold. The crowd was thunderous, the small folk loudest of all, but Sir Patton's voice cut through the din. "What will it be, sir? Will you tell us who gave your orders?" Lorca screamed, his words incoherent, and Sir Patton appeared almost to leer. "What was that, Sir Armory? I doubt anyone could understand you." "Lord Tywine, damn you. Lord Tywine gave the fucking orders. End it, you fucking bastard, end it now." And Sir Patton complied with a final plunge of his spear. Notes: I have no idea how to write fight scenes, so this was just a lot of jabbing and slicing at each other. Thanks so much to Kmedina1 and Captain Fuck You McHugh for being my new beaters. They have so many great ideas and I'm so excited for future storylines. Chapter 13, This Damn City. Notes: I've played rather fast and loose with people's ages, in case that wasn't clear. Oberyn is a year older than Ash, and Elia was 2. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. She found Oberyn near the stern of their ship, arms braced against the taffrail. The setting sun shone blood-red behind the city, and as she neared she could feel the restless danger rolling off him. "What did you use?" she asked. He did not turn around, instead waiting for her to join him in looking out over the bay. From Valyrian it translates as key of the tongue. Once it is in the blood, one's pain only escalates, and there is no stopping it, save death. They say any man can be made to talk given enough time with the brew. Ashura felt her stomach turn. Oberyn turned to her, his eyes burning. "You do not approve?" "'Tis not for me to approve or not. A silence. It should have horrified me, she said. Instead I am only horrified at myself. Even as all the blood made me ill, I did not wish to turn away. And I wanted to hear him scream. Yes, sighed Oberyn, that was a sweet sound, was it not? Do you think Elia heard it from beyond the grave? I hope not. She would disapprove, even for the murderer of her child. We both know that much. Oberyn massaged his temple. My kind sister. Not a cruel bone in her body and a heart as soft and sweet as jam. If there really are gods up there, how could they let this happen to her? You think the father is truly just and the mother merciful. Whoever is up there, it seems they enjoy watching our pathetic writhing. He laughed, a humorless, brittle sound. How fares our gallant Lord Manwadi? My Rohanish healer has wrapped his hand and applied salve. Tease naught but bruised knuckles. Good, though I was most tempted not to pull him off. Following the death of Armory Lorg, as their party was taking its stiff leave of King Robert, Lord Manwadi had taken advantage of his proximity to plant his fist into Tywin Lannister's jaw. The old lion had tried to dodge at the last moment, and the blow was only glancing, but he would surely wear a mark for many days to come. What will you do now? Asked Ashura. Oberyn shook his head. Nothing has changed. Not as yet. In Sunspear, they had all suspected Lord Tywin's involvement, and the suspicion was likely the same among the other lords of the realm. As Patton had said in the arena, it was near unthinkable for a mere knight to commit such murders of his own accord. Yet still they had no proof save the words of one man alone. A murderer of children. Who could say he did not accuse Lord Tywin out of spite? Tywin himself would take that stance until the day he died, no doubt. The thought made her want to cast her dinner into the sea. Will you use the same method to extract Clegane's confession tomorrow? Yes, said Oberyn, facing out to the bay, though I will have to thicken the poison. Clegane must have the blood of giants. His nails ground into the wood of the taffrail, leaving jagged dents, and Ashura fought in vain to expel from her mind imaginings of Elia's last moments. You do not think Lannister will have caught on to your scheme? Lorca's reaction at the end was unnatural, to say the least. If he was sure of foul play he would have confronted me, surely. No one would accuse Patton Dalt of poison, with his pristine reputation, and once I have my confession and revenge tomorrow, it won't matter what people say of me. And besides. He turned to her. Did your future husband suspect poison today? She had managed a few whispered words with Ned after the trial. No, not a thing, but Ned rarely has such underhand possibilities at the fore of his mind. She pressed her lips together. I shall have to tell him when it is over tomorrow. I would have liked to tell him today. She hoped he would not be overly repulsed by her part in this bloody business. Oberyn gave her an almost amused look. As I say, it won't matter what people think after tomorrow. I would not mind you telling your lover tonight if it will ease your conscience. Ashura felt the tips of her ears heat. How could you possibly know I was planning to meet him? Lucky guess. You kept gawking at him. She cleared her throat. Tell him what you like, Ash. I doubt he will try to stop me, especially if you wish him not to. I will tell you though, that you are wrong if you think it will be over tomorrow. Icy claws crept up Ashura's back. Her plotting with Ned had never been to bring down Tywin Lannister. She was just one person without an army behind her, and war itself was never good or just. If Oberyn and Doran wished to plan anything more, she would rather not know. She thought Elia would be satisfied with these two deaths, but Oberyn and Doran were her brothers, and she had no say in the actions of her liege. I only hope you remember your promise to your brother for this trip, Ashura said slowly. That you will act as he would. Justice must be had, but please, do not. Do not be rash, do not be aggressive, do not be myself. Yes, yes, said Oberyn, waving his hand. I do remember, and I did swear to him. And yet you and Patton are still descending upon King's Landing tonight with your men. She had heard sailors and soldiers talk of visiting the underground fighting pits in Flea Bottom. Ah, I knew I was not the only observant one. Lord Manwadi will come as well. We are only going to release some of our anger before one of us accidentally murders Tywin Lannister and starts another war. Our men can't stay cooped on this ship forever. I've told them to leave their weapons on board. Oberyn. I will keep the men in check as well as my anger, and act as Doran would. Don't worry yourself. She hoped he meant it. Oberyn heaved a sigh as if shifting the burden on his shoulders. The things we do for love, Ash, and the things that cease to matter. Truth, and self. Loyalty. And honor. Ashura glanced at him from the corner of her eye. When have either of us cared one whit about honor? Not you or me. Patton dealt. I had not thought to use this poison until he asked me in Sunspear, and you should have seen the malicious glint in his eye this morning. Patton dealt. But he is so kind. Honorable. Mild-tempered. From what I have seen, yes. What are you saying? It seems Elia had more admirers than we knew. Ashura frowned at him. You don't mean that he was in love with her? That is precisely what I mean. And yes, when it dawned on me I did feel the way your face looks at present. Gods, but we've known him for years. None of us suspected a thing. Oberyn raised a dark brow. You don't think Elia knew? She could sense all when it came to matters of the heart. Do you think they were ever together? I don't see how I could have missed the signs. Oberyn shrugged. Does it matter? The man was willing to put aside all his principles to avenge her daughter. If not out of respect for my house, I dare say he would gladly take on the mountain as well. Who would have thought the Dalts have such hot blood beneath their balmy exterior? Justice Ashura corrected almost absently, feeling that his words unsettled her. What? She turned to him. You say he avenged Elia's daughter. But we are not here for revenge, Oberyn. We are here for justice. That's what I wanted when I drew this plan, and that is what Elia would have asked for. Justice. Vengeance. They are two sides of one coin. Justice is only vengeance dressed in the white cloak of the righteous. And if we cannot have this lofty thing they call justice, vengeance tastes just as sweet. O tilde o tilde o tilde o tilde o. The moon shone as bright as day through the diamond windows in the Red Keep, casting pools of white light on the marble floor as Ashura made her way to the Royal September. It had been easy enough to convince the sentries outside the castle gates to let her into the keep. All knew by now that Lord Stark's future wife was a Dornish woman with dark hair and purple eyes, and when she said she wished to pray, no one had questioned her motives, especially as she left her guards at the gatehouse and asked the Baratheon men to provide them something to drink. Now she walked the empty, familiar halls alone, lantern in hand, trying to speed her footsteps. A draft wound through the empty hall and Ashura pulled her wrappings tight around her shoulders, trying not to think about just how much colder she was going to be for the rest of her life. It would be worth it, now and later. If it meant she could wake to see Ned Stark's face every morning, she could brave the icy winds and snow. She had arranged to meet Ned in the Godswood, but it could not hurt to light some candles in the September along the way. Just because the years had embittered her to the gods did not mean she wished to court their wrath through neglect. Nearing the arched doorway, she slipped inside the dim September, then had to bite hard on her tongue to stop herself yelping in surprise. Only one of the wall sconces were lit, beside the statue of the warrior, and on the steps beneath it sprawled Robert Baratheon, 3 wine pitchers and empty goblets scattered around him. Very slowly, Ashura backed towards the doorway, but her shoe caught on a ledge she had not known was there, and the heel made a clank on the stone. Who's there? Ashura cursed herself silently before emerging from the shadows. My apologies for disturbing you, your grace. Ah, Lady Ashura Dayne. His voice was slightly slurred and almost melodic from the wine, and so loud that it echoed and bounced about the walls. You didn't disturb me. Not like I own the place. Ashura wanted to remind him that he did, in fact, own the place, but held her tongue. I was just heading to the Godswood, and thought to light a candle is all she explained, eager to be on her way. I shall just. Nonsense. Come in, come in. Come to demand answers from the gods as well. Not sure how much luck you'll have. I've been sitting here for hours and none of them have said a damn thing. For a moment she hesitated still, but then sighed and walked towards King Robert. As she drew near, the pungent tang of wine cut through the soft incense, and she noticed that Robert's face was blotchy, and his eyes bloodshot. No, your grace. I have stopped expecting answers long ago. I only came in hopes that they might be kinder to me in future than they have been in the past. Briskly, she lit a taper from the wall sconce, and lit the candle on the marble altar before each statue, giving each a bow. Ha! Maybe they were too good to me in the past. Now they are punishing me. Wine. He found an empty goblet on the tray behind him. No, thank you. More for me. Sit. He gestured to the step beside him, and Ashura complied. Robert frowned, patting the stone around him, and Ashura located a pitcher that was not yet empty to fill his goblet. I thank you, he mumbled, downing half of it. Then he peered at her over the brim, his eyes narrowed in thought. Your brother. Which one, your grace? The dead one. She felt herself flinch, though she tried not to, and Robert frowned again. Sorry. Didn't mean to be crass. It's all right. He is dead. Robert waved his goblet in an elaborate gesture of a toast above his head. Sir Arthur Dane, he said, drawing out the vowels. Sir Arthur Dane. Yes, your grace. Damn it, would you stop with the your gracing? Bloody grating on the ears. I've never addressed a king as anything else. His lip curled in disgust. Just, don't address me at all then. She arched an eyebrow, but at least this king was showing no signs of threatening to tie her hair into a wick and burn her like a candle. Very well, then. Robert nodded, satisfied, and finished his goblet of wine. Arthur Dane. Sir Arthur Dane, he repeated under his breath. Ned told me he killed him. Or, no, I suppose that short bannerman of his dealt the fatal blow, and Ned had to end it. Oh, but why did Robert Baratheon's words cut deeper than Aes ever had? That is what he told me as well. He was guarding Lyanna. And Ned killed him. Robert seemed to speak to a far wall, but Ashura kept her eyes fixed on his face. He did not seem angry, more dazed. Arthur swore a vow, Ashura said carefully. He swore to obey. Robert swatted an impatient hand, cutting her off. Yes, yes, I know. Doing his duty, and all that, I don't blame him. Just a bleeding shame, your brother. Best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms. Gods, when I asked him for a spar at Harrenhal, he took me down in 5 moves flat. Ashura hid her surprise, not at her brother's skill, but that Robert would so willingly admit to defeat. She was silent for a long time while Robert seemed to relish in the memory. Finally, she said. He truly was the best swordsman of his time, and I do not say so merely because he was my brother. When we were boys, Ned and I both wanted to be Danes, you know. Secretly, of course, but, gods, every boy in the kingdom must have wanted to wield Dawn and fight like Arthur Dane. Ashura opened her mouth, then closed it again, and decided that, yes, she did want some wine after all. Perhaps, she said after downing half a goblet and feeling it slosh into her stomach, but you do not know what he had to give up for such an honor. And what it took from all of us. Robert seemed confused at her words, then let them go with a shake of his head. He was squinting at her again, and she stared right back, eyebrows slightly raised. Finally, he sighed and looked to the ceiling. Ned really is a lucky bastard, isn't he? Ashura frowned and gave him an incredulous look. He has lost his father, his brother and his sister in less than 2 years. He has had to lead a kingdom with no preparation to do so, and has lost his new wife besides. I should think lucky is the last word one would use for Ned Stark. Robert looked shocked for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed, but Ashura could hear the hollow brittleness of it echoing from the domed ceiling. Gods have mercy, Ned never stood a chance. He'll lose every quarrel you have once you wed. Now her eyebrows were climbing to her hair. And this does not concern you. Aren't your wives supposed to be meek and obedient up north? Ha! I don't know what wives are supposed to be like, but why'd I want a wife like that? Something seemed to dim in his eyes then. Lyanna wasn't like that, he said, suddenly quiet. She wasn't like that at all, and all I wanted was to have her as mine. She thought of Lyanna 7 moons gone with child, racing down the stairs so she would not miss Ashura before she left. Ashura swallowed, her throat tight. I am very sorry. For you, and for Lord Stark, she said, not knowing what else to say. I came here because I wanted some fucking answers. Damn it to 7 hells, why did they take her from me? Why? John has his chance at an heir and Ned gets to marry the woman he loves, but what about me? All I get is that fucking chair, and it isn't even comfortable to sit in. No matter his delusions and his callous words, she did not like to see this man suffer so. He was like a lost, abandoned little boy, and his eyes were glassy with pain. It will not hurt so, after a while she said quietly. I think I was where you are but days ago. He turned and squinted at her. For your brother. Among others. For the child she held only once. For the sister she had chosen. For the half of her soul she thought was lost forever. You seem all right now. As I say, it will not hurt so after a while. She tilted her head to study him, wondering if she spoke too much, but the man was thoroughly drunk, and would like us not forget this whole encounter. We have a tower at Starfall. It is called the Palestone Sword, and rises 500 feet above where the Torrentine meets the sea. An absent grunt. For a great many days I wanted to jump out the tower room. A silence, then Robert snapped his head to her, eyes bulging. Good gods, woman. Are you mad? You are right, of course. I was half mad. Robert was shaking his head, making a tutting sound. Well, good thing for Ned you didn't. Damn, but your life needs not end when someone else's does. You are right, she said again. I no longer wish to jump out of towers. What changed your mind? He asked curiously. Ashura paused for only a moment. A lemon garden. Huh. A lemon garden, and the new life I saw there. I am barely 21. I did not wish to be dust and bones. Huh. He seemed to be considering her words, or perhaps he had not heard them at all. Lemons don't grow in this shithole of a city, he finally said. Ashura let the echoes of his voice die before filling his goblet once more. Perhaps you should keep drinking, then she said. If you're drunk all the time, the throne won't be nearly as uncomfortable. He laughed again, the sound thick and clogged. Ah, Lyanna would have liked you, I think. The knot in her throat tightened until she ached. You'll stay to see me through this, won't you? And then you can take me riding through the mountains. Ashura filled her own goblet. I have met her. I liked her very much. Oh, at Harrenhal, yes. She nodded. He glanced sideways at her. And Ned? Did you like him, too? She gave him a small smile. Yes, I dare say I did. Like him? Robert nodded, satisfied and looking pleased. Good. That's good. He heaved a great sigh and wiped his face with his hand. At least one of us won't be miserable. Be good to him, would you? I know he's got a face like a tombstone, but he's not frozen all the way through. He's more a brother to me than my own brothers have been. Robert's words were slurring together until his voice slipped forth in one long stream, but when he looked at her, his eyes seemed startlingly clear. Ashura studied him for a long moment, her heart tender in her chest. I will be the best wife I can be. You need not worry for your friend. I just hope you will not always be so miserable, Robert. He raised his glass to her wordlessly, and they both downed their wine. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. You truly are not angry about the poison. I do not wish you to think I deceived you into facilitating something you find reprehensible. It was never my intention. Ashura was tucked into the crook of Ned's arm in a little clearing in the Godswood, his heavy cloak and furs wrapped around them, though he was furnace all on his own. Perhaps the north would not be so cold after all. I know, he said into her hair. I am not angry. She had told him of the poison Oberyn had applied to Pattendale's spear, and how she had realized the truth of it when Lork began howling from his seemingly shallow wounds. I do not like it, he continued, but it extracted Tywin Lannister's name, and that counts for something. Ashura nodded. Yes, it would seem that was the plan. To implicate Tywin Lannister. They will do the same tomorrow. She pushed herself up onto an elbow to look at him. Please don't try to stop Oberyn. He is just as stubborn as you are, and he will not back down. There is blood in his eyes. I could see it. Ned took a long breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. I must confess, Ash, that I did not find the whole affair this morning entirely objectionable. It shames me to say so, but the image of the little princess was constantly in my mind. Amory Locke was not wrong today. Her heart seemed to skip, but she should not have been shocked. He was no rigid man of stone. There was a beating heart and hot blood beneath his stony mask. It should not shame you unless the terrifying satisfaction I felt should shame me also. He looked at her then, his hand reaching to touch along her cheekbone. No, I won't try to stop Prince Oberyn. Good. Thank you. He shook away her thanks. What does Prince Oberyn plan to do about Tywin Lannister? He has not told me. I have not asked. If I am honest, I am too scared to know. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Much later, Ashura dozed in his arms as Ned studied the lights and shadows of her face in the moonlight. Her straight nose, her gull-wing brows, the little dimple on her chin. Tiny freckles had appeared along her cheek since he had last looked so close at her skin, and her face seemed fuller now, and less strained. Good, he thought, his hand sliding absently down her shoulder and arm. Too much grief could waste away a body, and he hoped she was over the worst of it. Grief. He could no longer describe the feeling, for it had been his constant companion, and grown into his bones like the roots of a weirwood. And what good did it do him to peek beneath the bandages with which he had hastily covered his wounds? His father roasting like a pig on a spit in his armor. Brandon's face turned purple, then black as he choked. Lady Catelyn slipping into the fire of fever. Lyanna pleading with him as her blood drained sticky over her legs. The scenes would haunt him every night if he allowed them. And his daughter. Oh, gods, what had he done? He had given Ash a child, a bastard in truth, and he had not even known the babe existed until she was no more. Was he no better than Robert in that? So careless with the life he created? Or should he hope for such carelessness, for that carved stone with the cheerful mushroom ring had torn a chunk out of his flesh? That was his first child, he realized with horror. The first child he made, and with the woman who was his very heart. He had asked her to describe what their daughter looked like, but her face had turned white as bone, and he had withdrawn. Would you have told me, he'd asked her some time after. If anything had been different, would you have told me of her? No. She met his gaze almost defiantly, and her voice was sure. If you were still married, or if I had not intended to forgive you, I would not have told you. I would not have forced you to bear this pain now, but if I am to share my life with you, I cannot lie to you. He had felt anger flare, flames licking inside his skull. Ashura. I had a right to know. I know. Even I do not have it in me to be always fair, Ned. I would not have told you and I am not sorry for it. She was expecting him to lash out at her, to yell or storm or simply to leave. He could do none of it, for the anger in him was all for himself. He had done this to her, made her weather such a nightmare alone, and forced her to toughen her skin so she would not shred into pieces. He had only cursed, cracked his cup in his fist, and buried his head in his hands. Now his hand wandered down her side and over her belly, finding on the skin there 4 or 5 soft lines that he could trace with his finger. The babe must have grown enough that her belly had swelled, then, and he could not help imaging Jon's little hands and feet, but even smaller, even whiter and softer, and Ned struggled to breath. Would they have more children together? Would they live? Could she even bring herself to carry another child of his? She had said, but she had been clawing herself out of her despair then, and perhaps she would decide she could not bear it after all. And Ned did not know what he wanted. In some of his guilty, wondrous dreams during the war, he had seen Ash standing in the inner bailey at Winterfell, their purple-eyed daughters chasing each other around her feet while their sons sparred with wooden swords. Yet, if he had to learn of his child growing in her, only to see her miscarry yet again, he would rip in two like parchment, and be thrown on the flames. Ned must have drifted off to sleep then, for when he next came to, Ashura stood dressing in the clearing, her naked back glowing like marble. Ned could not tear his eyes away, his thoughts of death and grief flown far away. Must you go? I doubt Prince Oberyn would notice you were gone all night if he really is in some den in Flea Bottom. She smiled over her shoulder at him, making his blood heat. My guards will start to worry the king has kidnapped me. Ned sighed and stood to pull on his trousers. They would have the rest of their lives soon, he reminded himself, though this coming night without her stretched before him, dark and long. Ashura was tugging on her sleeves now, and for a moment she paused, her shoulders stiffening as if surprised. It was gone before he could ask what was wrong, and she turned and walked to him. "I'll make it up to you when we can stay in bed all night and all day," she half whispered, and pressed her body into his, her nose inches from his. He stifled the groan in his throat. "Careful, now. Keep this up and I cannot be responsible for what happens next." "Oh. Now I am curious, my lord. What would happen next?" He leaned in to claim her velvet mouth, but a sudden rustle of the trees sounded to his left. Both froze. Neither moved to let go. The trees rustled again. The weight was not that of an animal. Ashura softened in his arms first, her hand reaching for the back of his neck while she tilted her head as if to kiss his right cheek. "Can you see them in the trees?" she whispered into his ear. "No," he breathed back, pausing to listen. "No, but I can hear their breathing now. There are at least 3. An icy claw seized his heart and dragged it up into his throat. 3 men of unknown origin. Surely armed. Ice was 2 paces away under the tree behind him, alongside his shirt, and there would be no real place to hide Ashura. Summoning all his will to push away the panic and fear, he forced his mind to think. "You've survived a war, Ned Stark. You can find a way out of this." He could push her into the shrub on his left, and so long as the only men were in the tree on his right, his back could shield her from attack while he reached for ice. But if they were after her life as well, surely one would dodge around him. Ashura's hand was still on his neck, and it seemed the men had not yet chosen to strike. Slowly, she turned them so he was facing the tree where ice lay, caressing and kissing his skin the entire time. He tried to keep the frown of confusion from his face, understanding that they must pretend they heard nothing. "What?" "When I say so, go to your sword at once," she whispered. "Trust me. You needn't fear for me." His mind spun, and he barely heard her. "Ash." But she was already pulling out of his arms, laughter like bells escaping her lips. "Go put your shirt on," she said, her voice crisp in the night, "or we shall never leave here tonight." She stepped left, somewhere beyond his reach, her eyes darting to the men in the tree. As he lunged impulsively after her, he heard the sound of a blade cutting through the air and the trees groaning and creaking with sudden movement. Thuds on the ground. Voices. Driven by instinct alone, he stumbled to his sword, unsheathing ice, then turned about wildly as he took in the men who had dropped to the ground. There were 3 figures, clad in black with cloth tied over their faces. They, too, seemed to be searching the woods, their arming swords primed and facing him. "What is the meaning of this? Who are you men?" Still his eyes searched the darkness. Where had Ashura gone? One of them sneered, his teeth glistening in the moonlight. "Lord Stark." He gave a mock bow, then charged without another word. Ned blocked his blow and aimed for his unprotected chest, though he could not bring himself to focus on his opponent. The 2 others were moving slowly around the little clearing, and as he swung his own sword at the man's neck, he heard one of them ask where the bloody woman could have slipped off to. His blood was suddenly ice, but his arms were at once light as air. With a cry, he brought ice up into the flank of his opponent quicker than he'd ever swung his great sword, and the catspaw let out a raw cry. Ned barely felt the resistance of his muscle and bones as he shoved the man from his blade with his foot, turning around and stalking after the other men. They had both turned at the sound of their companion dying, and shared a nod before rushing at Ned as one. Terribly, in his mind flashed the unrelenting Dornish sun, under which he and Willam Dustin charged together at Sir Arthur Dane. But Ned was no brilliant swordsman. With each swing, he did his best to push his opponents back, as their swords were shorter than ice. The men did not seem to have received formal training, but their erratic slashing and thrusting were just as deadly as a knight's disciplined swings. Soon all Ned's attention was taken by dodging their blades, though in the back of his mind was the constant prayer that Ashura had hidden herself somewhere, and that there were no more men about. He heard no sounds of struggle, and surely that was a hopeful sign. Too many times, his opponent's blades came dangerously close to his limbs, but Ned felt no pain. Blood thundered in his ears, and he managed cuts into both men, though none that were deep enough to fell either. Finally, he spotted an opening as one man stepped to the side, and Ned managed to drive the point of ice deep into his chest. At once, his blade caught on the ribs, and as he tried to stand his ground and pull his sword back, the other man charged with his own sword aimed at Ned's neck. His blade still stuck. Ned braced himself for a last-moment dodge, knowing this attack would likely draw blood, but before the man came close, he seemed to stop as if struck by lightning, then crumpled like a puppet. Ned's mind stopped for a moment. But he felt himself falling down with the body of the man he had killed, his hands still stiff around ice, and he summoned a last burst of energy to yank his blade out of the body. Ashura. When he finally found his tongue, he called out her name, even as his legs led him to the felled man. The catspaw had a very thin blade handle sticking from the base of his skull. Ned. His head snapped up at once, for Ashura's voice was raw and hoarse. She was standing some feet away, her face so white it near glowed in the moonlight. Her eyes were wild and shiny, and her chest heaved with irregular breaths. She took one trembling step towards him, then two, and Ned leapt over to catch her before she could fall to the moss-covered ground. "Sure, it's all right. You're all right, you're safe." She was shaking violently, and Ned clutched her tight to him, hand in her hair, even as his body remained alert, scanning the trees behind her for whence the blade had come. "You needn't keep looking," she whispered when she had calmed. "What? You needn't be so tense. I threw the knife." It took a heartbeat for her words to make sense. He gently gripped her by the shoulders so he could look at her. "What did you say?" "The knife. I threw it." One of her hands dug into her sleeve, and she pulled out a thin blade the span of her hand. You. Is it so surprising? At Sunspear, they taught all who would learn how to defend ourselves. She pulled him towards her again, resting her cheek against his chest. "There were 4 men in the tree," she said, her voice small. "When I pulled away from you, I threw a knife into one of their throats. And this one, I would have taken him sooner, but you were all jumbled together, and I could not see the backs of either of their heads." She had killed 2 men. With throwing knives. Ashura. He looked to where she had indicated, and beneath a half-crumpled shrub sprawled a 4th man with a knife in his throat. I did not know you could do that. You never asked." Silence, then they were both laughing, half mad with belated terror and their limbs weak with relief. They collapsed together to the ground, both wheezing, and some time later Ashura was sobbing into his bare chest, her tears soothing on his burning skin. "I hope we never come back to this damn city," she said between hiccups as her hand gripped his shoulder. "Every time I'm here, I've had to kill men." She has had to kill men before, in King's Landing. What in God's name had happened to her, and how could he be so negligent as not to know a thing? Before he could ask her meaning, she stiffened, then drew back, her swollen eyes widening. "Ned. You're bleeding." Her hand came away from his upper arm dark with blood, and for a moment they simply stared at it. "I wasn't injured," said Ned, dazed, but even as he spoke his arms and left shoulder roared to life with fiery pain. "Gods, both your arms." Her voice stopped in her throat, for the castle beyond the godswood seemed suddenly to explode with the clamor of chaos. Their eyes met, horror and alarm blending between them, and at once both were in their feet. "There must be a coordinated attack of some sort," Ned said, his chest clenching again. "Something of large scale, and we were only an afterthought. No matter. We must go find out what is happening." Her voice was slowly smoothing back to normal, but he nonetheless heard the tension. For a trice, he wanted to insist he take her somewhere out of the castle, or to lock her safely behind some door, but then he glimpsed the knife in her hand. Ned thought of the man dropping like a puppet, thought of the silent manner in which the 2 men met their deaths, and decided he would not insult her so. It would seem his Ash was no shrinking maiden, but really, it should not have surprised him. Ashura scrambled to Ned's shirt first, and cut strips out of the bottom with her knife before tying them around the cuts on Ned's arms. The pressure stung too, but the pain held him to reality, and he was glad for it. "I cannot do anything for your shoulder," she frowned, helping him into what remained of his shirt. "Just remember there is a rather long gash there, and be careful." It did not look deep. He nodded. They gathered his cloaks and furs, and Ashura helped Ned strap ice around his waist. Ned asked then if she wished to retrieve her knives as well, but she had frozen like a rabbit sighting a hawk, and he had been the one to pull the blades from 2 men and wipe them clean on their black shirts. "Who sent them, do you think?" Ashura asked as she took back the blades with unsteady hands and somehow made them disappear up her lead sleeves. Ned shook his head. "It's too dark to see much even if we search them for identifiers," he said. The sporadic sounds of men's shouts and blades scraping blades seemed to echo from the keep proper, and they frowned at one another. "We must leave them here and hope whoever sent them will not have the chance to remove their bodies." The wall was high, and here around the godswood, all seemed quiet. "All right. Well, I am rather impatient for answers." She finished tucking away her last knife, smoothed her robes about her arms in the perfect image of womanly grace, and made to lead the way back to the castle. "Wait." She turned, and he caught her arm to draw her close. "Let me kiss you first." Her eyes widened, but her arm slipped around his waist and parted her lips that were swollen from crying, and Ned kissed her hard on the mouth, feeling his desire rise so sudden and sharp that it was near to pain. When they pulled apart, both hard of breath, she gave him a bewildered little smile. "When we return to Winterfell, I want to see just how good you are with those knives." She seemed struck dumb, but then broke out into a smile like the rising sun, color returning to her pale cheeks. "It does not disturb you, then?" "What I can do?" The smile slipped, and her eyes darted to the bodies behind him. "What I have done." "Disturb me?" He cupped her cheek with one hand and waited until her eyes were on him once more. "You likely saved both our lives tonight. If you heat my blood any more, I fear I shall burst into flame where I stand." Notes. So lucky to have Captain Fuck You McHugh helping me come up with exciting storylines and Kmedina 1 helping me make my writing literate. Chapter 14, From This Day. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Back in the council chambers once more, with men bellowing orders around her, Ashura absently ran her thumb along the flat of a blade in her sleeve. It was smooth and cool under her hand, but she swore she could still feel the slick lifeblood of the men she had killed. Had this particular knife gone into the throat or into the skull? Her fingers traced up to the hilt and found the 2 nicks in the grip. Ah, so her favorite then. This knife had sliced open the artery on the first assassin's neck. Perhaps there was dried blood on the grip, but no, Ned had wiped both clean before handing them back to her. Did that make 4 men now? No, but it must be 5. Because the baker's son had died from an infection 10 days after. Ashura had gone alone through the alleyways to find out the truth. He had deserved the suffering, but Ashura could not wipe their faces from her mind. A lifetime ago, when Elia had been betrothed to Roriga, they had all come to King's Landing so that the future queen could be introduced to court. Had Ashura been 17 then? A child, really, though she had thought herself so wise about the world. The Red Keep had been stifling and oppressive, for all that the halls were wide and the windows reached to the skies. The king truly was a mad beast, and Ashura had not known it was possible to lose feeling in her legs from fear. She was with Elia and her other friends, but the castle walls seemed to close in on them, tighter each day, and though it was said the Red Keep was the one place in the city where the air was fresh, they often found it hard to breathe. One day, reckless and naive girls that they were, Jainessa Manwadi and Ashura had convinced Elia to sneak out of the castle. Just to explore all the wards they had said. Was Elia not at all curious? In passing, Roriga had told Elia of the tunnels he made use of, sneaking out to play harp for the crowds. Elia had reluctantly agreed. They had told none of the others, for Diana and Moria would never agree to something so perilous, and Lara had recently broken her leg from a fall down the steps. They had come out into the city and made their way through Fishmonger's Square, cloaked in the garments they had pilfered from scullery maids. For half the day they wandered without incident, stopping to watch fire-eating dwarfs perform and buy roasted chestnuts on the street corner. When they were winding through the alleys that spilled off the muddy way, however, they had been surrounded by a gang of 8 young men, the leers on their faces leaving no doubt as to their intentions. Ashura could not remember feeling any fear, only an annoyance at the unsavory interruption to their outing. JYNNY had been trained in the martial tradition of House Manwadi and wielded her metal-tipped, multi-tail flail as if it were an extension of her arm. At Sunspear, the master-at-arms had taught Ashura how to throw blades, and Oberyn had often challenged her to contests for who could hit the swaying straw-stuffed dummy most squarely in the throat. JYNNY had pushed Ashura and Elia behind her, and with the first swing of her whip had taken the eye out of the thug's leader, making 2 of them flee at once. The remaining 6 had drawn daggers, shocked but too prideful to back down against young girls, but JYNNY beat them back, injuring 2 before one came close enough to strike her with his blade. That was when Ashura had thrown hers, aiming at their throats as she had always practiced. She had felled 2 and hit the third in his shoulder before it dawned on her precisely what she'd done. The 3 of them had picked gingerly over the bodies of the 4 men after the injured 2 had fled, then walked back to the keep in silence. Elia had not said a single word of rebuke for the sheer stupidity of their suggestion, but instead embraced them both, and thanked them for saving her life. It was not until much later, alone in the dappled darkness of her chambers, that Ashura had scrunched herself into the corner, desperate to stop shaking from the cold that pierced her core. With little flicks of her arm, she had taken 2 lives that afternoon, lives squashed from this word, like ants beneath a shoe. She had stared at her hands in the darkness until her eyes stung, seeing rusty, flaking blood dried into the grooves on her skin. When she tried to sleep, she saw behind her eyelids the shocked looks of the grime-effaced men as red spurted from their leathery skin, the black-toothed grimace of one as he grappled at the gash in his neck, the slow, nearly graceful motion of the other as he, bemused, pulled the blade from his throat and examined it before collapsing. In the early dawn, she had swallowed her pride and snuck into JYNNY's chambers, and Ashura had let her friend kiss her and hold her for hours until she was thawed and warm once more. The following week, she had snuck out again, alone in the morning, and asked around in that alleyway until she learned that a butcher's son had recently been struck with a knife during a brawl of sorts, and died from infection. That had been 3 lives on her conscience, 3 marks, black on her soul, and now here were 2 more. She had truly gotten better at throwing her blades in the intervening years, Ashura thought distantly. Oberyn had given her a knowing look when he had seen the bodies from the Godswood, and she was certain there had been pride in his smirk. Beside her, the boy Oberyn had carried back to the castle seemed to stir, but only frowned and did not regain consciousness. When she and Ned had emerged into the inner bailey of the keep, the sounds of melee fighting had mostly ceased. Baratheon and Stark men-at-arms were standing around scattered bodies and bound men dressed in the same black the men in the Godswood had worn. Jon Arryn had found them along with Ashura's Dornish guards, all their faces etched with relief that she was unharmed. Ashura had sent them back to the ship to fetch Ely for Ned, then followed Lord Arryn into the council chamber. The entire castle was in an uproar, and they soon learned that small groups of men in black had scaled the walls in the night and set upon the men-at-arms, who had not had training in guarding the Red Keep and did not know its weaknesses. They learned, too, that riots had broken out all over King's Landing, with bands of thugs setting fires, and dirty, bloody brawls breaking out in the alleyways and squares. The city was already stretched on a razor's edge from the recent invasion and the presence of so many armies. The riots were like sparks on dry kindling, setting forth explosions of violence that still roared through the streets. When the bodies of their assassins had been brought from the Godswood and searched, they had found bags of black and red fabric, filled with coins. The few survivors who had climbed the walls could only say that masked men with uncultured accents had approached them in the twilight, giving them money to arm themselves and stir chaos in the castle. Ned's and Lord Arryn's faces had been hard with rage, and Ned had wrapped his furs tight around her, handed her a goblet of something warm, then slipped away to find King Robert before she could protest. A short while later, Oberyn, Patton and Lord Manwadi had been ushered into the council chamber as well, each bleeding from various limbs, Sir Patton limping. They had come to blows with Lannister soldiers in the fighting den, and taken the fight outside, where they were soon set upon by black-clad men. The fight had soon turned into a jumbled brawl teeming with humanity, and 2 Dornish soldiers had been killed, while most others wore some form of injury or other. Oberyn had a dark-haired boy of perhaps 10 slung over his shoulder, and had settled him next to Ashura on her couch in the back of the chamber. Ashura's mind was too sluggish to ask any questions. "Keep an eye on this one would you," he'd said, grimacing at the deep slash on his face as he scanned her up and down for injury. "He's like a feral cat. Came out of nowhere and saved my life before hitting his head." Ashura had nodded dumbly, hearing his words but not fully understanding. The boy's taut face was grimy and battered, his hair was matted, and his ribs showed through his thin shirt. He smelled of sweat and blood and unwashed humanity, but Ashura took Ned's cloak and covered him with it, hoping Ned would not mind. She herself slid close to the roaring fireplace nearby. Ned returned with Robert some time later, and after Uli had tended his shoulder and all the attendants had left the chamber, he and Oberyn told the gathered lords of the attacks they had faced. Robert was clearly still drunk, but Jon Arryn had given Ned a pointed look when he mentioned that he had been with Ashura in the Godswood. Tywin Lannister, who had slipped unnoticed into the council chamber with a few of his lords, had pinned his pale green eyes so violently to Ashura that she thought his gaze might burn a hole right through her face. Even with the purple shadow on his jaw, he still made her hair stand on end. "My lords, your grace," mused Lord Roland Crickehall, fingering the black and red cloth coin purses found on the assassins and thugs. "It is clear that the attacks are by Targaryen loyalists." All eyes turned to Tywin Lannister's vassal, and it was Robert who spoke, anger dispelling his drunken slur. "What? Explain." "Your grace, these are Targaryen colors, and it would only be natural that there are still rogue Targaryen elements loose in the city. They sought to destabilize your rule, no doubt." Robert's fist came down hard on the table, but before he could say more, Lord Hoster Tully was shaking his head. Surely the Targaryens would not give out purses bearing their own colors to the thugs they hired. It is as good as announcing their identity. "Perhaps, Lord Tully, that is precisely what they intended to do," said Tywin Lannister, fingering the fabric. "They wish to show you, your grace, that they can still cause mayhem if they so wish. They did manage to scale the walls and find their way to the Godswood." "This is pig's heat," bellowed Robert, bolting from his chair and topping it with a thud. "Where in seven hells did these loyalists come from? I thought we scoured the city. And the castle." He turned to one of his lords and gestured wildly with his arms. "Uncle Don." The greying man stood and paced, equally agitated. "We took out all the places loyalists might be hiding, and my men have been personally patrolling the streets. We've heard damn nothing before this day of any unrest or Targaryen elements. Your grace, I don't see how this could have happened. But it's bloody happened." "How?" "Your grace." It was Jon Arryn who interrupted, and Robert snapped his head to his hand. "Your grace, while Lord Lannister does make a fair prediction, we have no proof either way. It could be that whoever hired these thugs simply wanted us to believe they were Targaryen loyalists, and so deliberately used their colors." "Yes, I do believe Lord Arryn has the right of it," said Lord Tully, casting his eyes over the Dornish party before pinning them on Ashura, who could not help thinking distantly that surely she had not done anything to warrant so many malicious glances in one night. "Perhaps there are those," he continued, "who would have the king feel he is still under Targaryen threat, and should therefore concede quickly to terms of peace." Ashura heard her own voice catch in her throat, and Ned gave her a horrified look. It was clear that most around the table understood exactly what Hoster Tully meant. Even Lord Manwadi understood the insinuation, and in an instant, he pounded his fist into the table and leaned menacingly over the table, seeming not to feel his injured leg. "What in bleeding hells is that supposed to mean, you stinking fish? You forget yourself, my lord." "Lord Manwadi." This was Ned and Jon Arryn joined by Patton, whose own splintered leg was propped straight in front of him. Reluctantly, Lord Manwadi was coaxed to sit back down, though the look between Oberyn and Lord Tully was poisonous. "Lord Tully," Ned began, obviously trying for a conciliatory tone but failing, "surely you cannot mean that Dawn." "Lord Stark, defending your future cronies already, I see," Tully sneered. "Hoster, please," this was Lord Arryn, but Oberyn had stood, interrupting. "Lord Tully, you will forgive my Lord Manwadi's outburst, I trust." Oberyn's voice was low and smooth like the underside of a snake. Ashura shivered. She had known him long enough to realize the danger it meant. "He was merely angered by your insinuations against all of Dawn. Surely you did not mean any insult by your words. We all misspeak at times." Ashura's eyes narrowed. Did Hoster Tully know how close Oberyn was to reaching out and choking the life from him? Damn the consequences. But Hoster Tully only scoffed. "I spoke only truth. Whether you find insult, Prince Oberyn, is up to you." "Lord Tully." "No, Lord Arryn, we shall allow Lord Tully his delusions," said Oberyn, walking towards the man. "Delusions, my." "For you see," Oberyn continued, still advancing on Tully, whose eyes were narrowing, "you seem to have forgotten that I myself was attacked and injured, my men were attacked. We can all put up a good show." Oberyn laughed, a menacing sound. How dare you? You have the audacity to claim I have somehow planned this. They injured me, they injured my lords, and they nearly killed a woman who is a sister to me. How dare you? Suddenly he was only a hair's breadth from Tully's face, his hand digging into the old man's shoulder. The sound of blades sliding from sheaths echoed in the chamber as Tully men at arms stood and half drew their swords, and Oberyn's men lunged forth with their spears tilted forward. "Oh!" bellowed King Robert. All froze. "This is fucking treason. Calm the fuck down and put your blades away before I have all your heads on pikes. God's balls, I'm the one who should be fucking pissed off. Sit the fuck down." All complied, though not before Ashura heard Lord Manwadi muttering that Hoster Tully like has not sent those men after her for her impending marriage. Yet, before any more could be said, running footsteps echoed in the hall outside, and a young Baratheon guard rushed to the doorway, gasping for air. "Your Grace! Your Grace!" King Robert motioned him inside. "Breathe, man, you look like the strangers nipping your ass." The young man panted for a moment, hands on knees, before bowing to the king, his face suddenly white. "Your Grace, I come from the prison tower. All our men there have had their heads bashed in, and Sir Gregor Clegane is nowhere to be found. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh." For all the years that Ashura had spent in Sunspear, not once had she seen a sane man so possessed with rage as Robert Baratheon was in the moments that followed. The new king had flipped the big table on its side, his face flushed a dark crimson, his shouts filling every crevice of the room. Even Oberyn, who had seized Lord Tywine by his shirt before other lords had pried them apart, did not look nearly so crazed in his anger. "Bloody fucking incompetence, what in fuck's name is the man? Give chase now." King Robert was still bellowing orders and insults in tandem, and now the vehement accusations the Dornishmen hurled at the Lannister men and their returning insults layered atop the king's voice. No one dared draw weapons again, but hands grappled at throats, and grunts of pain came from those struck in the heat of argument, especially as King Robert no longer looked concerned with checking the fighting. Amid the sudden havoc, Ashura had not realized she'd bolted from her chair and let her goblet fall to smithereens around her feet until she swayed and stumbled into the wall beside her. "Get a grip on yourself," she ordered. "You will not faint like some delicate leaf." Across the chamber, she caught Ned's glance as he pried apart two red-faced, shouting men. He made several steps towards her before he came to his senses and stopped himself. She shook her head at him, though the mix of anger and shock and dismay on his face did enough to calm her nerves somewhat. Yet her head still spun, numb as she was with her own shock and confusion. Escaped. Escaped. The man who had forced his monstrous body on Elia, then caved in her skull. Escaped. How in seven hells had this happened? Her eyes turned of their own accord to the Lannister men, to their lord, who sat glaring at the melee, protected by his vassals. Had this been Clegane taking advantage of the chaos to escape his fight? Or had Tywine Lannister orchestrated all, to make sure Clegane had no chance to accuse him the next day? Ashura could swear there was something like satisfaction beneath those pale green eyes, and it made her stomach turn. Her whole body hurt as it shook, from fury or dread she did not know, and she wrapped the furs tighter around herself, for there was nothing she could do. It was a maddening feeling, this helplessness. But perhaps, for a deranged moment, the urge swooped like a vulture into her mind. What if she hurled her knife into Tywine Lannister's throat at this moment? Oh, her life would be forfeit, but the vile cat would succumb to justice, and the humiliating stories they would tell of the great lion of Casterly Rock forever after, Tywine Lannister, felled by the blade of a Dornish maid. The thought left her as quickly as it had come, and reason returned. She squeezed the blade in her hand until it had surely drawn blood. There would be no more killing tonight. From the side of her eye, she saw Jon Arryn smash a goblet against the wall, attempting for some semblance of order. Had chaos not reigned supreme, he would have caught the attention of the lords, but as it was, few heard him over their own shouts. Not allowing herself time for thought, Ashura strode to a side table where an empty pitcher still stood, picked it up, and hurled the entire thing into the fire. A great crackling boom, then all were silent, some staring at her as if she had lost her wits. "My lords, your grace. I believe Lord Arryn requests your heed." Jon Arryn managed to restore some semblance of order and called for discussions for how to proceed with this news, though now the accusations were beginning to escalate once more. Robert seemed to have deflated. It would seem his evening of drinking had caught up to him, and was leaning against the table, rubbing absently at his temple. Ned still sat straight as a tree to Robert's left, unmoving, jaw tight. Ashura felt her skull was filled with bees. All was whirring and confused in her thoughts, even the outrage had fled, replaced by a limb-numbing impuissance. "Explain this, then, Lord Tywine." Oberyn was snarling. "How is it that riots break out and assassins scale the castle walls the day you are accused of my sister's murder? How convenient, that they stole attention away from the prison tower." "Careful, Prince Oberyn," Tywine Lannister all but drawled. "Such implications are baseless. After this morning, you expect me to believe they are baseless? Do you take this whole room for fools?" Several lords, including Lord Tully, shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Ashura felt her own jaw tighten, and indignant rage rose like hot smoke from a fire, clogging her chest and making breathing onerous. "Armory Lorca's words are not evidence, Prince Oberyn. They were the desperate words of one dying criminal, and I have already told you. I knew nothing of the violence against your sister and her children, just as I knew nothing of the events tonight. My men are helping to subdue much of the rioting as we speak." Lorca's accusations would not be the words of only one criminal had Clegane not conveniently escaped. Clegane was no fool. He saw the chance and took it. "Perhaps your reputation for foul fighting precedes you." Oberyn narrowed his eyes. "So you do know what they say of me? If you were a wise man you would not test those rumors. Is that a threat, my lord?" "Only friendly counsel. You truly stand before us all and say you had no part in your bannerman escaping the prison? That Gregor Clegane fought his way out on his own and killed 10 armed men with his bare hands?" "I believe not a word." There were sounds of assent among the Dornish lord. Tywine Lannister only scoffed and sat back imperiously in his chair. Baseless accusations all. They did call him the mountain who rides. 8 feet tall, more giant than man, really. Naturally, I deny any involvement, and it is insulting you would think I obstructed justice. It is understandable that you are upset with these events, Prince Oberyn, but the search parties will surely do their best. This is an event no one could have predicted. The danger was blazing in full force in Oberyn's eyes, and Ashura could almost see into his mind, see exactly how he would like to string Tywine Lannister up by the toes and gut him like a pig. Jon Arryn has seen it too, and just how close Oberyn was once more standing to Lannister. Perhaps wishing to avoid any more violent outbursts, he looked between the two men and made to rise. Yet before he could speak, the sound of a chair scraping on the floor cut him off, and Ned stood over the table, his face like stone, his jagged eyes almost black in the shadows. "Lord Lannister, have you no shame?" His fists were clenched, and even from the back Ashura could see the veins jumping in his forearm. All present in the room knows exactly how events played out, both during the sack and tonight. You have ordered grave acts, murdered an innocent princess and 2 babes in arms, and tonight you are responsible for dozens more deaths through your hired thugs. To avoid your bannerman implicating you once more, you have committed treason by helping him escape. You have endangered the life of your king and all the other lords, and that is to say nothing of your attempt to murder the woman I am to marry. So I ask again, have you no shame, my lord?" Silence, as if in a tomb. For long moments Ashura did not know if she wished to embrace him or slap him for his blunt candor. Finally, Tywine Lannister also rose. "These are grave accusations you have laid out against me, Lord Stark. I must say, your inventive mind impresses me." Ned opened his mouth to protest, but Lannister spoke over him. "I will let these insults go, as the folly of untutored youth. My words to you remain the same. You have no proof for your fanciful story, none, save, perhaps, the words of a criminal, mad with the loss of blood and impending death and, who knows what else. I suggest, my lord, that you exercise caution when speaking in future. I cannot imagine how the North will survive if their lord utters only insults." Ned looked mutinous, and Ashura feared now that he, not Oberyn, would strike Lord Tywine. But Jon Arryn's knotted hand was now on his shoulder, his white head bent near Ned's ear, whispering. A tense heartbeat, then Oberyn turned and said something under his breath to Ned as well, his hand coming to clasp Ned's arm. For a moment more, Ned stood frozen. Then his eyes found her, and despite the firestorm building in her chest, she managed to nod at him and offer a little smile. She hoped he understood. Ned's jaw worked, a savage glint in his eyes, but in the end, he did understand. With a curt bow to those around the table, he dashed his chair against the wall and stormed out the room. "My lord," said Lord Arryn, when Ned's footsteps had disappeared down the hall. His voice was soft but commanding, and Ashura found herself hoping King Robert would have this man advise him for decades to come. "These are trying circumstances indeed. I understand that many have been wronged, but please. We are all here for peace, are we not? I hope that we can find a way forward that will satisfy all." In the end, Lord Tywine had offered to settle grievances in a way worthy of his Lannister forebears, reparations, in the form of gold, paid to Dorne for 20 years to atone for the crime of his failure to control his men. Oberyn's face had turned black as death, and he had exploded once more, for how dare Tywine Lannister think his sister's life could be repaid with mere coin? But Ashura had no more anger to summon, only a bone-deep despondency for the realities of the world. This would be the extent of the justice she could gain for Elia. What was the other choice? Return to war. And what more was war than a trial by combat using thousands of innocent lives? Where was the justice in that? Oberyn looked on the verge of throwing the offer back in Lannister's face. Lord Manwadi had already suggested vehemently that he do so, but Lord Toland and Patton had whispered furiously in his ear. From her seat on the couch, Ashura caught his eye, and hoped he saw in her glance the promise he'd made only hours ago. "I will do as Doran would." And Prince Doran would accept these terms in a heartbeat. The drought of winter had returned, and the Lannisters were offering enough coin to buy food for thousands. Finally, as the night sky through the windows began paling to dawn, Oberyn, simmering with anger, had grudgingly agreed to Lord Tywine's terms, and Jon Arryn seemed to deflate with tangible relief. Later, she joined Oberyn at the stern of their ship to watch the hazy sunrise. "That boy," Ashura asked. "What exactly do you intend to do with him?" They had brought him to a small cabin, and old Yuli had washed him twice with her strongest soaps. Oberyn had told her that the boy named Bronn had been on the receiving end of a beating from two older boys when Oberyn and Patton had come upon them in the street. Oberyn had pulled the boys off, then given Bronn one of his knives and half his purse, so he could get his wounds seen to, and perhaps a good meal besides. Later, as they had brawled with the Lannister men, one had come at Oberyn's back with a dagger, and young Bronn had descended from a balcony and broken the man's neck. He had promptly toppled over with the dead man and hit his head hard on the cobblestones. They would not know how he fared until he woke. Oberyn shrugged. "As I say, the boy saved my life. If he survives, he can train with me to be a knight. He's got a rather smart mouth. His company should be entertaining." They had stood in silence for a long while then until finally, Ashura spoke again. "I will help you. Whatever revenge you and Doran have planned, I will help you. I cannot stand knowing Tywine Lannister walks his castle, satisfied he has won. Whatever it is you wish me to do, I will do it." Oberyn gave her a sad smile then and chucked her under the chin. Instinctively, she shot him the same harassed look she had perfected as a child, and he laughed. "We have talked of our plans for vengeance, my brother and I. He long suspected Tywine Lannister ordered the murders. Besides now searching for Gregor Clegane, our plans have not changed." His eyes found Ashura's, and the vehemence in them made her want to look away. She did not. "I know what I said of justice, but your revenge does not sound so bad this morning." "No, Ashura. You were right. What Doran and I have planned, I don't think it is what Elia would have wanted. This, Lork killed in combat, Lannister paying Dorne so we can better feed the small folk, this, Elia would be happy with. Oberyn. I will not tell you any more. This is my vengeance, and Doran's. It is the ambition of House Martell now. You have already done more than the ties of love and friendship demanded of you, and now you must go and live your life. But this Ned Stark seems a good sort, Ash. If I am not mistaken, last night he bled for you. Go north, live, have children and help your husband navigate being a lord. He will need it. Think no more of this. Elia would have my head if I embroiled you in our schemes, for they would sit poorly on your conscience." She felt her brows knit, even as the tight knot of dread seemed to loosen in her stomach. Some little voice in her wanted to insist, but the greater part knew that this was a gift Oberyn was offering her, and that she should take it with open palms. She laid a tentative hand on his. Half my heart is always in Dorne. With you, with Lara and the others. If you ever have true need of me, I will tell you. You can be assured of that. Doran and I are not so generous as to let that scheming mind of yours go completely. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Despite the tension that seemed to cling like soot about King's Landing during the next days, King Robert had insisted that, with the peace fully negotiated, all resources would be put forward to a grand wedding feast. If the realm was not so fractured and ill at ease, Ned had told her during one of their walks in the Godswood, Robert would have ordered a 3-day tourney besides. Ashura had not been able to help her wry smile. I do hope the king does not intend to keep spending as he does, she said under her breath, for guards now trailed them from afar during these walks. The treasury may be full now, but gold dragons do not appear from thin air. Ned shook his head, looking assured. Jon is with him. I am not worried. He will rein in Robert's spending and his worse instincts. As he has been since we were 8. He smiled at her then, pulling them beneath a tree. And fortunately, I do not have to contend with any of it. I cannot wait to leave this city and never return. Ashura quite agreed. King's Landing had not ended itself to her over the years. When shall I meet Lord Dane? Ned had asked, and Ashura noticed he was careful not to say the word brother around her. Though she was half embarrassed that even this small thing could cut like a blade, his consideration warmed her. If you do not mind coming to the ship, then you should return with me today. He intends only to come ashore for our wedding. The air in the city will do his lungs no favors. Dev had arrived by ship 2 days following the escape of Gregor Clegane, ostensibly to attend her wedding, but Ashura knew that Doran had sent him. No doubt Doran had heard the news of Clegane's escape within hours and wished to prevent Oberyn from any rash action. Naturally, Gregor Clegane had not been found, nor the real force behind the attacking thugs identified. It was no matter. All on their ship knew it had been Tywin Lannister pulling the puppet strings behind it all, and every time Ashura's mind wandered to the matter, she wished to shatter goblets against walls. The days before her wedding seemed to blend together into one. Lara had somehow requisitioned a seamstress and her assistants, and each morning they came to work on a new gown for the wedding, a detail that had not even entered Ashura's mind. The women fawned over her, marveling at her eyes and her hair, whispering about her face behind their hands, and Ashura was reminded of how acutely uncomfortable such interactions always were. Lara had rolled her eyes as she'd always done. Would that I had your problem, she said dryly. Puck up, Ash. It's no good. Even with that scowl on your face, you are still exquisite. If Ned had not been recruited by Jon Arryn to take care of some military detail or other, he would send word, and they would meet in the Godswood, walking and planning their life together. They did not talk about death then, not about Lyanna or Elia or Arthur, and in particular, never about Galina. Instead, they talked of Ned's provisions for winter, of the route they would take back to Winterfell and the people who would be in their household. Mundane things, perhaps, but Ashura found she wished to talk of the mundane for hours. The only singular event in the week was when she had asked Dev to send Illyria north, if not right away, then at the very least in a couple years' time, when winter truly ended. She had not thought there would be any debate over the matter. He was not made to care for children, he had said so himself, and his only objection to her sister going north should have been her health. Yet when she had spoken, Dev had roundly refused her, not during winter, and not during summer either. Illyria was going to stay at Starfall until she married, and there would be no more discussion. He had not given her a direct reason, and Ashura had grown so exasperated with the years of pent-in frustrations that their simple discussion had erupted into the most vicious quarrel she'd ever had with Dev. Finally, he had thrown up his hands, his throat hoarse. Damn it to 7 hells, Ashura, must you make me voice it? I cannot bear to be the only one left in the bloody castle. She had said no more of Illyria coming to live with her. On the day of the wedding, Old Uli and Lara had spent hours arranging her hair, applying kohl to her eyes and stain to her cheeks, and generally making a fuss about her. All the while, Old Uli, for all that she knew of Ashura's miscarriage the year before, took the role of instructing her on what to expect from her wedding night, and Lara had been wholly incapable of keeping her laughter contained. Dev had walked her into the September, for there was no weirwood tree in King's Landing, but Ned did not seem to mind. "We will kneel before the weirwood at Winterfell," he had told her. "For now, a wedding in a September is as good as any other." The vows had come to her lips almost unbidden, as if someone else entirely had said them from outside her body, and when Ned had placed his cloak over her shoulders, Ashura thought for a moment that she must be living some dream. How many times had she dreamed of this in the past year, only to wake and know that it could no longer be. Now the similar fear of waking stirred for a moment, raising its cold head, but Ned had pulled her into him and kissed her, and he had been solid, and warm, and true. And later, up in their wedding chamber with all the festivities and dancing and toasts behind them, Ned had kissed every inch of her fevered skin, and she knew that nothing had ever been so real. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Morning light snuck through the gaps in the drapes of their marriage chamber, and Ned squinted into the brightness. For a moment all was confused and bleary, but then he turned his head, and Ashura's dark hair tickled his nose. He looked down at her, serene in her sleep, so fair and lovely he felt his heart wrench. My wife, he thought in wonder, and for some moments he could almost pretend all the misfortune that followed Harrenhal had not torn apart the fabric of his life. This was as it should have been from the start, he and Ash married, sharing their bed and their lives for the decades to come, and for just an instant, all was right. Then, unbidden, Lady Catelyn's tentative face flashed in his mind, followed by Hoster Tully's blood-veined eyes. His good father had not stayed in the capital for Ned's wedding, and had left Ned a terse note indicating, amid thinly veiled threats for his grandson's safety and position, that he would send Robb north in due time. Ned shook his head fiercely, trying to dispel Tully's voice bouncing insistently in his skull. My wife, he thought again, but this time the insistent guilt crept up his throat. Where have you gone, Ned? Your thoughts seem 1,000 miles away. Her voice startled him back from his freefall into the darkness. He had not noticed her waking, and he turned to see her bright eyes peering curiously at him. He shook his head again. Sorry to wake you. It's nothing to worry you. If it worries you, it ought to worry me, she said, her voice still husky from sleep. That was what our vows meant last night, no. For some moments he struggled against his better judgment, but she did not turn those purple eyes from him, and he stood no chance. Hoster Tully spoke to me the morning of the trial by combat and accused me of, well, it matters little. I keep hearing his words in my head, for all that his accusations are ridiculous. I see. She turned towards the canopy. Lady Catelyn no longer walks this earth. You vowed to be hers until the end of her days. Marrying me now breaks no vows. No, that is not the only reason. I fear I did not treat her as I should have. Ashura frowned. I cannot imagine you being anything but considerate and kind. Ned pinched the bridge of his nose. I tried my best to be kind, but I went to her wedding bed with my mind full of you. I could not help it, but it was still despicable of me. He felt her warm palm on his arm, her heat like a balm. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then shut it again, her cheeks coloring. What were you going to say? She shook her head. Ashura. No, it was callous and spiteful, and I am wicked for even thinking it. You shan't hear it from my mouth. He looked at her intently, studying her. You were going to say that she likely thought of Brandon at the same time. Ashura's entire face flushed pink, and she turned away from him. I did not know you'd become so good at reading my face. I fear I have not. 'Tis only a logical thought. She had known him as her betrothed for years but never met me. And you are right. I have no doubt she did think of him. She turned back to him almost tentatively, and he laid a hand on the dip of her waist. And yet you cannot help the guilt. No, I cannot. I know it's all beyond reason, but still, it festers. Ashura let out a long breath, settling back into the pillows. It vexes me that she still occupies your thoughts, though I would think you heartless if she did not. Feeling defies reason, and sometimes I wonder if we would all suffer less if we had hearts of stone. Ned frowned, drawing her close so she was tucked into his chest. I only know that I am glad my own heart is flesh and blood. For all its suffering, its joys make my life more than just duty. He felt her eyes on him again, considering him, and the conclusions she made must have pleased her, for she smiled and pressed a slow kiss into his neck. "I will love both of the boys as my own, I swear it," she said. "You need not feel you are doing Lady Caitlin any wrong. I know you will. When I saw you with John, I thought my heart would burst. I have no doubt you will be a mother to them both. And the rest, we bear our burdens and carry on, I suppose. I only know that mine are lighter when you are holding me like this. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. You will come visit soon when winter ends up there in the north." She and Dev stood on the docks of the Red Keep, the sea wind whipping their hair over their faces. She had taken her leave of all the others, and Dev had been the last to embrace her goodbye. "I will, Dev," she smiled. "You know I will. And don't tarry with children. I expect your firstborn to come live with me once they're old enough." Ashura raised a brow and couldn't help a surprised laugh. "Since when do you like children, to be actively seeking mine? I should think Lyri will be enough work for you." Her brother gave her a patronizing smirk. "You're right, of course. Children do baffle me. Nonetheless, you'll foster your first child with me." She narrowed her eyes. He was being rather insistent for a situation still in the abstract. "What are you up to?" "I should think I'm being rather obvious, my brilliant sister. Now that you're marrying, I won't have to. Your first child is going to be my heir." She felt her mouth drop open, and it took her a moment to remember herself and shut her jaw with a snap. "Dev was what?" "Well, to be precise, you'll be my heir, you are my heir, but I don't intend to die much earlier than you." "Come Ash, don't look so shocked. You did know Starfall would go to you eventually." "I knew no such thing. I always imagined you would marry, that it was only a matter of time." Her brother had the gall to look earnestly shocked. "You're telling me you never knew about Paytech?" he asked, naming the Bravo Sea trader who had been his paramour since Ashura had understood the concept. "No, I know about that," she ground out. "I just assumed you would marry anyway." "Oh, my winsome sister, to be completely honest, I don't even think I could bed with a woman. My plan was always for you to marry, and I would get one of your children as my heir. It's not exactly uncommon." His smile deepened. "Now, give me another kiss and be on your way. You're holding everyone up." Ashura was well aware. Ned and the boatman had been in the dinghy for some time now. She bit her lip and kissed her brother again, then held on to him tight, the only brother she had left. "You really intend for my child to inherit Starfall? A child who will be raised as dark and so far away? Are you saying their mother is going to start worshipping the old gods and eating bland food?" Ashura rolled her eyes. "Of course not, but my children will all grow up worshipping as their father does." Dev shrugged. "We're hardly fanatics, Ash. I'll send you up a scepter and your children will learn the basics. I'm sure she will be right at home in the Great September Ned plans to build at Winterfell," Ashura said, unable to help herself giving him a sideways look. Dev waved his hand. "Winterfell is one of the biggest castles in the realm. You can find an empty room to paste some likenesses on the walls, surely." "Dev. Ashura. This is the best way, trust me. Any child you raise will be as Dane as they come, and the worthiest heir for our house. And besides, they will be fostered with me. They won't escape my terrible influence. Oh Dev." And suddenly Ashura didn't know if she was laughing or crying, and wanted desperately to spend another day in which her brother teased her thus. Would he be alright, at Starfall with the ghosts of Arthur wandering the halls? And when would she see him again? In a flash of impulse, Ashura reached into her robes and pulled out the little shell she had given Arthur on the beach all those years ago, pressing it into Dev's hand. "What's this?" Ashura bit her lip against the stabbing pain that had yet to dull. "I made our brother wear it for many years. I am not certain why I think you should have it now." He stared long at the pearlescent shell, gleaming in the sunlight, then looked at her, the rims of his eyes turning red. "I think you are right. I would take this, and keep it with me as Arthur did." Ashura sucked in a sharp breath, for she had not expected the ache that bloomed in her very being to be at once so sweet and bitter. She managed a laugh that perhaps turned to a sob, and looked away to compose herself. "You mustn't forget to write, and to make Lyri right. And you must take care of yourself, you hear me?" I will be very vexed with you if I find you the worse for wear next time I see you. I don't doubt it. Take care and dress warm up there, hey too. She nodded, and he kissed her forehead. Goodbye Rui. Goodbye Ash. With one last smile at her grinning brother, she turned toward where her husband waited, and ran to meet her new life. Notes. Someone commented a few chapters back that a dead Gregor would mean less trouble in the future. I mean, lol yes, I do agree, but do I seem like the kind of person to spare these characters trouble? Clegane the Outlaw is going to give a lot of people a lot of headaches for years to come. Gotta keep everyone on their toes, you know. A very huge thanks to a Reddit user called r/Stormrunner74 for commenting this idea when the premise of this story was just a plot bunny. If they're reading this I do hope they are. And thanks to my two beaters. And of course, thanks to everyone for reading this far. I realize this prologue has been rather long, and it's like, not really the premise I promised in the blurb. That will begin now. Thanks for sticking around, and I would love to hear suggestions about the future direction of this story. Oh, and just a clarification, Ned is not going to claim Jon is Ashura's child. And he's not going to have him legitimized at this point. Like in canon, he's going to refuse to talk about Jon's mother, period. I've gotten a few comments about this, so I'm sorry to disappoint. Both Ned and Ash have a whole tangle of logistical and emotional reasons for doing this, though as you'll see, they can't agree on what to tell Jon either. If you want me to give you all my reasons in a rant I could, but the interesting bits I plan to weave into the story anyway. Obviously we all have different views on this, and for me, keeping Jon a Snow and not telling anyone any specifics about his mother would fit Ned's motivations and character best, even in this or. Chapter 15, Part I, Winterfell. Notes. And so it begins, in 300, for my convenience. Please see endnotes for dates changes and character ages. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Winterfell. 300 AC. 17 years later. Arthur knew now that eating the cold egg in the morning had been a mistake. They had set out at sunrise, their party of 25, to see yet another deserter beheaded, the fourth this year. The man had died well. Robb said so, in any case, though Arthur had not yet determined what dying well looked like. Each of the 6 beheadings he had seen thus far had looked the same, the men always haggard, half frozen and half dried like venison jerky, their faces resigned and stiff, and their bodies seeming too scrawny to hold the 10 pints of blood that Arthur had read flowed through a grown man. Still, his brother always insisted they died well, and Arthur determined that once he was older, he too would be so sure of these things. The blood had always looked the same, too, red as sweet Dornish wine over the summer snow, though by now old Flea was no longer startled by the splatter of steaming blood. This morning, the head of the deserter had rolled in a crooked, crimson line towards Theon, one of Father's wards. Theon had stopped it with his foot, shooting a wry grin at Robb before nudging it back towards the body for burial. Arthur could still see the tangle of blood-matted hair over the grimy face, and again his stomach turned. Oh, the egg had most certainly been a terrible mistake. The sight of blood always made him sick. You all right, Art? His other brother Jon slowed his horse to fall in beside him, lean and tall and dark on his horse. He seemed to stretch taller by the day and now had to bend down to study Arthur's face with his grey eyes. You seem a bit green. Arthur swallowed and nodded, hoping his stomach would settle. He did not wish to embarrass Father again by being sick, as he was the first time he had come to witness an execution. He had been but 9 then. Now he was 12, and as Father always said, winter was coming. They were in their 10th year of summer, and already the morning air nipped at Arthur's nose, hissing of the coming chill. He would have to start being tough like his brothers and Theon. Even Samwell Tarly, their father's other ward, had looked halfway a warrior this day, his pudgy face betraying no change as he helped the soldiers bury the deserter. Arts likely regretting the egg he had before we left, came his twin sister's voice to his other side, and Arthur turned to give her a harassed look. Elia, ever curious, had insisted on coming to see the executions when Father had deemed Arthur old enough. Neither she nor Arya ever seemed affected by the spurting blood and the sound of steel scraping bone, and Arthur ground his teeth, the familiar frustrations resurfacing at the irony of his name. It did not help that Leah topped him by half a head now, and was a better rider besides. "Oh, it can't be so bad," she was saying now, easily riding a tight circle around them. "At least you did not have any of the fried ham. It was so greasy I can still taste the fat on the roof of my mouth." "God Sake, shut up, Leah." His stomach flipped violently yet again, while beside him, John burst out laughing, though he choked it back and offered a sheepish grin when Arthur glared at him. "Are we tormenting poor Artie again?" Now it was Arya who rode up to them. "You're looking peaky, baby brother." Arthur tried and failed to keep the scowl from his face, equal parts embarrassed and frustrated on top of his sloshing stomach. This really was shaping up to be the loosiest morning in a long while. Arya must have seen his face darken, for her belly laugh was loud enough to startle Flea, and unlike John, she saw no reason to hide it for his sake. "Let's leave Arthur to his suffering. Race the two of you to the bridge." And in a shower of upturned snow, they were off, John, intent and serious, tearing off after a laughing Arya, while Leah cursed her sister for starting before she was ready, but managed to pull ahead of both before long. In the valley below, Rob turned his bright red head up to them, his grin so wide that Arthur could see it from the hill. In a cloud of white, he and Theon had urged their mounts into canters, while Arya's protests of cheating floated over the air. Arthur heaved a great sigh. Only the irrationally indignant part of him wished to follow, but there was a reason he usually rode Old Flea, the 27-year-old Dornish steed that was once his mother's. Riding even at a fast canter usually made Arthur feel as if he were about to die, and Flea had seen enough of the world not to be easily excited past a trot. For a long while he rode alone down the sloping hill, the only sound the crunching of snow beneath hooves, his mind drifting to his latest book detailing the history of the dance. Briefly, Arthur wondered if, had he been born a Targaryen, he would be better at riding dragons than he was at riding horses. The thought evaporated just as quickly, though. If they were Targaryens, Leah would most certainly be the dragon rider, while Arthur pored over books on dragon care to help her fly faster. So deep in thought was he that he did not hear the other horses through the snow until Father and the rest of the party surrounded him. Father drew up beside him, a giant in his layers of furs and dark cloaks. He clapped him on the shoulder and peered curiously at his face. Arthur felt himself blush. "Everything all right, son?" "Yes, Father." Another moment of scrutiny. "That's good." He gave Arthur a small smile. "I did promise your mother I'd see you were all right." Arthur nodded, hoping he hid his nausea behind a nonchalant face. "I am. I've seen this all before. One should never get too used to death, Arthur. I know it makes you ill. There's no shame in that." Arthur wanted to ask if Father had ever felt ill taking off someone's head, even if it was his duty, but he held his tongue. Father always went to the Godswood to be alone and clean his sword afterwards, and yet rode tall and strong before his men, his distaste never showing on his face. That was all the answer Arthur needed. When his father had ridden ahead with Uncle Brynden and a few other men, Sam's large form appeared to his right. "You didn't want to join your siblings?" asked Sam, always speaking as if Arthur was simply choosing not to race, even though they both knew the truth. Arthur should count himself lucky, he knew. His father never disparaged him for his lack of skill on horseback or in the practice yard, and when he had asked Amma to bring up his becoming a maester one day, Father had not dismissed the notion out of hand. Sam was not so lucky. Since he had come to Winterfell to foster, Sir Roderick and Uncle Brynden wrote frequent reports of Sam's poor training to Lord Tarly, and Arthur knew that Lord Tarly had long ago stopped responding. Though Sam was of an age with his brothers, he had not once gone back home to visit. "No, I think I want some peace and quiet," said Arthur, and Sam nodded. They rode in companionable silence for a while, until one of them, he could not remember who, brought up their recent discoveries in their history books. Sam was just telling him of the way Northerners used to nail fish barrels differently, to accommodate the bigger fish that once swam in the White Knife, when Rob appeared at the top of the hill in a flash of red. At 17, he was nearly as broad and strong as Father, sitting atop his horse like a warrior of old. "Father and Uncle. Art and Sam. Come quick and see what my sisters have found." And he disappeared into the thicket once more. As Arthur nudged Flea forward to catch up with his father, he heard Uncle Bryndon's bellowing voice wonder aloud just what mischief the girls could have gotten into now. "You'll have a hell of a time finding them husbands," Ned said the Blackfish. Arthur thought that was rich, coming from Uncle Bryndon. his father answered with a low chuckle. That's up to their mother. She's raised them wild. Besides, they're too young still to talk of marriage. The trees opened to the riverbank, blanketed with summer snowdrifts, and Arthur saw Theon at the tree line with 6 horses standing around him, hesitant to approach whatever it was that his sisters and brothers were crowded around by the river. They dismounted and approached on foot, the men trudging through the snow in front of him, and as Arthur passed Theon he shot him a questioning look. Theon's eyes grew huge. "You'll see," he said, his voice reverent and low. "It's the freak." Suddenly, Leah's delighted laughter seemed to bounce over the snow, just as Uncle Bryndon's curses rang atop it, followed by the sounds of swords pulled from scabbards. "Arya Stark, you get away from that thing!" Uncle Bryndon cried, and Arthur struggled forward in an awkward run, trying to find footing. "She won't hurt me," said Arya, her voice sounding muffled. "And besides, she's injured so badly I don't think she can move much." "Surely it can't be," gasped Jory Castle, the captain of Winterfell's guards, just as Arthur managed to stumble his way to the crowd and emerge beside Jon. He gasped. The dark blood against the white of the snow hurt his eyes. Half sunk in the drift, a giant mass of grey fur lay on its side, its flank matted with rusty blood, its breathing shallow and erratic. It was the size of a pony, its head was huge, and its golden eyes gleamed like glassy orbs. Arya crouched near its head, peering at the wound and the jagged broken antler jutting from the exposed flesh. As Arthur felt his stomach protest violently at the gore, he saw his father bend down as well. "Yes, I believe it is, Jory," he said, his voice calm and level as he removed his glove and put his hand before the giant wolf's snout. For a moment it did not move, but then its nose twitched with interest, and its yellow eyes fixed on father. "Still recognize me after these many years," he heard his father say softly. Arthur felt his eyes stretch too wide for his head. "A direwolf," he breathed to no one in particular, and it was Robb who answered. "Yes," said his brother. "The very one Amma had at Winterfell." More of their party had gathered now, and a collective gasp rose at Robb's words. It was a well-told tale in the north. At the tail end of last winter, while Lord Eddard had been off fighting the Ironborn, the Lady of Winterfell had found a young direwolf caught in a storm, the first seen south of the wall for centuries. For more than a year, the wolf lived in the castle, following Lady Stark like a lost puppy, for all that she was 4 feet tall at the shoulders. When Lady Stark received northern lords or doled out judgments in the name of her husband, the direwolf sat at her feet, as if she were a winter king of old. Any who thought to question her authority or disparage her southern birth had been driven to silence, if not by the lady's level purple gaze, then by the direwolf's flashing glare. His siblings had talked of the direwolf, sometimes of how Arya had ridden on her back when their mother was near, and thrown sticks for her in the Godswood, but neither Arthur nor Leah had any recollection of her. Some months after father returned with Theon in tow, she had slipped into the shadows one night, and had not been seen since. Arthur had only been 3, and he was always sorry he missed the beast. But no more. The wolf made a low, pitiful sound in her throat, and Arthur could not bear to look at her bleeding side anymore. He turned his head away, and that was when he noticed that his siblings all had little squirming bundles in their hands. He gasped like a delighted child. The black pup in Leah's arms raised its fuzzy head, sniffed the air, then yawned so big its pink tongue curled up at the end. Leah laughed again. "Want to hold him, Artie?" Unable to tear his eyes away, Arthur let her place the pup in his arms, where he burrowed into the crook of his elbow, then fell promptly back to sleep, warm and soft under his hand. "There are 5 of them," said Jon, also smiling, picking up a light grey pup by the scruff and laying it carefully on his shoulder. "What think you?" Farlin asked father, and the kennel master Farlin pushed to the front of the party. "Can she be saved?" Farlin swallowed visibly, but steeled himself and approached the mother wolf, who fixed him with her gaze. He checked the pulse points, then examined the wound, eliciting another whimper when he jostled the antler. "I can't say for sure, milord," he finally sighed. "She doesn't seem to be dying right this moment. If we can remove the antler and sew her back up," here he paused and swallowed again, "before the bleeding gets bad, we might have a chance. But then, there's infection to worry about, and that's up to the gods." "So the chances are slim?" asked father, a crease appearing between his brows. "Yes, milord." "But there is a chance?" "Yes, milord." Father nodded and rose. Jon and Arya, ride back to Winterfell as fast as you can, and bring back some men with one of the big horse-drawn carts. Make sure they hitch steady horses. Yes, father. Jon handed the pup on his shoulder to Robb, while Arya was already trudging back through the snow to where Theon stood with the horses. Beside him, Arthur heard Leah's inhale of breath as she made to protest, but before she could, father had looked over and sighed, resigned. And you too, Elia. No doubt you'll get there first. What will you tell the men? Leah smiled. I will say, my father says to hitch the steadiest horses to one of the big carts. We found an injured direwolf by the river. That's fine. And once you've relayed the message, go to the kitchens and put some milk in a water skin. The mother won't like her pups being taken from her side, and might not be able to feed them again. Yes, father. Leah's eyes were shining with excitement. And when you've done that, go find your mother and tell her of what's happened. No, don't argue, for Leah had opened her mouth again. You won't be any help back here, and your poor mother will want some warning of what is coming. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. The morning sun shone saffron and warm through the windows of her solar, and Ashura slunk down in her chair, trying to keep the light from her eyes. Before her were scrolls of parchment, 10 at least, that had come for her by Raven this day. Most of the kingdom seemed to believe her 3 eldest children had reached an appropriate age for marriage, and suddenly the letters asking her opinions on pepper cultivation and innovations on fishing vessels were instead detailing the virtues of daughters, sisters, nieces and granddaughters. Naturally, most inquiries were for Robb, the future heir to Winterfell, and no doubt the kind of goodson that any parent dreamed about. The Glovers, the Carstocks, the Marndalis and Mage Mormont had all written more than once, and even Barbary Dustin had begun hinting in her letters of late what a capable, affable beauty her brother's daughter was becoming. There were also those asking after Sansa. A surprising number of Northern, Vale, and even Stormlands houses seemed willing to send a second son to be a lord consort in Dorne and have children who would not carry their family name. Perhaps their eagerness was understandable, for Sansa was an heiress, exquisite, and by all accounts a perfect lady. Or perhaps they did not understand that a man marrying the future Lady of Starfall would not, in fact, have dominion over the Dane lands. Though most Dornish nobles did not plan their children's marriages before 20, a few had nonetheless written to express their interest in Sansa, asking when she would return to Dorne and once again live with her uncle. Even Jainessa Manwadi had written asking Ashura to remember the sons of her brothers should she decide to follow northern engagement customs. Ashura had no intention of doing any such thing, but she saw no reason to discourage the interest. Then, of course, there was Jon. Northern lords might look unkindly on bastards, but Snow or not, Jon was still a son of Ned Stark, raised at Winterfell and favored by his father. As her own generosity to her husband's bastard son was oft repeated, lords had begun tentatively to write her asking after Jon's marriage, most for their bastard daughters, but some minor lords for their true-born girls as well. Despite her frequent appeals to logic and her patent emotional coercion, in all these years Ashura had not been able to convince Ned to write King Robert and legitimize her son. Granted, perhaps she did not try hard enough, but she so hated to see the helpless terror that flashed in Ned's eyes whenever she broached the subject. Jon's bastard name was no grave hindrance at present, the weight of it on his heart notwithstanding, her poor boy. But in a few years' time, when they must seriously start seeking out a wife for Jon, Ashura pinched the bridge of her nose. Ned would not even allow rumors to spread of the future he planned for the boy. How would she find the best match for Jon when his father was intent on hiding him away? She must try again to bring up the subject with Ned. It would inevitably lead to a quarrel, which she hated above all, though it was a well-worn fight by now, and she could not think of any new way to make her appeal. Her husband seemed to lose his good sense whenever the subject arose, and while she could understand his fear, it did not make anything easier. My lady. Ashura looked up from Lady Dustin's latest missive, filled with ghastly rumors about Lord Bolton's bastard son. Ashura had developed a rather strange friendship with the woman since she had arranged for Borsio to dig up and carry north the bones of Ned's companions in Dorne, one of whom had been Lord Dustin. Barbary's mix of news and gossip was often as informative as the reports from Ashura's spies. Maester Lewin was in the open doorway, another scroll in hand, looking very much like a benevolent mouse. She gave him a resigned smile. Any more letters and I'll not get to the ledgers until afternoon, she sighed. Perhaps you should read this one first, my lady, said the wizened maester, a frown etched into his face as he approached her desk. It comes from King's Landing. Ashura narrowed her eyes at the scroll, sealed in golden wax with the stag of House Baratheon. Surely it was not addressed to me. No, my lady, to Lord Stark. But given he is gone this morning, I thought it best you read it in all haste, in case the king requires an immediate reply. She tapped the scroll against her palm, considering, then nodded her thanks, broke the wax, and read. Cold fingers reached down her neck, and she sucked in a sharp breath. Jon Arryn was dead, the parchment read. And the king was coming to Winterfell. 000. Amma. Amma. Some time later, as Ashura was bent over a preliminary preparations list, the unmistakable sound of Elya's voice echoed through the hallways, approaching her solar. Slow down, love, she scolded absently as her youngest daughter charged into the chamber, and it took her a few moments to remember that Elya was meant to be with her father. Her head snapped back up. Leah. What are you? When did your father? No, Amma, it's just me. Ashura felt her eyes bulge halfway out of her head. Well, Jon and Arya are back by now, too, the snails. Father bid us come back. Her eyes grew bigger, but her daughter only gave her a wide, toothy smile. We found your old direwolf. The one I can't remember. Me and Arya. Here her smile slipped for a heartbeat. She's hurt and all. No, not Arya, the wolf, but Farlin thinks there's a chance he could heal her. And she's got 5 puppies. Amma, they are so cute, and I got to hold them, and they're all sleepy and soft. The smile was back, and her violet eyes were glittering. Father's bringing all of them back to Winterfell, so I had to come back fast and tell the men to bring a cart over to the wolf. Father says I had to come tell you after I got the milk for the puppies, and I wouldn't be much help to them at the bridge, but now that I've told you, oh, can I please ride back with them? I want to hold the puppies on the ride to Winterfell. They'll be so cold otherwise. Finally, Elya stopped for breath. For some moments Ashura's head swam, but she was used to Elya's prattling ways. Did you say you found the direwolf I brought back 10 years ago? And that she is hurt? Her chest warmed but then clenched with fear. The wolf had been just a young thing, barely past her pup stage, and had needed Ashura as her children did. But Farlin says there's a chance he can save her. Amma, please can I go with the men? Jon and Arya are going back. She shook her head to clear it. Right. No, love, if your father says you will be in the way, then you must stay. Her daughter's face fell dramatically, and Ashura gave her a patient smile. I'm rather busy here, and no doubt she has grown since I last saw her. It can be your job to arrange a place where the men might lay her out and tend her wounds. And to ask Yula if she can help the beast. Elya perked up like a weed after rain, then scrunched up her face. She'd never fit in the kennels. She's the size of a pony now. Gods help her, a pony. Ashura had forgotten the great size of the wolf, even at so young an age. Again her chest warmed. In the intervening years, she would sometimes see one of the hunting dogs playing the yard, and in a flash of nostalgia would miss the grey wolf who had stood guard over her in those bitter months Ned was off at war. Try the old stables then, she said, trying to settle the rising swirl of hope and fear. Take a couple of the stable boys with you, and make her a bed with fresh hay. Then make sure to get her plenty of fresh meat from the kitchens. And don't forget to tell Yulai. Can I trust you to do this, Elya? Make everything ready for when your father returns with her. Elya nodded, eyes bright. She'll be the most comfortable direwolf in the north, I promise. Can I get her some old blankets? Ashura couldn't help her laugh. Yes, you may do what you think is best, but for everyone's sake, I do hope she and her pups are the only direwolves in the north. Well, go on then. I trust you will do this well. 000. Ashura made her way to the Godswood when all was settled with the she-wolf and her pups. Farlin had removed the antler without much more blood loss and stitched her wound with help from the maester, and now all they could do was hope Yulai's herbs prevented infection and permanent damage to her muscles. That boded well, and in light of the earlier news from King's Landing, not only for the wolf and her own heart. The she-wolf's size had truly been a shock, but Ashura had recognized those golden eyes and the curious, twitching nose the moment she had stepped into the old stables. The wolf had known her too, licking first her hand, then her face with a tentative tongue. For some time Ashura had sat by her head, stroking her between the ears, trying not to weep. She would live. She had to. All those nights in her cold bed, it had been the wolf who kept her from freezing to her core, and whose fur she had wet with her tears. Despite Ned's admonitions that they would have to return the pups to the wild once their mother had healed, her children were already in love, feeding them with rags dipped in milk. And who could blame them? They were the sweetest creatures Ashura had ever seen. Even Theon and Sam had ventured to hold and pet them, for all that Theon still kept a healthy distance from their mother. Poor Theon. At 8, that had been Theon's first memory of Winterfell, a strange, purple-eyed woman standing in the outer bailey, a snarling wolf taller than he was standing by her side. An image that would have seared itself in any little boy's mind. She walked through the trees now, her feet needing no guidance. There had always been a strange, foreign sort of peace in the Winterfell Godswood. With its watching weirwood and black pool, the place still reminded her that she was not of this cold land, with its snow and forests and whisper of old magic. Yet she found comfort here somehow, like a shipwrecked sailor washed ashore in a foreign land after years of drifting at sea. It bore no resemblance to the scenes of her childhood, but she was a child no longer, and this place had been her home for nearly half her life. Ned looked up as she approached the weirwood, though her feet made no sound on the mossy forest floor, and tried for a smile. Ice lay across his lap, so dark it seemed to drink in the light, and he wiped the blade carefully with a cloth dipped in the black pool before him. She sat down on the rock beside him, feeling the weirwood's eyes on her back, watching the rippling veins on the blade shift in the low afternoon light. Valyrian steel it was, and had not needed sharpening in the 4 centuries since its forging, much like she had never seen Arthur take a whetstone to dawn. Yet Ned had told her the name of the sword was older still, a legacy from the age when magic reigned over the land, and the Starks sat on their thrones of winter with their direwolves at their feet. "All is well with the direwolf?" asked Ned. "Yelai gave her milk of the poppy, and she should sleep until tomorrow. And the children? They have each named one already. When their mother recovers, I should not wish to witness the children parting with them." Ned sighed. "They are direwolves, Ash. They would not stay with humans as dogs do." She looked at him from the side of her eye. "I have been to your crypts, Lord Stark. I have seen the statues, and this wolf was no different with me when she was last here. And besides, you do not think it telling somehow that there is a male pup for each of our boys, and a female one for each girl? And the way Jon found the last one, the one that looks different from the rest." For her children had told how there had only been 5 pups near their mother, snuggling close and feeding despite her injury. But as they were loading the wolf onto the cart, she had whimpered, and Jon, having heard something on the wind, had strode several yards downstream and come back holding a 6th pup with red eyes and fur as white as the snow itself. Ned turned to look at her, giving her a small smile. "You are listening too intently to old Nan's stories, my love. Perhaps my ancestors kept direwolves once, and perhaps they had powers we cannot imagine, but now, they are wolves, and they are wild. We shall have to see then. I do not think you put enough stock in these old stories, Ned. They are passed down for a reason. It is true for us Danes, and it is true for Starks as well." She had told her children every story she could remember from her childhood, of ancestors who could hear the stars speak, ancestors who commanded the wind and chased a falling star to the ends of the earth, ancestors whose touch turned rock to water and back, and who forged swords from sunlight itself. Ned did not argue and slid ice back into its sheath. "This man was like the others," he said, his voice low, and Ashura knew it was to the man he had executed that he referred. Terrified out of his mind. "I don't understand how there are suddenly so many such men. Has Benjen written at all? Or Commander Mormont?" "Ben only writes that they do not like their numbers, even with the influx of new recruits these past years. They have lost many on rangings of late. Surely they are used to the viciousness of the wildlings." A humorless smile. "They have a king now, and if they become truly disciplined and united under this man's radar, I may have to call the banners." Ashura felt her stomach turn. Her brow knotted, and Ned reached up to smooth it away. "Oh, tease is only a distant concern, my love. I do not think it will happen so soon, and I am sure there is nothing to fear from this king beyond the wall. Though, Mormont seems convinced there are darker forces at work. I know you are dismissive of talk of magic and creatures from legend, but with the direwolf coming so far south again. She shivered, feeling once more the eyes of the weirwood on her back. I may not like the man and his philosophies, but Mormont did not seem someone prone to flights of fancy. Ned gave a short laugh. No, that he is not, but just because he believes he has reason to fear does not make him right. Men have always claimed to see dark shadows and the stuff of nightmares. Ben thinks it's nonsense. The man is approaching 70, and men become superstitious with age. As for the direwolf, perhaps she sensed the coming of winter, and wished to raise her pups south of the wall. Ashura chewed on her lip, not fully convinced. She had seen the wall, had been awed by how it towered impossibly high above the earth and extended as far as the eye could see. Anyone with sense could see that such a behemoth was not built to keep out mere mortals. Once, it had defended these lands from something darker and more deadly by far, and what was to say such dangers did not stir once more. Yet, Benjen had always struck her as an intelligent and observant man. Surely he would write if they truly had cause for concern. Now, have you come just to keep me company then? Asked Ned, surely knowing her answer. She shook her head. What is it? She swallowed, but there was no way to tell him gently. I am so sorry, Ned. This came for you from King's Landing today. She held out the parchment. Jonarin has died. Her words seemed to strike him like a blow, and he fumbled for the letter, pain carving itself into his brow. She slid her arm around him and pulled him into her, kissing his shoulder. The man had been more father to Ned than Lord Ricard was. Though Ashura had met him but twice, she still remembered the way his eyes had twinkled beneath his white brows as he wished her a long life of health and happiness at her wedding all those years ago. His eyes scanned the parchment, as if hoping he had misheard. Fever, taken ill and was gone in a week. He read under his breath, then looked up. I had not heard of John being in anything but perfect health. How could this be? His voice was desolate and sounded impossibly young. Ashura bit her lip. I am so sorry, she said again. Then. I was going to wait a few days to broach the subject. It does seem rather sudden, does it not? You must ask the king for details when he arrives. She heard his sharp intake of breath, and his eyes returned to the parchment. Robert is coming to Winterfell. She could see the grief warring with unexpected joy over his face. I have begun preparations. We have a moon turn's time, though I will need to drop our other endeavors and give Sansa the usual running of the castle. There is much to prepare in feasts and entertainments and housing for his party. Damnation, 10 years and all the man gives is a month's notice before he appears on my doorstep. I doubt he intends it to inconvenience you. Not when he would do so another way. There can be no other reason he chooses to come north now. Ned's eyes narrowed before her meaning dawned on him. His eyebrows shot up. You think he would ask me to replace John as hand? That's madness. He knows I am not made for such things. And he would tell you he was not made to be king. She shrugged, remembering the drunk man sprawled in the Royal September, demanding answers from the mute statues. He will ask this of you. I am certain. Ned sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, I've got a month to figure out how to refuse him. Have you told Brynden of this? No doubt he'd want to see to his niece. Robert's letter had told of Jonarin's widow and son returning to the Eyrie as if fleeing from demons in the night. Not yet. You must be the first to know, naturally, but have no doubt Sir Brynden will wish to travel to the Vale. Some months after she and Ned had arrived at Winterfell and Hoster Tully had begrudgingly sent an infant Robb north, Brynden Tully had ridden alone to the gates of Winterfell and asked, or rather, demanded, to enter Ned's service. It did not take a mastermind to understand why Sir Brynden had come, but the man had certainly found no need to mask his intentions. In case your new wife sees fit to orchestrate some accident or illness for my grandnephew, he had told Ned, before a hall full of servants and guards, and Ashura had needed to step in before her husband threw Sir Brynden off the Winterfell walls. But Brynden Tully was not blind, and it was only months before he realized Ashura was as much in love with Robb as she was with John. And when her other children had arrived, they all called him uncle, and no one saw any reason to correct them. She did wish Hoster Tully shared his brother's goodwill towards his grandson's family, but she had penned him that rather extortive letter more than a decade ago, and if Sir Bryndon was any example of Tully's stubbornness, Lord Tully would never look kindly upon her. Ned kissed her hand now as they both rose. "I will tell him," he said, tucking the king's letter into his double. "You have enough to be getting on with." Ashura gave him a small smile, but when he made to lead the way back to the castle, she pulled him back, taking in a determined breath. "Ned. Home." He really saw her face then, and tensed. He might not have the ability to read all her expressions, but this determined one he knew. "Ash. Ned, when the king arrives, it would be the perfect time to ask him to legitimize Jon. You could even present it as an afterthought. He won't suspect a thing." His eyes bore into her, his gaze weary, the corners of his mouth strained. I'm sorry to bring this up today, but, only, think about it. You will need to do it sometime in the next few years, so why not now?" Ned closed his eyes, his entire body stiff, and she could almost see the fear-laced memories flashing in his mind. She squeezed his hand, and he sighed. "Ash, I do not wish to quarrel today." Again, he pressed a kiss into the palm of her hand, then walked soundlessly through the woods and back to the castle. Notes. Let me point out some character ages, as I've been rather liberal with my age manipulation. Theon is 18 and became a ward at 8. Robb and Jon and Sam are 17. Sansa is 16. Arya is 15. The twins Arthur and Elia are, of course, 12. The Greyjoy rebellion happened in 289 to 290, and summer started in 290 as well. So, the summer has lasted 10 years at this point. I've gotten a lot of questions about the kids calling Ashura Amma. To clarify, it is the word I made up for mother in the Rhoynish language. You might remember that's what Ash called her own mom in her childhood flashback. Her mom came from House Illyrian. In my head, originally Ash had Jon and Robb call her that because she didn't want to usurp Catelyn's and Lyanna's place. As you'll see, it was always really important to her that Jon and Robb knew their mothers had given their lives for them. Chapter 16, In the Floating Turret. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. 1 moon later. Jon Snow had always known that he was a bastard. Oh, his mother had tried her hardest to shield him from it, he knew, and he understood in his heart of hearts that he was luckier than most. Since he was 6 years old, he had rarely heard the word bastard used around him. He knew his mother had made it so, and why. She and father treated him no differently than they did his brothers and sisters, and for long stretches of time, Jon could forget that his name was not Stark, but Snow. Yet on days like these, his bastardy would sneak up behind him and batter him about the head, leaving him with a dark, sinking feeling in his gut. The king was due to arrive any day now. Jory has already been dispatched to meet them on the road with an honor guard, and today Amma had pulled him into her solar and placed a hot mug of spiced mead before him. Jon had looked at the steam rising from the golden drink and felt foreboding creep up his back. Spiced mead was his favorite, but Amma always said it was bad for the teeth. She waited until he had taken a long sip before she spoke, her brow knotted. "Jon, as you know, the king is arriving very soon with the queen and much of the royal retinue." "Of course." He took another sip. If she was about to tell him something upsetting, he might as well get the most out of the treat. "Right." A pause. "You may also have heard that the Lannister queen is rather proud." Jon frowned, searching his mind, but he had never paid much attention to some queen who had no bearing on his life. "Well, she is," she said. Another pause. And then, "Jon, you must know that your father and I love you very much, do you not? That you are our son no matter what your name is." Of course. You are my mother and father." The foreboding spread like ice. Now her hands were fumbling nervously with the sleeve of her gown. It had been a very long time indeed since either of his parents had brought to the surface this thorn that was always stuck beneath his skin. What in all hells was going on? "Amma." His mother closed her eyes and sighed, and when she opened them again they had a determined glint about them. "I only wished to tell you that you will not be sitting by the high table with your brothers and sisters when we are entertaining the king and queen. The queen does not look kindly on children, like you, and we cannot offend her. Do you, do you understand? It is not your fault, and I wish it were not so, but... She did not look at him as she spoke, and distantly, John knew that it must not be easy for her, this task of informing him. She sounded as if she had rehearsed her words, and she always did that before she was forced to cause upset. His head was buzzing, and his face and ears were burning as if with fever. In all the harvest feasts and celebration banquets father had held at Winterfell, John had always sat with his siblings, either at the high table or just beneath it. The mean, logical voice in his head reminded him that he had always known it was not the done thing anywhere else. He had caused many a shocked look and whisper behind a hand during the banquets of his childhood, but his parents had always acted like it was where he belonged, and he had come to expect it. Stupid, stupid. He should not be surprised now. Father ruled the north, but he owed fealty to the king. It would not do to cause offense by parading a bastard before the queen. Now he swallowed. He could not look up at Amma either. He only stared into the steam still rising from the mug before him and tried not to cry, because to his abject horror he could feel tears pricking his eyes. You are 17, he tried to scold himself. Stop being a child and embarrassing yourself. It's only a banquet, and you didn't even care about the queen a moment ago. John. He took a breath and forced his eyes up. She must have seen something terrible in his face, for she looked as if someone had just struck her hard across the cheek. Now a generous helping of guilt mixed with the swamp of humiliation and anger pooling in his stomach. He looked away again, because if he had to look at his mother's pained expression for another moment more, he really would cry. I understand, he mumbled at the table, and before she could come to him he had fled the room. Again she called after him, her desolate voice bouncing off the walls, but he pretended not to hear. 000. He had been 6 years old the first and only time he had asked his mother about his bastardy. He and his siblings had been playing in one of their chambers in the evening when Sansa, suddenly hungry, had asked if they could sneak extra lemon cakes from the kitchens. Arya immediately volunteered herself, but they all agreed that she was not quiet enough. John, having then lost a round of boulder leather sword to Robb, had been the one to creep down to the kitchens. 2 of the scullery maids were working to scrub the floors, and John had pressed his back into the shadows, listening to them moon over one of the stable hands, waiting for them to leave. Their conversation had bored him, and he had nearly dozed off when the word bastard had caught his ear. John knew that was what he was not sure how he'd known, but he did, and though he was not entirely certain what it meant, he knew it was nothing good. Bastards were supposed to be liars, wicked and slovenly, and John didn't want to be any of that, so he never asked his mother or his father about the word. If they didn't explain it to his face, he could at least pretend it was not true. Should have known it was foolish to trust a bastard, the one who sounded like a bird was saying. The man took this coin and never came back. Should have known snows are as crooked as they say. Well, not all, said the one with the nasally voice. The helper in the butcher's shop always gave us fried pork skin when he thought no one was looking, remember? I suppose, but that were stealing from the butcher, weren't it? You didn't think it were stealing when you took the skin? Oh, shut your mouth. I will not. I don't buy the talk about bastards being bad folk. Not all. And Lord Stark's bastard seems a fine sort. John gasped, then pressed a hand over his mouth, praying they hadn't heard him. He's only 6. How do you know what sort of man he'll be, said the bird-like girl, undisturbed. And besides, he's always doe-like. Lord Robb is a much sweeter child. No, said the nasally voiced girl. No, Lord John's sweet too. I saw him put a baby sparrow back in a tree once. He remembered the bird from some moons ago. It had fallen from a low branch, and was miraculously still alive. He had scooped it up, placed it in his collar, and climbed the little tree, proud of his newly acquired skills. John didn't know what became of the bird, he hadn't thought of it since. He hoped now that it had survived. Said the other. Mayhaps you're right, but do you know what they say? What? Well, I've heard that maybe Lord John isn't a bastard after all. Or, not meant to be. How do you make that out? He could hear the smile in the girl's voice as she spoke, relishing in her gossip. Some of the women working in the laundry say Lord John's actually Lady Stark's boy. The nasally girl gasped, though John did not think he understood. No way in all hells. They say he's Lady Stark's natural son, born before she married Lord Stark in King's Landing. She would have been grieving her brother's death when Lord Stark went to return the famous sword. You know how these things happen. But Lord Stark was the one what killed her brother. Lady Stark don't seem too angry about that now, does she? It was war. I bet her brother was trying to kill Lord Stark too. I guess so. You won't believe the things I've heard in the mornings when I'm lighting the fires on their floor. Both girls giggled, though Jon didn't understand what was so funny. He didn't understand anything at all, it seemed. His head felt like a slug dragging itself through its slime. Anyhow, they would have asked that Jon be legitimized, but Lord Robb's grandeur is the Lord of the Riverlands, and he'd be eggy about it, because the two little lords are so close in age. The air in the darkened hallway seemed suddenly damp and heavy, and Jon found that breathing hurt his chest. So this Riverlands lord thinks Lady Stark would want her own son to be the heir to Winterfell if he were legitimate. Makes sense, don't it? And Jon's got her coloring and everything, and she treats him like one of her own babes. Jainie's stepmom married her pa when she was a babe, too, and the woman beats her all the time. Nah, Lady Stark wouldn't beat no one. Heart's too soft for that. And she treats Lord Robb no different neither. Lord Robb most certainly isn't hers. Still, I buy it. Half our food comes from the Riverlands this winter, don't you know? Lord Stark would want to keep them happy. Besides, you really buy that story about Lord Jon's ma being a fisherman's daughter? The nasally voiced girl scoffed. More than your long-nosed tail. Who'd let their son be a bastard if they can help it? Don't you know anything? Lady Stark's from Dorne, you daft cow. In Dorne, they don't care if someone's a bastard. He had forgotten all about Sansa's lemon cakes. Jon did not remember how he had left the kitchen, but the next thing he knew, he was racing up the Great Keep to his parents' chambers. The whole way there, the mean little voice in his head told Jon to stop being stupid, forcibly reminding him of his mother's words. You call me Amma, and I love you with all my heart, Jon. But you must not forget that your mother gave her life to bring you into the world, do you understand? She had said the same to Robb, and surely she would not have lied, though while she talked of a Lady Catelyn with red hair and blue eyes, Amma never told Jon the name of the woman who had given birth to him. But the kitchen girl's words had sparked a little light in him that would not die. What if what she said was true? She was right, he did have Amma's dark hair, and even his eyes could look very dark purple if he saw them reflected just the right way. And what if the reason Amma never told him his mother's name was because she had given birth to him all along? Maybe she told him these things so Robb would not feel left out. His brother always grew sulky when he was reminded that he looked like no one else in the family. What if he wasn't a bastard after all, Jon thought, a giddy rush passing over him. Then all those bad things that bastards were meant to be wouldn't have anything to do with him. He didn't want to be a liar, or wicked, or a sloven. Maybe, just maybe, he would not even be angry if Amma lied to him about this. He would even keep up the ruse if it made Robb feel he wasn't alone. Jon just wanted to hear her tell him that he was not a bastard, not truly. He had found Amma in the nursery, rocking the twins' cradle with her foot while she read. She looked up when he sped in, a confused smile on her mouth. Everything all right, love? I thought you were with the others in Sansa's room. Suddenly, Jon could not speak. A huge lump had formed in the back of his throat, and it hurt to swallow. Amma frowned, coming to crouch before him, holding his hands in her very warm ones. What's wrong, Jon? Did you have a fight? Is it true I'm not really a bastard? The words had shot out of his mouth like an accidental arrow, clumsy and wild. They seemed to strike her dumb for a moment, and she only blinked at him. What did you say? She finally asked, her voice very low. Is it true you were the one who really gave birth to me, but you can't make me not a bastard because Robb's grandfather won't let you? Where, Jon, how do you even? I know father can't upset him. You don't have to make me not a bastard. Just, tell me, Amma, please. They say bastards are all liars and wicked and slovenly, and I don't want to be. I'm not a bastard, right? I'm not those bad things. He tried not to cry, he did, but the tears came anyway, burning his skin as they rolled over his cheek. Angrily, he dashed them away with his sleeve. "Oh, my sweet child, of course you are none of those things." Her hand was smoothing away his tears now. "You must never believe that." She pulled him into her arms and held him so tightly that for a moment all felt and good and right. Amma was very warm, sweet-smelling and familiar, but her next words made him cold once more. "John, you are my son, love, but I did not lie to you. The woman who was your mother is with the gods now. I'm sorry, my darling. I am so very sorry." He should have known it was too good to be true. He should have known. Stupid, stupid John. She had still held him when she spoke, but now she pulled back to look at him, and suddenly John didn't care so much about her words or his being a bastard. What he saw terrified him. There were tears on her face, and her red-rimmed eyes were shiny as the gem on the bracelet Uncle Oberyn had sent Sansa for her name day. John shook his head, but it felt like someone else was doing it for him. No, Amma didn't cry. His parents weren't supposed to cry. What had he done? He barely remembered the words that came next. He thought she had asked him how he had heard such a thing, and perhaps she had assured him that all those things people said of bastards were cruel nonsense, that he mustn't pay them any mind. It didn't matter. All John could see, all that played in his mind, was that he had made his mother cry. Later that night, when he was tired of tossing in his bed, he slipped from his chambers to that of his parents at the end of the hall. Father had given him and Rob stern words about being grown up now and never sneaking into their chambers at night, but John wouldn't sneak. He would knock. Yet when he came to their doors and tried to knock, he realized that they would not hear him. Voices came from inside, loud, like shouting, but they were so muffled that he could not make out a single word. His parents had a large floating turret room accessible only from their chambers, and it served as Amma's personal library. It was 2 stories high, its walls lined with tapestries and books. When you were in there, it was as if the world outside those walls dropped away, for all was silent save for the occasional passing raven. They must be in there, John thought, pressing his ear into the barred door. He recognized his father's voice, booming and low, and over it came his mother's, sharp and angry. They were fighting, he realized, though he had never heard them fight before. He and Rob fought. Sometimes, Arya would pull Sansa's hair, and they would fight, Arya making up words to hurl when she could not think of the right ones. But his mother and father, they never fought. They were best friends, and they always liked each other. They never fought. But they are fighting now. You made Amma cry today. Now you've made them yell at each other. They were fighting about him. They had to be. John knew it in his gut, and the knowledge hit him like a blow, making him double over. His fault, his fault. Perhaps he was wicked after all, though he always tried desperately not to be. He had made his mother cry. And now he had made his parents fight. Amma loved him, she said so, but he was just a bastard. When would she decide he was not worth the trouble of loving? 000. John had spent the morning riding alone in the woods around Winterfell. When he came back, he made 3 japes in a row about Rob being a carrot knob until he had goaded his brother into a fight in the practice yard. It was unkind of him, John knew, and the actions of a sulking boy. Rob has always been painfully aware that he looked as if he did not belong in their family, with his flaming hair and tully blue eyes. Sometimes John even felt badly for his brother, for though a bastard, at least his own dark hair and grey eyes looked like father's. But John had been angry, and had known just how to goad his brother into a fight. Rob had managed to slug him hard in the shoulder, and the pain of it had been cleansing. "What'd you go and say that for, John? What's wrong with you?" His brother had asked as they both sprawled in the yard afterwards, panting and sore. Nothing, John lied, even knowing Rob would see him at the far table with the young squires when the king came, and realize exactly what was wrong with him now. "Just keeping you on your toes. Others take you." Rob winced as he rose. "I hope your shoulder throbs all week." But he had seen John's face, and decided not to pry. Later, they had been heading to change clothes when they found their sisters sitting on the floor before their parents' chambers as angry voices floated out into the hall. Sansa was holding her sleeping wolf pup, she had named her Lemons, much to everybody's bewildered amusement, while she watched Nymeria wrestle with Mouse. Arya and Leah both had their ears on the door. What do you think they are fighting about? Whispered Elia, eyes wide, her face slightly squashed from pressing against the wood. Sure, Arya hissed, her face similarly distorted. I thought I caught a word just now. Are we camping out here? Called Rob. What's happening? He came to a jolting stop when he heard the shouting. Shhhhhhhh. That came from both Leah and Arya, and Sansa frowned up at them. Mother and father have been yelling at each other for an hour now. They're in Amma's library though, so we can't hear a single word. Her eyes grew wide, and she clutched Lem closer into her. I've never heard them shouting so. Rob had his ear against the door now, too, but Jon could hear their raised, angry voices just fine from where he stood. Something seemed to smash against a wall, and all five of them flinched. Jon felt frozen to the floor, and wished for a moment that it would open and swallow him, so that he melted into the Winterfell walls. Do you think it's about the king? Whispered Arya. He is coming soon. Maybe Amma doesn't want him here. It isn't father's fault the king's coming, said Rob. And news of the king came a moon turn ago. Why'd they fight about that now? Arya shrugged. I think I heard the word dawn just now, said Leah, eyes narrowing. Arya gasped. Do you think something reminded Amma of her brother? Maybe that's why she's angry. Is that really true, about how Sir Arthur was killed? Sansa asked quietly. I always hear talk that father killed Amma's brother, but that can't be right, surely. Arya rolled her eyes. Of course it is. Father won't tell us anything because he doesn't want to upset our mother. But the old soldiers talk of it all the time. Sansa looked unconvinced, but Jon did not speak up to correct any of them. His parents were not fighting about Sir Arthur Dayne. Leah had not heard dawn. He could still remember the pained way his mother had looked at him in her solar that morning, and suddenly, her tear-stained face from all those years ago flashed in his mind. He had never seen her tears ever again. They were fighting about him now, he was certain of it. The word his sister heard had most probably been Jon. The last time their shouts had carried into the hall thus, he had been 6, intent on sneaking into the chamber because he could not sleep. He had made them fight then, and he must be the reason now. They never fought over anything else. It had been a great many years since Jon had entertained the possibility that his mother would no longer love him. That was not how love worked, not for parents and their children, anyway. It had been a ridiculous, childish notion. He was her son, and it hardly mattered that she had not given birth to him. And yet, he could not hold the sinking feeling opening up in his gut, threatening to pull him into its black depths. What good was he, if all he ever did was make his family unhappy? No doubt they loved him, but they could not help it. His parents were his parents. They had to love him. But it did not mean that he deserved it. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Even the moon hid its face from Ned tonight as he paced the parapets of the great keep, his mind a jumble of tangled wires. He had come out here in no more than his doublet, hoping the lake chill would calm the restless gnawing that had been impossible to put out since he had quarreled with his wife this day. Ashura had cornered him in their chamber after midday, her eyes blazing, and shut them into her library turret, where they could not be overheard. She had told him of her talk with Jon that morning, and insisted again that he use this visit from Robert to ask for Jon's legitimization. This was a well-worn quarrel between them, the only one that remained resolutely unresolved all these years, and though his mind knew her reasons and arguments held sense, he could not help the dread that bit at him every time he imagined Robert sitting up in realization of the truth, sending armed men to turn his son into a bloody mess on the marble floor. Perhaps nothing would come of drawing attention to his bastard son by asking Robert to legitimize him. But it was not a common thing for a lord, especially when he had legitimate heirs, and Ned could simply not stomach the risk, not even to ease Jon's heart. To grow up under the burden of bastardy was better than being murdered before he had a chance to grow up at all, and Ned had stubbornly insisted that the way things were was best. The rumors and mystery and their guarded tongues kept Jon safe. Yet today, she had not come to him armed with her usual arguments of the mind and heart, but instead hurled accusations at him from the start, her voice so fierce he thought the windows might break. His wife had always known just what to say to make anyone feel at ease. She could charm even the likes of Brynden Tully and Ricard Carstock, and he should have known by now that her tongue could just as easily cut like snowy wind. Yet her accusations of heartlessness and cruelty had still struck him dumb. You say it is for love, to keep Jon safe, but I say you are being a fucking coward, Ned Stark. You cannot see past your own damn irrational fears, and you would make Jon suffer for them. Finally, he had felt his own frustrations flare, and bellowed right back, though now he could barely recall all the words they exchanged. There had only been one other time she had come to him like this, as if she wore her bleeding heart on her sleeve, and it had scared him then as it scared him now. They had been married 6 years when Ashura had pulled him into the turret tower late at night, her eyes glittering in the moonlight. You must ask the king to legitimize Jon, she had said, almost pleading. Please, Ned, you must. I will not have him grow up thinking he is somehow wicked and unwanted from no fault of his. She had told him of the incredible rumors she had uncovered after Jon came to her that evening, but when he had shaken his head at her request, for it was courting danger, to bring Robert's notice on Jon thus, she had raged at him as she'd never done in the near decade he had known her. Ned had done his best to assure her they would not let Jon be harmed by this, that they could dismiss the servants who talked such rumors, and treat him the same, just as they'd always done, but she had been inconsolable. It will raise eyebrows all over the kingdoms, he had tried to reason. We Starks have never asked the king of such a thing, not when the Lord had legitimate heirs. She had not wished to hear him, and Ned had spent the night sleeping in his solar. The next day, she had disappeared into the storerooms where the maesters always kept old parchments and records, and it was not until she emerged in the evening with a grim determination on her face that he had found the chance to speak with her. Perhaps you were right about your Stark history. I couldn't find documents asking the king to legitimize a bastard son unless it was for want of an heir. But this is not over, Ned Stark. I simply cannot stomach being angry with you anymore. And she was as good as her word. Over the years, she had come to him with various arguments and appeals, and he had conceded by inches, rebuilding Moat Cailin and promising that one day, when Jon was to wed and take the new castle as lord, he would write to Robert and ask that Jon be called Stark. It would not make Robert suspicious, perhaps, if there was a real reason behind the asking. And he hoped that when the time finally came, enough years would have passed that Robert would not even remember Jon's age. Ned had thought that they had finally resolved their quarrel, but this afternoon, when he thought their fight could not possibly grow any fiercer without the walls collapsing around them, Ashura had hurled a pitcher at the wall, though perhaps he should be thankful it had not been aimed at him, and then, to his horror, she had burst into tears. His own anger had evaporated like smoke in the night. Never in all their years together had Ned made her weep, but then, he had never shouted at her so. Ash. No, please don't, I'm sorry I shouted at you, I shouldn't have. No, damn you, she gasped between sobs, pressing her face into his chest and pounding on his shoulder. It's not that, you dolt. If you'd only seen the look on Jon's face today, damn you Ned Stark, the hurt you've put on my poor son. He had left her sleeping on a tufted chair in the turret tower, exhausted from their fight, and slipped from their chambers to go for a ride and clear his head. As he had opened their chamber door, he could hear unmistakable footsteps echoing down the hall, and Ned had pinched the bridge of his nose. There was no danger that his children had heard any words, but their shouts had certainly spread into the hall. Now he stood before his chamber door once more, the cold of the night having done nothing to calm his fraying nerves. Tentatively, he knocked, hoping she would at least let him in so they could speak. She came to the door so quickly it was as if she had been standing just on the other side, and he was pleased to see that her eyes were no longer rimmed with red. I should not have lost my temper, so she said finally, when he had lowered himself onto their bed and she sat with her back to him, her legs crossed. It was rather unseemly, and I'm sorry for the things I said. I didn't mean them. You are not, you could never be. They're already forgotten, he interrupted her, though in a dark corner of his mind, her words about his cowardice did not seem so misplaced. The fear overtook him like some demon any time his mind wandered to what Tywin Lannister had done to those Targaryen children. I should not have shouted back at you. And the pitcher, she said. I was not aiming to hit you, I promise. He offered a dry laugh. That I know. You would not have missed. He heard her weak laugh, and then they lapsed into silence once more. You understand why I cannot ask Robert now, don't you? He finally asked, hoping he would not incite her anger again. You say that he will ask to see Jon, and you fear he will recognize his mother in him," she said softly. "But all anyone sees when they look at John is your face, Ned. Surely you know that. Nonetheless, there is the possibility he would see something else, especially with Arya next to him. I cannot risk it." She sighed, a deep sigh, weary to the bone. "When the king leaves, then. Before his next name day, at the latest. Construction on Moat Cailin is nearly finished now. You must at least take John to see it, and tell him it will be his. Promise." "Very well. I promise," he said, for John would be 8 and 10 in the coming year. Ned was running out excuses to draw out this stagnant state of affairs. And his promise to Lyanna, when he comes of age, she had said. Tell him of his father when he comes of age. He had waited too long as it was, but he could not bear the thought of telling John that he, Ned, was not in fact his father. At least in this Ashura had not pressed him often, only once on the day after John turned 16. He had stared at her, not knowing what to say, and she had sighed, kissed his hand and left him alone with his ghosts. "I promise," he said again, and she turned to him, resting her chin on his shoulder. He closed his eyes briefly, drinking in her warm scent and soft hand on his back, for the world beyond her was cold and empty and harsh. "And you might tell your plans about Moat Cailin to some of the guards and trading men in passing. Allow the rumors to spread. In a few years' time, I won't have John's marriage prospects diminished because his father was too stubborn to set aside his unreasonable reservations." Hells, but the truth stung coming from her mouth. He nodded his agreement, heaving his own exhausted sigh, and they fell back onto the mattress together, holding each other and watching as the shadows flickered on the canopy overhead. "I love you, Ned Stark," he thought he heard her murmur just before he dozed off to sleep. "You are infuriating and unreasonable, but I cannot help myself." Notes. So, writing a lot of this felt like actual child abuse. Very unpleasant. Not sure I will ever attempt again. Chapter 17, Buried Treasure. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Stupid Leah and her stupid treasure. As they raced through the halls towards the Maestas turret, Arthur could not help glaring daggers at his sister. Leah, dark curls wild from their climb and the wind atop the broken tower, gave him an impish grin, not at all sorry that she had made them late for lessons. "Others take you, Leah. Now Maester Lewin's going to make me copy out timber yields again. If you'd just memorize them for when he tests you, he'd have no reason to make you copy out the boring stuff," she replied airily, and Arthur scowled. "Not everyone can have a freak memory like yours," he muttered. Leah could remember writing at a glance, and she did not even like to read. None of it was fair. His own memory served well enough, but only for the interesting things, like history and politics and the different ways small folk lived their lives depending on if they fished or farmed or grew grapes for a living. Arthur did not have a mind for numbers, and of late, having to memorize how many board feet of oak or soldier pine the North exported to each of the free cities each year was making Arthur's head all jumbled. Leah shrugged. "My freak memory, and I will get to leave lessons early as usual." Arthur resumed his glaring. His sister had come to him after the midday meal today, intent on showing him something she'd found buried in the ruined rooms at the top of the broken tower. She had been up there alone the day before, while the rest of them had been at lessons, memorizing numbers. Another thing that was not fair, how much more time Leah had for climbing. "I swear on my life that it's lost treasure," she had said. "It's all golden and shiny and has ancient symbols carved on it. Come and see if you can get it out for me." Arthur, unable to stanch his curiosity, had strapped small shovels to their backs and climbed to the tower with her, even knowing they only had an hourglass turn's time before lessons began. They had left their pups Dawn and Mouse with their mother and litter mates. The mother wolf was well enough to stand on her own for short bursts of time now, though Arthur wondered when, if ever, it would be safe to bring their pups climbing with them. Since before he could remember, he and Leah had explored every foot of Winterfell's walls and turrets, their shoes tied up with string and slung over their necks, their fingers and toes digging into the chalky crevices between stones. They found passages inside walls and hidden bridges between towers, often emerging atop turrets entirely on the other side of where they had started. Sometimes they would veer off on different routes, picking a point to meet up at, and other times Arthur would climb alone, a book tucked safely in his doublet, and read for hours where no one could disturb him. Yet most often, they climbed together. Though by now everyone knew they climbed, it still felt like their secret. Because Arthur was better, he often went first, and when he emerged alone somewhere impossibly high, for a few moments, he would breathe the crisp, sweet air, silence filling his ears, feeling like he could see through the eyes of the birds that glided overhead. Then, in a few moments, he would turn to help Leah up, her laughter dancing on the air around them, and Arthur would think there was nobody in the world so wonderful as his sister. When they looked out over the walls and the rolling hills beyond, just the two of them, like two sides of a single coin, nothing could ever go amiss in the world. Climbing was one of the only things in which he could beat Leah, though they had only raced each other up towers and along old runs of machicolations half the time, and not nearly so often now that they were getting older. More often now, they simply perched atop walls and turrets and watched the daily life of Winterfell play out below them, the cooks in the glass gardens, the soldiers drilling in the yard, and it made Arthur feel like they were lord of the castle, in a way even Robb would never know. Leah had different ideas, for her mind could never still, and anything it churned up would eventually make its way out her mouth. As they watched the people go about their day, she contrived to make up the things they seemed to be saying to each other, sometimes concocting conversations so ludicrous their sheer nonsense made Arthur laugh until his belly ached. "Oh, those two by the washing well are definitely talking about the wart on the undercook's nose," she'd say, squinting, then continuing in a falsetto. "She came so close to me this morning, I could count the hairs on it," the blonde one is saying. "Oh, no, see, the redhead looks scared. Wait. She's flapping her hands, what on earth?" "Oh, I know. Watch your tongue," the redhead's saying, "I don't care about warts." The undercook's got ears like a bat's. Once, when they had been 6, Leah had insisted they compete to see who could hang upside down longest from the gaps in the machicolations. And so, they had been hanging there, letting the blood rush to their faces, when their mother happened to walk past. Leah had not been able to help giggling, making Amma look up. She had nearly fainted. "Are you sure the two of you are children and not squirrels?" she had asked when she'd made them come down, intently watching their practiced movements on the walls. She had asked them if they could find some other form of entertainment, one that would not risk her heart giving out every time she saw them, but Leah had simply shrugged and said, "Or we could just keep climbing and make sure you never see us." Her eyes had gone wide. "If you fall, you will have no sympathy from me, Elia Stark," she'd said, though Arthur knew she did not mean it and was struggling not to smile. She had made them promise before the weirwood tree that they would never do anything that felt dangerous or risky when up in the air, then made as if to leave them be. Over the next months, however, Old Nan, Mayor Stillowin, and Wyler had all used various methods to convince them of the dangers of climbing. All to no avail, for none were a match for Leah's infuriating tongue. Their mother has even recruited Septa Dinah, though Arthur was not certain why she thought either of them would listen to the unsmiling woman. Amma's own eyes would glaze over when the Septa spoke about holy days and the joys of prayer. Arthur had been feeling guilty about putting their mother through so much worry when the last person she recruited had set their minds at ease. "Your Amma's asked me to convince you to stop climbing," Eli had said one day when Arthur and Elia came to help her dry herbs. The utter shamelessness of the girl. As if she did not ride alone into the Red Mountains or set out into the open sea on a piece of wood and make us all fear she would die. "You Starks may be wolves, but the two of you have got the luck of cats. Just be sure to land on your feet, and you'll be right as rain." The next morning Leah had repeated Eli's words to their mother, and after that, no one ever questioned their climbing. Arthur wasn't sure why Amma had ever been worried. Not once had either of them fallen. Up on the broken tower that morning, Leah had shown him the golden knob buried deep in the compact rubble of the collapsed rooms. It was bronzed with age, and there were symbols Arthur had never before seen etched on the cold metal. The exposed bit was a half circle perhaps the size of his palm, and there seemed to be a hole in the middle, but that was mostly filled with caked dust and debris. Centuries of rain and snow had made the mixture of pulverized ruins hard as the ground itself, and no matter how they chipped at the debris, they could only scrape bits of dust from its surface, and had no luck in exposing more of it, let alone pulling it out completely. "What do you think it is?" Leah had asked, picking at it absently with her nail when they had decided to give up on the shovels. "No idea," sighed Arthur, his shoulders beginning to ache from the shoveling. "Can't even tell how big it is." Leah sat back against a piece of building rock, absently swatting away an audacious crow that had flown too close to her head. "We'll have to come back, then. With chisels next time, and maybe some water to loosen the dirt. You want to carry water up here? I'm certainly not going to do it. She pouted at him. But you're the boy. Aren't you supposed to be all strong and stuff? Arthur gaped at her. You're joking, right? What was it you said when I asked you to mend my favorite shirt the other day? She blushed. Well, no one is born knowing how to do needlework, she said stubbornly, but boys are naturally stronger than girls. You don't need to learn anything for it, you just are. Arthur rolled his eyes at her. Oh, come on, Art, I don't believe for an instant that you're not just as curious about the thing as I am. Imagine Maester Lewin's face if we present him with some 1,000-year-old lost treasure. And that was when they had both sat up as if stung. They had no hourglass with them, but it was clear just by the sun that they were terribly late for lessons. They had eschewed climbing down through the godswood, instead leaving their shovels atop the tower, carefully descending onto the first keep and dropping to the ground from the back. By the time they had reached the Maester's turret, both were out of breath. Don't tell anyone about this, Leah whispered as they mounted the steps to the chamber where Maester Lewin held lessons. If anyone's going to dig it out, I want it to be us. Fine, said Arthur, rolling his eyes again, though if he were honest with himself, when he got over the annoyance with his sister, he too would be burning to know what on earth the golden knob buried in the ruins was. Thankfully, Maester Lewin seemed in a forgiving mood today, and only set Arthur and Elia on to writing out a comprehensive account of trade relations with each of the free cities and those in Slavers Bay, gleaned from the records of the past few decades. It was not so monotonous. Most of the records were new, some written in his mother or father's hand back when Arthur was just a babe in arms, and Arthur found the entire bit of history fascinating. According to the Maester, the North did not always trade so with Essos. There had long been limited exports of Sentinel and pine to Bravos for their ships, but since his mother had arrived in the North, she had brokered many exclusive agreements through connections in Bravos and Norfos, and even as far south as Lies. The elites of the free cities now prized northern oak for their front doors and lightweight ironwood for furniture and weaponry. When it grew cold in the nights in Pentos and Myr, it was northern furs the wealthy women wore around their shoulders. And of course, now nearly all merchants and city fleets alike built their ships with northern wood. Most had not known before that trees could grow so large, and the wood itself could hold up so strong, but now they would not source their wood from elsewhere. His mother had discovered, too, that the snow marble mined around the low mountains north of the Wolf's Wood could be exported to the slave cities. Nobody in West Eos had ever wished to build with the silver-veined stone, for it heated slowly and cooled far too fast, and spending winter in a castle laid with snow marble floors would be a miserable affair indeed. Even the Dornish did not wish to build with the stuff, for winter nights in the desert could be cold enough to freeze off ears and toes. The only reason the mines were still open at all was because lords in the south liked to line the walls of their ice cellars with the marble, and perhaps serve cold summer sweets in a few cold bowls. But Emma, ever the voracious reader, had found travel accounts of Slavers Bay written a century ago. Inside were passages in which Giscleri Graces of old praised white and silver stone, claiming such marble was made from the dust fallen from the palaces where lived the gods of Gis. The northern mines had been expanded like never before these last 15 years, and it was said that the Temple of the Graces in Meereen was now lined completely in snow marble. So, too, were the fighting pits, for the blood spilled to please the Giscleri gods was more vivid than ever on white stone, but when Arthur had asked his mother about this with a frown, she had only pursed her lips. We do the best for the people we can help, she had told him. I am not a god, only a woman, and your father only a man. There are always cruelties and injustices in the world, and we can do no more than try to make life in the North a little better for our people without directly causing harm elsewhere. Do you understand? Arthur thought he did. Still, the idea of spilling human blood for sport made his head spin with nausea. An hour into lessons, Maester Lewin was called to Father's Solar. As soon as he was out the door, Theon leaned back in his chair and propped his feet up on the table, tossing aside his quill and shaking out his hand. He had been writing an account of the Gardener Kings during and after the Andal invasions, and his dazed expression made it clear just how much attention he had been paying to his work. 7 hells, why was every Gardener King called Garth? And what kind of name is that? No wonder my ancestors always reft their shores. Rich men named Garth are just asking to be relieved of their coin. Rob laughed, the sound filling the room, and beside him, Arya choked on her water. Everyone else was smiling too, but Sam looked up from his own parchment, twirling his quill at Theon with an earnest look in his eye. They were all named after Garth the Gardener, the first mythical king from the Age of the Heroes. I imagine Garth is a name from the language they spoke way back in the day. Many houses do this, of course. Cycle through a short list of names, at least for the boys, I mean. There have been more Brandon Starks than most people can recall, for example, and it's the same thing with House Greyjoy, Theon. If I remember correctly, there was a Theon 3 during OOF, hey. Theon had thrown a cushion at Sam's face, then opened his mouth to speak, but seemed to stop himself. He rolled his eyes instead. You don't always need to remind us you're the smartest one here, Tali. Say any more, and I might be tempted to make you write the rest of this for me. Sam's face went pink. I'm not smarter. I just read more. Sansa looked up from the castle ledgers. She was in charge of Winterfell's regular activities this month, and had less a mind for numbers than Arthur did, meaning she carried the ledgers everywhere, trying to keep up. We all read, Sam, she said. But only you can remember all these interesting details and pull them out at the most relevant moments. You mustn't belittle what you can do. You've got an incredible mind. She beamed at him, her cheeks dimpling, and Sam turned the color of boiled shrimp. Robb and Jon shared a sly grin over the table, and Arthur saw Arya and Theon roll their eyes at the same time, while beside him, Leah tried to choke down her laughter. Sam turned redder still. Arthur thought that, had Sansa smiled so at anyone else, Jon and Robb would likely drag him out of bed in the middle of the night and invite him to a long chat in the practice yard. But Sam was, well, Sam. Harmless. And Sansa was only smiling. Arya heaved a great huff through her nose and leaned back in her chair as well, her feet on the table, and stretched like a cat. Why'd we need to have lessons today anyway? You'd think Mayor Stillowin's got enough to worry about with 300 of the king's men coming to stay any day now. Arya, put your feet down, frowned Sansa, tapping Arya's leg with her quill. Why? She swung her legs so that her feet were on Sansa's stack of notes and lists. Am I bothering you? Arya raised a dark eyebrow, and it was Jon's turn to choke on his water. Sansa's eyes widened. Arya. How tall is the imp, anyway? Leah cut in, her eyes shiny. And who do you think is taller, him or Arya? Sorry. But you are the shortest one here. Arya had hopped off her chair in a flash and come to prod Leah's ticklish side, but Leah was faster, dashing away so that Arya was made to chase her around the classroom. Robb laughed again, while Theon watched the exchange with a glint in his eye. Careful, little sister, said Robb. Don't let Amma catch you calling him that. Their mother had insisted they be courteous, and refer to the Lannister dwarf only as Lord Tyrion, but so far, only Sansa had complied. I don't see why not, panted Leah when she'd finally gotten Arya off her. That's what he is, isn't it? I hardly think we'd be the first to call him that. That isn't the point, Elia, said Sansa, dusting off the papers where Arya's feet had been. She was the only one aside from their parents who even tried to remember that Leah's real name was Elia. Father never used the nickname, and Amma had tried over the years to stop the rest of them from using it too, but nicknames were stickier than overcooked caramel. Arthur didn't particularly enjoy being called Art, either, but there was nothing to be done. He knew that everybody calling out Leah all the time reminded father of his dead Aunt Lyanna, but Leah had always been Leah to him, ever since Arthur could speak. He couldn't call her anything else. We all know what he is, but I doubt it's pleasant for him. He certainly won't forget that he's a dwarf. We needn't remind him of it constantly. And imp doesn't sound very nice, does it? From the corner of his eye, Arthur saw Arya steal a glance at Jon, but Jon's face remained unchanged. Theon snorted. You're too kind by far, Sansa. How do you know if this dwarf is even deserving of your kindness? I've heard he's a lecherous, vile little man who's brought all sorts of misfortune to the Lannisters. Everyone is deserving of kindness, said Sansa, sure of herself. It doesn't matter what evils one's committed, and I doubt Lord Tyrion is so evil, no matter the rumors. Sansa's right, said Sam, his voice quiet. I'm fat, but none of you ever call me Fat Sam to my face. Because you're kind to me. Sam. That was Sansa and Jon, both scolding at the same time. "We don't call you Fat Sam behind your back," either sighed John, laying a hand on his shoulder. "Don't say such things about yourself," really Sangza frowned. "Perhaps we are kind to you, but above all you must be kind to yourself. You deserve that at the very least, don't you think?" Arthur thought that kindness to himself was asking entirely too much of Sam. He still remembered Sam telling him once about the names Lord Tarlis Wards had been encouraged to call him, back when Sam had lived at home. Arthur thought perhaps Fat Sam was one of the kinder names. It wasn't fair. Arya was short, and John and Theon were spindly. He himself was too skinny, and his legs too knobbly. No one went around calling any of them John the Jerky or Stork-Legs Arthur, so why did people like to do so with Sam? Arthur had heard stable hands and serving girls refer to Sam the fat one behind his back for years. The door to the lesson chamber opened, and at once everyone straightened and made to look as if they had been focusing on their studies the whole while. But it was not Maester Lewin's grey robes that emerged. Instead, Jane Poole stood willowy and slight in the doorframe, her cheeks flushed. "They are here," she said, smiling brightly. "Lady Stark told me to come get you all. They are here, just behind the south hill." The king. Robb and Arya were on their feet at once, and Leah jumped out of her chair, knocking it over. Arthur felt his own heart race, and at once his mind raced through the myriad of stories father had told of King Robert's valor in battle. When father or the older soldiers and lords told of their war stories, Arthur never minded that they mentioned bloodshed and guts spilling from enemies. There was something marvelous about their tales, and King Robert had been the hero of so many. He could not wait to see the king. "Books," came Sangza's voice, though it, too, was breathless with excitement. "Store your books away at least, and put the stoppers in your ink." A shuffle of papers and clinking of glass, and in a flash all were filing from the room. Sangza, arms linked with Jane's, was walking behind Robb, heads bent together in animated whispers. Ahead of everyone else, Arthur could hear Leah's footsteps pattering down the stone steps. At the door, Arya picked up the cushion from earlier and tossed it at John's direction with a raised brow and a smirk. John caught it, smiling too, and handed it to Sam with a tilt of his chin. For a moment, Sam stared at them, confused, but then realization hit. "Hey, Theon." Theon, who had taken off his dagger for lessons and was just reattaching it to his belt inside the doorway, looked up. The cushion came flying into his face. "Just you wait, Tali. When I come for you, you won't even know what hit you." Laughter echoed on the stone walls of the Maester's turret as the rest of them filed from the room, Sam Tali's triumphant voice louder than all the rest. Notes. A nice fluffy chapter before the drama begins. I took some of the descriptions of Arthur and Leah climbing and looking over Winterfell basically directly from Bran 2 in Ago. I mean, this is fan fiction after all. I'm allowed to do that, right? I was rereading it for this chapter, and the section in which Bran described his climbing was just so incredible and full of foreshadowing and symbolism that I had to borrow a lot of it into this story. So, I hope you enjoy my version, though it really can't compare with Martin's writing in Bran 2 of Ago. Go read that chapter again if you can. Amazing prose and imagery. Chapter 18, Peculiar Dornish Ways. Chapter text. Ashura stood next to Ned in the outer bailey, her best day gown fluttering around her ankles, her fur mantle tickling her cheek. They could hear the first guards riding through the winter town, their chorus of clopping hooves and jingling of armor, and the chattering of the small folk who lived there in summer floated in with the wind. "The next weeks might be the biggest spectacle most people here have ever seen," she murmured under her breath. "Or will ever see," he replied, looking down at her from the side of his eye. "At least some of the coin will be well spent then, no?" The bailey yards had been swept clean and covered with freshly laundered banners, and in the great hall, tapestries had been revived, chandeliers and candelabras polished until they gleamed, and trestle tables waxed and polished anew. There should be feasting and entertainment aplenty to tide over the small folk for the coming winter, and the hunt would produce more meat. "I defer to your judgment." His face remained solemn before his men, but his eyes were soft and dancing. "We would not have nearly so much coin to spend if not for you." She gave him the hint of a smirk. Oh, there had been a time when he had disapproved of her methods in obtaining the money from Hoster Tully, but it was coin that Tully owed the Starks to begin with. Ashura had not snuck into Riverrun and absconded with the gold. There was no dishonor in a little, soft persuasion, surely. Ned looked over at the children, but suddenly he frowned. Frowning herself, Usher appeared around Ned's cloaks and furs to their line of children. Rob stood, brawny and sure, the sword he called Frost hanging by his side. Beside him, Sansa was tall and ethereal, and beside her, Arya, more than a head shorter, was gnawing impatiently at her lip, her white teeth flashing. Last in the line was Arthur, staring back at her, his big eyes innocent. The spot next to him was empty. "Where's Elia?" Arthur shrugged with a bewildered purse of his mouth. "She was in front of me as we were leaving the Maester's turret," said Rob, craning his neck to look around. "I thought she'd gone to change with Arya and Sansa." "Oh, she came up to her chambers with us," Arya piped in. "But she'd already left when Sansa was done fussing over my hair." "Stop shaking your head like that. You'll make the braids fall out again." "Oh, for the love of the seven," muttered Ashura as the first burst of golden banners appeared beneath the front gate. Elia gave her more headaches than the rest put together, and Ashura was certain the few grey strands she had found in her hair of late were courtesy of her youngest. Once, when she had complained in passing, Ned, in a fit of rare acerbic wit, had looked at her with a raised eyebrow and said, "I did say we should stop after Arya. You were the one who wanted more babes." She had since kept her growing list of grievances to herself. "Robert won't mind," said Ned now, but just as he spoke, she saw in the corner of her eye a slight blue-clad figure dart past. Ashura snapped her head around just in time to see Elia slip behind her, her hair wild. "Elia Stark," she hissed, and her daughter shot her a smile so cherubic she nearly forgot her vexation completely. Ashura sighed and closed her eyes to pray for strength, not bothering to glare up at her husband, who was chuckling under his breath. Again she leaned around Ned to catch Elia's eye. "Fix your hair," she mouthed at her, gesturing to her head and giving Sansa a look. Sansa ducked behind the line and appeared to do something with Elia's hair, and Ashura hoped it did not too closely resemble a bird's nest. Knights and bannermen poured into the yard now, stopping their horses and dismounting, their heads emerging from their shining helms. There was Aaron Santager, Robert's master-at-arms, still brimming with that restless youth from their childhood in Sunspear. There was the brother of Gregor Clegane, half his face covered in an angry patch of scorched red, and Ashura felt her stomach turn, though it had naught to do with the injuries. And there was fair-haired Jaime Lannister, who had so famously stood before the entire court and tried to refuse when Robert dismissed him from the King's Guard. But in the end, Tywin Lannister had gotten his way. Now Sir Jaime lived in a manse in King's Landing with his wife and sat in Lord Tywin's seat on the King's small council, though by all accounts he attended meetings less frequently than Robert himself, preferring instead to spend his days training or in the castle with his sister and her children. Behind him, a stable boy helped his dwarf brother from his saddle. Another Lannister who all but lived in the Red Keep, though it seemed Cersei did not keep her younger brother's counsel nearly so often. Tyrion Lannister dusted himself off, looking around with an eager glint in his eye that Ashura had seen in herself all too often. So, perhaps this Lannister would not be so objectionable. Next to ride in was a tall boy with golden hair, the Crown Prince, no doubt, and immediately Ashura felt her chest clench. The prince had caught sight of Sansa at once, it seemed, and there was a hunter's look about his face that made bile rise in her throat. She had heard talk from the few informants she kept in King's Landing, that the prince was no kind boy, though she had never asked for anything more specific. It had never concerned her too greatly until now, when he rode through her gates. A roar filled the yard then, and Ashura looked up as a giant of a man, in height and in girth, rode to the middle of the yard. Before she could let her shock settle, they had all sunk to their knees, but Robert soon approached, his footsteps heavy in the crunching snow. "Ned." The giant crushed her husband in an embrace, and Ashura could hear the impact of leather on leather as she rose. "Winterfell is yours, your grace," said Ned, and Robert waved his hand. Yes, all of that. Gods, you haven't changed much, Ned. Still walking around with that tombstone for a face. How's that even possible with your delightful wife around?" Ashura curtsied, but Robert just laughed and enveloped her in a hug so strong that he lifted her half off her feet, and she felt her ribs shift. "Ah, Lady Ash, lovely as ever. This your eldest, Ned?" "Rob, eh?" "Yes." Robert laughed again, clapping Rob heartily on the shoulder. "Good man. And you, Gods, You look like your mother. Sangza curtsied, and Robert walked on. His boots stopped dead in the snow. Ashura felt Ned tense. 7 hells, he muttered under his breath. What's your name? Arya. Your Grace. Her daughter looked the king straight in the eye, and Ashura did not know if she should be proud of her or wish to press her head down. The king made a hoarse grunt, and for a moment all was frozen. Finally, Robert walked on once more, telling Elia that she was a pretty one too, and Arthur that he looked as if he would be a warrior someday. The tension had melted, and Ashura found herself choking back a laugh. The queen and her other children had walked into the bailey now, their oak and gold wheelhouse too wide for even the gates of Winterfell, and Ned knelt in the snow to kiss her ring. Come, Ned, take me to your crypts. The queen, hair like harvest wheat in the sun, stood before Ashura and frowned. We have ridden for a month, my love, she said. Surely the dead. Robert waved her words away. Ned. Ned shot her a quick glance, then nodded, called for a lantern, and led the way to the first keep. Ashura made her curtsy, though the queen barely looked at her. Poor woman. She had seen the naked antagonism between the king and queen 10 years ago, and it was no great secret in King's Landing that it had only festered since. How must it be, to know your husband frequented every whorehouse in the city? To see a woman dead near 20 years still occupy a place above you in your husband's heart? Her brother Jaime had come to take her arm. Ashura pursed her lips, then stepped forward. Your Grace, shall I show you to your chambers? You must be weary and cold from the road. The queen's gaze returned to her and looked Ashura over, her lips thinning. Behind her, her children had gathered, heads as golden as hers, followed closely by the equally blonde Lioness Hightower, bird-like and exquisite as the day she had married Jaime Lannister during the tourney in Lannisport. Lady Lioness caught her eye for a moment and grinned at her. Curious, Ashura nodded back. Cersei Lannister smiled tightly. Of course. Where are my manners? Children, come meet Lady Stark. Joffrey, Myrcella and Tommen were introduced, and this time Robb, too, stiffened at the way Joffrey stared at Sansa. To her dismay, she saw Sansa peer up at the prince through her lashes and blush most prettily. Her daughter was no fool, surely, but slow to see the truth before her eyes. Sansa, you will show the princes and princess to their rooms. And Arya, the queen's ladies. Yes, mother. Though Ashura could swear Arya took one look at Lioness Hightower and wrinkled her nose. Lead the way, then, Lady Stark. 000. When the royal party had all been settled into chambers above the Great Hall, and preparations for the feast were well underway, Ashura climbed to Sansa's chambers to find her daughter sitting before her mirror getting her hair dressed, her wolf pup Lemons on her lap. In the chair beside her, Jane Poole was looking through the little box of rouges and powders. Sansa turned and Jane scrambled to her feet when Ashura entered. I'll take over, Ashura told the handmaiden who was working Sansa's hair, reaching for the hairbrush in her hand. Go see if you can help Nettie or Pilla. The girl nodded, and Ashura noted with a wry smile that she rushed without hesitation to Elia's rooms. No matter that Elia's hair was impossible to tame, anyone save Sansa and Pilla would wither under Arya's murderous glare as she was subjected to having her hair dressed. Jane, dear, she continued. Would you find Corinne for me and tell her I've changed my mind? I would wear the deep green gown instead of the dove blue. And that she needn't bother with the elaborate braids or the jewels. Oh. Yes, my lady. Ashura smiled at her as she left the room. Lem looked up, yellow eyes bright, and Ashura let the wolfling lick her hand. Sansa was looking at her curiously, but Ashura stood behind her, turned her head to face the mirror, and began brushing through her dark curls. King Robert had been right. Sansa did look very much as Ashura had at 6 and 10, though at her age, Ashura had long lost the naive wonder that still softened her daughter's lavender eyes. Amma. Why have you decided not to wear the blue? You always look divine in it. Ashura smiled, though it was not without the taint of regret. Her daughter's compliments always pleased her more than was reasonable. How she would miss her sweet child when she left for Dorne once more. I know, she said, for there was no reason to skirt around such things. Sometimes it does not serve to draw excess attention to myself. Do you understand? Sansa's eyes narrowed in thought. The Queen this afternoon. She looked at you rather strangely. Good girl. Yes, I believe she did. She is beautiful, but, I think, not as beautiful as you, and she knows it. Ashura laughed. Careful, love, you mustn't inflate my head so. And 'tis not a matter of who is more beautiful, but of what the queen herself sees and believes. Sansa smiled back, her cheeks dimpling, and the sight was so lovely it made Ashura's heart ache. She reached over Sansa's shoulder for the pins and hair strings. I saw you take the princes and princess to see the great hall on the way to the chambers, she began, studying her daughter's face. Did you find them agreeable? A flash of white, and Sansa bit her lower lip. Their eyes met in the mirror. Yes. Princess Myrcella was very sweet and clever and well-mannered, and Prince Tommen was quiet, but I think he is kind. And Prince Joffrey. The lip-gnawing continued, and the disappointment was so stark on Sansa's face that Ashura almost lost the heart to press. He did not seem all too pleased with our hall or his rooms, she finally answered, her voice low. I see. Ashura focused on her hands now as they made little braids over Sansa's crown. It is hard to be impressed by anywhere else once one is used to the ornate halls of the Red Keep. No doubt Winterfell appears rough and plain to him. Yes, I can understand that. Still, this is our home, and he is our guest. Why must he look as if he were walking into a cave? Ashura could not quite keep the smile from her face. Sansa frowned up at her. Surely you did not look at Winterfell this way when you first arrived. Naturally not, but your father loves this castle, and so I loved it too, even before I saw it. What she did not say was that she had tried to love Winterfell for Ned, but her first impressions of it had been dismal and grey and terribly cold. Yet, as soon as she'd set eyes upon Robb in the nursery, his hair glowing like embers, Ashura had suddenly known that she was home. That was a memory she intended to share with no one save Robb himself. Her daughter seemed to deflate. Even had you been a stranger you would not have sneered at the hall as the prince did. Oh, Amma, it feels so unfair. I thought him so handsome and so radiant, and he's a prince. I know it isn't possible for me, oh, but the way he had smiled at me. Her cheeks darkened, and she took to studying Lem's pointy little ears. I'm being ridiculous as always. No, love, not at all. We all have our fantasies of the world. Sansa sighed. He thought I did not see his face, and smiles at me still. Now all his charm seems a front, and seeing it only makes my teeth ache. Ashura felt her heart settle back into place. She had been right. Her daughter was no fool. She was the fool for worrying at all. Still, the disappointment in Sansa's face rankled, and Ashura did not know if she wished Sansa would lose the soft silks that shaded her eyes altogether or keep them for the rest of her life. She did not understand whence it came. None of her other children ever wished for so much good in the world, or let the truth disappoint them so. He must really miss home, Sansa said as Ashura pinned another braid into the shape of a flower. What? The prince. Perhaps it helps him to look down his nose at Winterfell. He needs to remind himself that his home is better. He must really miss it. Ashura closed her eyes and prayed for patience. Love, he has only been away a month, and his family are all with him. Not every horrid person has a reason to be. Sansa looked unconvinced. If you say so, she said obediently, but then reconsidered. The prince is not horrid, surely. Just a little rude. But mayhaps he will improve upon better acquaintance. Mayhaps, love. She felt her own eyebrows creep towards her hair, but did not contradict Sansa, instead winding a silver wire through her hair to match her dress. You are right. We must not judge too quickly. Observe him carefully, then, and tell me if you change your mind about him. Sansa had yet to see the way Joffrey had stared at her in the Bailey yard, as if she were a piece of meat he would like very much to cut into. With what she had seen of the prince thus far, though, her daughter would change her mind soon enough. 000. Ashura could not tear her eyes away from the grotesque display that was the king groping serving maids on the floor open for dancing. It was several hours into the welcome banquet, and she was alone at the high table with the queen, sitting in a strained, icy silence, for the queen made no effort to speak with her. Robert had pulled Ned from his chair on the pretense of making toasts with some of the minor lords who had arrived for the celebration, though it was clear that had not been his intention. Ned had disappeared from view, no doubt to find some quiet corner to sober from the wine Robert had poured down his throat, and Ashura could almost feel badly enough for him not to resent that he had left her alone here to freeze. For all the reports she'd had over the years of how the king was no longer the strapping young man he had been, the sight of Robert had still utterly shocked her. He had puffy bags beneath his eyes, his jowls were sagging, his neck was nearly as thick as it was long and his belly protruded well past his feet. She knew that Ned had spent the afternoon with abject horror bubbling at the back of his mind at the sight of his friend. For a mad moment, her mind returned to that night of Gregor Clegane's escape, when she had found Robert in the Royal September. God's help her, had she told him to keep drinking if kingship did not suit him? Had she been mad? It seemed the king had taken her words to heart and more besides. In the middle of the hall, Robert leaned down and kissed one of the serving girls flush on the mouth, sloshing his wine, and Ashura flinched. From the corner of her eye, Cersei Lannister's face seemed to sharpen. Finally, she averted her gaze, searching the hall for something that did not turn her stomach. A movement caught her eye, and she turned to see Sir Aaron Santager raise his wine glass to her. She beamed back. How strange it was, to see that familiar face from her childhood pasted into her life at present. Aaron was 2 years younger. They had played together in the Water Gardens, studied together at Sunspear, and she had bested him at throwing darts and daggers, though looking dashing had always taken priority above actual martial performance for Aaron. When all the dust of the rebellion had settled, he had become Robert's master-at-arms and, to everyone's great surprise, married her friend Deanna Dalt. Deanna had stayed in King's Landing, however, and Ashura could only sigh at her friend's poor health. It would have been wonderful to see Dy's sweet face. She had danced with Aaron perhaps an hour past, and Ashura allowed herself a private laugh at the way Ned's face had darkened. Ned did not dance anymore, a shame, really, but he grew almost adorably jealous when she did with others, and so she kept her dancing to a minimum and delighted in teasing him the few times she indulged. "Oh, come now, husband, I have not seen him in a decade," she had whispered to Ned as she left the table. "And you needn't worry. I didn't share his bed in my wayward youth." Something wild and almost dangerous flashed in his staid eyes, and Ashura had felt a thrill down her back. Another benefit of teasing him would come much later in the evening. Now Aaron seemed to disappear once more into the throng. At the far end of the room, her eyes stopped on Jon's dark form, nearly a whole head taller than the rest, bent in conversation with, was that Ben? So he had made it to the feast after all. Both looked up at her then, and she smiled again, hoping they could see her. Jon seemed to have overindulged in the wine this evening, but she could not blame him. It had been a cruel thing, to separate him so, but perhaps Ned was right in a way. It was best not to seat him so close to Arya and under the king's nose, especially after that afternoon. Benjen, too, raised a goblet to her, and she raised hers in return. She could still remember Benjen Stark, barely 16, staring at the box carrying Lyanna's bones and struggling not to cry. She had tried every argument she could think of to convince him from joining the Wall. It had been clear as day that the brothers would have weathered the grief best in one another's company, but he had been adamant that all the misfortune to befall his sister had been his fault, and neither she nor Ned could convince him otherwise. He had only remained in Winterfell this long because there must always be a Stark in the castle, he had said. If only he had convinced her against her folly at Harrenhal. If only he had spoken up sooner about her unhappiness. Not 2 months after she and Ned had arrived, Benjen had rode through the North Gates and stayed away for nearly 5 years. Wounds had thawed and healed since then, or scarred, at the very least, but Ashura knew Ned still mourned the loss of this last brother, no matter that he visited now with some regularity. She felt the Queen's eyes on her. "That is your good brother in the back." Ashura turned to face her, her eyes cool like the trees in winter. "Yes, your grace. Benjen is first ranger at the Wall. Ah, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. How lovely for you." Her tone niggled, but the Queen continued. "And next to him. That is your husband's bastard. They both have the Stark look." Gods, this woman was either much cannier or more of a malicious cretin than Ashura had given her credit for. "Yes," she said carefully. "You are very generous, Lady Stark. I've heard you raised him alongside your own children. What a kindness." "Ah, most certainly the malicious cretin then." Ashura gave her a very proper smile. They are all my children, and 'twas no kindness. When I married my husband, he had 2 sons without mothers. I simply took on the role. Many would have. The Queen narrowed her eyes, considering. I see. What peculiar notions, Lady Stark. You do not fear the bastard's influence? Ashura dug her fingernails into her palm. Oh, it would be unfair to blame Tywin Lannister's children for the father's crimes, but Cersei Lannister was already proving herself a most unwelcome guest, all on her own. I am Dornish, your grace. We are not fearful of bastardy in Dorne. Children are children. She looked over at Jon once more. Theon had joined their little party, laughing as Ghost tentatively licked his face. Their nature is determined by those who raise them, not a toss of the coin at birth. So, it is all Dornishmen who are generous, said Cersei, draining her wine and looking over the hall. Ashura followed her gaze to where Elia sat with Sansa and the princess. Elia was no doubt telling some elaborate story, her face alight with animation and her arms flung wide. Arya was nowhere to be seen. My children have told me how charming they found your daughters. Inwardly, Ashura sighed, but smiled and thanked the Queen before catching Sansa's eye and tilting her chin. Sansa caught Elia's arm and whispered something, then they took their leave of the princess and made their way to the high table. They curtsied before the Queen, Elia looking very much a young lady for likely the first time in her life. A jarring sight. Where's your sister? Ashura asked. Here, Amma. Arya seemed to materialize from thin air, and bobbed a curtsy not nearly deep enough for the Queen. Ashura narrowed her eyes. She had not noticed before just how low Arya's gown was cut. Your Grace. Lovely, the Queen said airily. Her goblet had been refilled, and she took another sip, peering at her daughters over the rim. And how old are you? I am 6 and 10, Arya is 5 and 10, and Elia is 2 and 10, your Grace, Sansa answered. 16, 15, even your eldest is not promised, Lady Stark. No, your Grace. How unusual. More of my peculiar Dornish ways, I'm afraid. For a moment, the Queen looked at her with eyes like cut sea glass. We do not like our children to marry before 20. 20? My, that is late. Perhaps. But I married at 21, and found my age no hindrance. The Queen made a humming sound. My Joffrey was born when I was but 8 and 10. Arya, was it? You seem to have more your father's look than your mother's, though your eyes are still, what lovely patterns on your gown. Did you do them yourself? Surely the Queen was not. No. Sansa did them. I don't embroider. Oh. Her eyebrow twitched. What do you do with your days then? My mother teaches me to run a household, Arya could have said. Or, I attend lessons with the Maester. Even I ride would have been better, but Arya was Arya. I spend most mornings with my brothers in the training yard. The Queen's eyebrows shot up, and sure enough, her shock lit the mischief in Arya's eyes. Not so bad a thing, if Ashura understood the Queen's interest correctly. I like throwing blades, and archery, and can wield a lance, but I am best at sword fighting. I can wield a great sword if pressed, but I much prefer the rapier. I have heard that Prince Joffrey is an accomplished swordsman. I look forward to sparring with him these next days. Your Grace. Ashura bit down hard on her tongue to keep the laughter in, and from the look on Sansa's she was doing the same. Elia made a choking sound, quickly covering it with a cough. Cersei Lannister's face froze for a heartbeat, and then she looked down at her goblet, blinking as if there was sand in her eyes. She finally said, a mocking laugh in her voice. Lady Stark, how are you to get your daughters married? I thank you for your concern, your Grace, said Ashura, not at all bothered. No doubt they will find husbands who appreciate each for their talents. Not all lords have liked their wives to sew and recite poetry and embody the feminine graces. The slight took a moment to settle, but when it did, Cersei Lannister's eyes were sharp as cut glass once more. Ashura gave her a most courteous smile and sipped her wine. She turned to Sansa. Love, did you not prepare a harp piece specifically for the Queen's visit? Girls, help your sister bring her harp and her music. Your Grace, I do hope my eldest daughter is not nearly so much a shock to you. Chapter 19, Jon Snow Feast Outtake. Notes. Not really a chapter, just a scene I had originally planned for the previous chapter, but left out because nothing important really happens. If you want more of Jon, including Jon/Arya interactions, this might be a fun bit of fluff to read. Chapter text. Jon was well and thoroughly drunk, a perfect state to be in this evening. In the great hall, the lights and delicious smells and the sounds of music and merrymaking swam pleasantly around him, though it was growing rather warm for his liking. Already he had undone the ties of both his jerkin and his doublet, but still there was a lively flame growing in his belly, and sweat prickled on his neck. The young squires he sat with at the end of the hall all agreed his face was turning redder by the hour. As if he had developed a tic, for the 100th time that evening he glanced up to the high table. One of the men from the king's party was up there now, bowing low over where his mother sat, and he saw her smile, nod, then follow him to the space cleared for dancing. As she walked past his father, she leaned down to whisper in his ear, and Jon almost laughed at the way his father's already stiff face seemed to darken like that of a harassed old cat. Laughter erupted around him again. The youths with whom he sat had been exchanging stories of battle and hunting and bedding women these many hours past, and beneath the table he felt Ghost perk up his ears, then nudge his leg. He skewered the carcass of a roast chicken that had been relieved of its legs and wings and surreptitiously slid it under the table, where Ghost pounced on it with silent enthusiasm. All counted, this was the pup's second whole chicken tonight, and Jon did not understand how all the food even fit in his belly. Earlier, 2 of the grown dogs had come and tried to relieve Ghost of a leg, but had been frightened off by his bared teeth and silent snarl. Jon did not think he would ever again be so proud of any creature. He was certain none of his siblings had been allowed to have their wolves under the table, and no doubt the boisterous youths that surrounded Jon were much more interesting than the Queen's children. Jon had gotten a good look at the royal party when they had paraded past in the procession, and if he were honest, it had been quite enough. First had come his father escorting the Queen, who had been dripping with gold and jewels that matched her hair and eyes. She was truly as beautiful as people said, and Jon hoped Theon would not remember that he had bet him a silver stag that the Queen would not be as comely as the rumors told. Yet, there was something cold about her, and even from his seat now, he could see the Queen's icy stare into the distance as she emptied her wine glass. After that had come the king himself with his mother on his arm, and the air around them could not have been more different. Both were talking and smiling the whole time, and inside the great doors his mother whispered something to the king that made him throw his head back and roar with laughter. She did not look at Jon, but as they passed where Jon sat, she dropped her hand and gave him a wave before folding it back into her gown. The king himself was a bewildering disappointment to Jon. Since he could remember, his father had told them stories of Robert Baratheon's prowess in battle, of how he rode into the melee, 6.5 feet tall with his antlered helm on his head, swinging a warhammer father could barely even lift. And yet this man was bearded and fat and red in the face, stumbling half drunk down the hall. What savagery the years could do to a man, Jon had thought, and shivered. Next had come his siblings, Robb with the 13-year-old Princess Myrcella beside him, seemingly oblivious to the shy blush on her face, for she was but a child, Prince Joffrey escorting Sansa, who looked radiant as usual, but Jon had misliked immediately the way Joffrey was looking at his sister, Arya, paired with the plump 10-year-old Prince Tommen, who was as tall as she was, followed by Arthur and Leah who looked like matching dolls, and after them had walked Theon and Sam. Each sought out Jon in the throng as they passed and offered him a smile, and Jon felt himself sitting just a bit taller. Arya had given him a wry, sideways look, as if daring him to laugh at her predicament, and Robb had offered him an apologetic shrug. Even Theon had smiled half in commiseration as he passed, and Jon had thought perhaps he would be honorable, and pay up for their bet even if Theon did not remember it. Sir Jaime had been a sight to behold. For all that he had heard of the Kingslayer's misdeeds, he looked like a true knight, even a king. And then there had been his dwarf brother, and as Jon watched him struggle up the aisle on his stunted legs, his face flat and his forehead protruding, he thought again of what Sansa had said of being kind. This man had likely had very little of kindness in his life, but truly he did not look benevolent or deserving of it. "Are you going to pour me some of that wine?" Jon jumped. He had been drinking for hours now, and had not heard Arya sneak up behind him until her head popped beside his. "Damnation! You scared the wits out of me." She rolled her eyes and tilted her goblet at him expectantly. "You look like you're having more fun than the rest of us put together," she sighed, popping a roasted lantern pepper into her mouth as John filled her glass. Joffrey keeps ogling Sansa, Myrcella keeps ogling Robb, and Tommen keeps ogling the suckling pig. Amma only gave us 1 flagon of wine for the table, and I'm going mad. She downed half the goblet, then slid into the seat next to John to pet Ghost, who narrowed his eyes suspiciously at her before giving her a tentative lick. It was funny. John laughed. Hard. Arya raised a dark eyebrow. Well, you really have been having fun. Yes, said John, drawing out the S sound. The company down here is no doubt better. And if Prince Joffrey keeps looking at Sansa like that, we might have to do something about him. Arya grinned, emptying her wine. Robb's face has been turning into father's all evening. Don't do anything to Joffrey without Sansa knowing, though. She'll be put out if you mess with him before she's decided against him, and I'll be the one hearing her moping. John frowned. When has Sansa ever decided against anyone? Arya smirked at him and refilled her goblet. Don't worry, big brother. No doubt he'll make a nuisance of himself these next days and Sansa will come to her senses. I'll come to find you to plot his downfall, promise. John was glad he'd rarely gotten on Arya's bad side growing up. She used to hit back her revenge with lightning efficacy. That slug in the stomach when he and Robb had tried to scare their sisters in the crypts came to mind, but in recent years she had taken to plotting revenge schemes as one would plot murder. John had yet to be on the receiving end of one of those, though he had seen Robb bite into a powder cake only to find it topped with salt and white pepper, not sugar, and heard Theon scream bloody murder because Arya had fashioned a broken doll to drop over his bed in the middle of the night. 7 hells, Arya said now, peering under the table. Did Ghost eat all that chicken? John shot her a toothy grin. He'll be bigger than all his littermates soon. Arya narrowed her eyes. Size isn't everything. Said like the true giantess you are, snickered John, and he reached out to muss her hair, but Arya was quicker than usual, for some reason. She ducked under his arm, purple eyes glittering with fierce mischief, and jabbed him in his ticklish spot with her sharp little elbow. John choked on his breath and sputtered. Arya. I endured nearly an hour of sitting for this hair, she hissed, and jabbed him again. Careful, big brother, or I might decide to hide something unpleasant in your shoes. That'll stay with you, came a voice behind them, and Theon's dark head emerged into view. He, too, held an empty goblet, and John obligingly filled it without being asked. I still never put my feet into my shoes without checking, all thanks to Arya's head cheese stunt. You should be doing that anyway, said Arya, swiveling around to him and leaning forward, chin on her hand. I helped you develop some good habits. Growing up on the Iron Islands, Theon has never seen head cheese, and was still put off by it to this day. Not that John blamed him. When John had been 13, Theon had done something or other to incite Arya's wrath. He had put his boots on the next morning only to step into coagulated pig's tongue. He and Robb had mocked Theon's high-pitched scream for a whole month. You're the image of the mother, really, said Theon, and Arya smirked at him. Cheers to that. I am the height of benevolence. John sputtered on his wine this time. Theon laughed, his eyes never once leaving Arya's face except when it dipped. Damnation, did Amma see how low Arya's bodice was cut? John felt himself glaring at them both. These past months, he sometimes wondered wildly if they were having a tryst. John had no idea what 2 people who were bedding together would look like before others, but surely not. Theon wouldn't. Arya would, and she needed no other reason than that it was Theon, but surely Theon wouldn't. No, perhaps Arya was having a laugh with flirting, and had trapped Theon into her games. He didn't meet Theon yesterday, and he knew his sister even better. Theon was a scoundrel, but if there was any advantage being taken, it was Arya doing the taking. Still, John was certain Theon was not bedding his sister. He wouldn't. Right. Just the thought made his skin crawl. A disadvantage of drinking, this, ridiculous thoughts tended to burst into his head uninvited. Preferring not to see or think about the scene behind him, John turned back to Ghost and poured himself more wine. Overall, not a bad evening, if he could forget the sting of the reason he sat back here. The hall was swimming pleasantly once more, and it wasn't even so hot anymore. Later, he remembered his Uncle Benjen appearing, petting Ghost as he shed his frosty cloak. He had explained Ghost's name because he was white all over and silent as a spectre. John remembered also boasting that he could best rob with the sword. Uncle Ben had joked that they could use a man like him at the wall, and then they both laughed, his uncle reminding him not to tell his mother he had said such a thing, for fear Emma would slice his throat open with her knives for suggesting it. Some time later, Arya had cursed under her breath, downed her wine, and scurried away. John barely remembered any details. It was all blending together into a nice, relaxed, orange haze. The next thing he knew, morning light was shooting painfully into the back of his eyes, and a woolen sock had replaced his tongue. Chapter 20, Howl of the Wolf. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. When Ashura had made her rounds of the guest rooms above the great hall, making sure all in the king's party were settled in for the night, she descended the stone staircase once more, careful with her steps, for the wine still blurred the corners of her mind. She slipped into the hall to survey the tidying after the feast one last time. Her feet were sore and her back faintly ached, but the entire evening had flowed one entertainment into another, one course after the next without any hiccups, and Ashura was pleased with herself. In the dimming light of the wall sconces, servant girls cleaned bones off floors and mopped up spilled wine. Kitchen maids were clearing away the uneaten food into platters, and one of them was gathering the bread trenchers soaked in meat juices in a bucket to give out to townsfolk and villagers who worked the surrounding lands. It was a tradition of benevolence and charity on the part of the Lord, but the summer had been long and Ned was a good lord besides. Ashura was fairly certain that no family relied on this stale bread to fill their bellies, but instead took it as extra feed for their pigs. Servants had cleared the tables to the sides of the hall and now lowered the vast iron chandeliers to the floor, flicking off the melted wax stubs and replacing them. Ashura tried not to think of how many candles they had used up tonight alone, and how many more they would be needing for the next weeks as they fed the king's retinue every evening. And that was just the beginning. She could not let her mind wander now to how much food and drink and fresh linens would need to be added to the castle accounts. Ashura sighed as she paced around the great hall one last time before making her way back to the great keep proper. She had never wanted for coin in her life, but frugality with money seemed etched into her from birth. Growing up, her brothers and friends had often teased when she had hoarded silver coins in her chests. "Whatever do you keep coin for, Ash? No one is asking you to pay for food and clothes, and you never buy frivolities as it is." Still, she had meant her earlier words to Ned. The coin for this royal visit was, in the end, money relatively well spent, no matter that the sums on the page had made Ashura grit her teeth and grimace more than once in the past month. Perhaps the wine had played with her mind more than she'd known, for she decided now that she was being ridiculous. They had plenty of coin to spare, what with the timber, furs, and marble trade, and even more so since she had sent off that letter to Hoster Tully the year the Greyjoy rebellion had broken out. Why did she fret so about money? She was wasting her time. Years ago, in an effort to convince Ned to right Robert and legitimize John, Ashura had spent days rummaging through old Stark records, determined to find precedents for legitimizing a bastard even when the Lord had a true-born heir. To her frustrated dismay, she had found no such document, but what she did come across made her blood boil. Hoster Tully had promised a great many things in the marriage contract between Lady Catelyn and Brandon Stark, none of which he had fulfilled when Catelyn married Ned. When she had ceased composing vehemently curse-ridden missives in her head, she had sat in her solar and penned the slippery Trouter letter in her primmest hand. "My Lord Tully. It is my hope that this winter has been easy on you and yours. We in the north struggle as we do every winter, though with your generous discounts for foodstuffs imported from the Riverlands, the lives of the small folk and lords alike have been greatly eased. However, it has recently come to my attention that the discounted prices we pay are 3/4 the asking price of Riverlands farmers and not the 2/5 as dictated by the marriage contract between yourself and the late Lord Ricard. Surely this is a miscommunication between our steward and yours, and I am certain discrepancies will be remedied by your next shipment. Further, it appears that Winterfell was never sent any of Lady Catelyn's dowry, including coin and furniture. Again, I am certain this was an oversight on the part of your servants, for surely they have been kept busy in the past years. Nonetheless, if you could remedy this oversight as soon as is convenient, it would be greatly appreciated. Finally, I understand that, over the years, you have expressed your concerns to my lord husband that your grandson is being raised alongside a bastard-born child. I can understand that you might perceive this as a slight, and you have my sincerest apologies for any offense, but I assure you that my lord husband means no insult. In truth, he has long thought of legitimizing his bastard son. He loves the child dearly, and it would no doubt ease your mind if the child also bore the Stark name, and no longer the stain of bastardy. However, I am afraid he has been hesitant to offend me and my Dornish relations, and so has not written to the king. However, if legitimizing his bastard son would put your mind at ease, Lord Tully, I would be willing to oblige. In Dorne, we do not despise children born outside the bounds of marriage. If you wish it, I would write to the king directly. King Robert would agree at once to such a trifle, and my husband would not feel he was causing offense to me and mine. Please do write back and inform me as to the date we can expect the coin and shipment of foodstuffs from Riverrun, and if I can dispel your worries about the moral influences on your grandson by asking King Robert to legitimize Jon Snow. May the Seven keep you. Yours sincerely, Ashura Dane, Lady of Winterfell. Hoster Tully never did write a return letter, gods only knew why, for she had been most courteous, but he did dispatch coin and furniture north most promptly. News had arrived by then that Balon Greyjoy had risen against the crown, and Ned had called his banners and was preparing for war. Mere days before they were set to march, the coin, furniture and foodstuffs had arrived from Riverrun, and half the northern lords had stared at the shipment slack-jawed as Ashura briskly set about making her inventory. Of course, she never would have followed through on her threat, no matter how devoid of logic were Ned's reasons. Yet Hoster Tully did not know that, and why should she not use his ignorance and misplaced prejudice to their benefit? He was the party at fault to begin with. She was only righting a wrong. And this had been, besides, the one sliver of good that had come from the rumor ordeal her poor Jon had endured. Nothing could make up for how her heart had shattered when she'd needed to snuff out the desperate hope in Jon's eyes that evening, but she would take any good the gods offered. When she had explained all this to a half-affronted Ned, he had been silent for many moments before pinching the bridge of his nose. You win, Ash, he'd sighed, sitting back to look at her, both amused and defeated. I am only glad you have no reason to work against me. In the following months, when winter loomed grey and hopeless outside her window and her empty bed suddenly stretched out like an endless wasteland, she would sometimes remember his face then, and their laughter-laced ardor that followed, and it would get her through one more night alone. Ashura had been letting her mind wander so freely that the blonde figure suddenly in her path nearly shocked a scream from her lips. She tripped on her step and pressed her palm into the wall for support. The stone was rough. Good. Warm. Steady. Lady Lyness, she said when she had recovered, holding up her lantern and squinting. My apologies, I was not watching where I was going. Lyness Hightower stood in the twisting corridor connecting the back of the great hall to the great keep, a great white mantle wrapped around her small frame, her golden head reflecting the moonlight through the thin windows. She seemed to glow. She smiled, her delicate features precise and exquisite. Not at all, Lady Stark. I fear I have startled you. Ashura returned her smile. Are you lost? I fear these halls are old and full of false turns. It would seem I am. How feather-brained of me, she said, her eyes still on Ashura's, not looking the least bit embarrassed. Well, if you'll follow me then. Ashura gestured to the way she had come, and Lady Lyness followed. What a pair Lyness Hightower made with Jaime Lannister, Ashura could not help thinking as they wound their way back to the great hall and the guest chambers above, exchanging trifling pleasantries. Both were golden and radiantly beautiful. A match made by the gods. Surely there were Westerland bards singing of the couple already. As soon as Tywin Lannister had assured Sir Jaime's release from the King's Guard, he had set about finding him a wife, but whether by his own reputation or Sir Jaime's reluctance, it had been 6 years before a bride was finally secured. The lords of the realm may have collectively turned a deaf ear to the rumors that Tywin Lannister had ordered Princess Elia and her babes butchered during the sack of King's Landing. They may even have sighed and shaken their heads in defeat when the new king had wed Cersei, for though many knew the truth, they could not put aside that Tywin Lannister was powerful and rich, and the crown needed his alliance. However, most lords also loved their daughters, and so when it came to the thought of their own girls marrying into such a blood-stained family, most were hesitant. Lytton Hightower, it appeared, was not among those hesitant lords. The Hightowers had long been ambitious, their role in the dance notwithstanding, they were always a quiet, shadowed influence at court and in the Reach, and Lytton Hightower must have been over the moon at the opportunity to have both the Reach and the Westerlands ruled by his future grandsons. During the tourney at Lannisport to celebrate King Robert's triumph over the Ironborn, Ashura and Ned had been two of at least 500 crowded into the September as Jaime Lannister, his face lacking all signs of a happy bridegroom, draped his cloak around an 18-year-old Lady Lioness. However, though Aeleri Hightower had given birth to 3 sons and a daughter in the year since she had married Mace Tyrell, it appeared that 10 years of marriage had not produced a single Hightower heir to Casterly Rock. By all accounts, relations between husband and wife were cordial, even warm. Lioness was often at court with her husband and his siblings, and Ashura's informants never heard of Jaime frequenting whorehouses or entertaining other bedfellows. Yet it had been no love match, anyone in the September that day could see that. And if they had grown amorous over the years, Ashura had certainly noticed no sign of it in the Bailey yard this afternoon. Still, even had they only done their marital duty, the couple should surely have children by now. She studied the fine-boned woman walking beside her. There was a carefree buoyancy about her, as if she really were but a pretty bird, and Ashura decided that this was not a woman strained by an inability to produce an heir or weighed down by the grief of multiple miscarriages. Ashura narrowed her eyes. What were the Lannisters playing at? What was this strange marriage? Or perhaps she was wrong by leagues. Perhaps it had simply been too many years since she was at court among those with many masks over their faces and layers of silks to hide their lives. Perhaps she could no longer read others as clearly as she once did. Tell me, Lady Stark, how have you lived up here these many years? They were on the stairs, and Lady Lioness stopped to lean back against the railing, watching her with rapt blue eyes. I have been cold in my thickest furs ever since we crossed the neck, and yet it is still summer. You must be used to warmer climes still. How have you survived? It is not so cold inside this castle, she said. Surely you have found the walls are warm. It is warmer still in my rooms. So? You do not leave your rooms during the winter, then? Ashura laughed. It is a struggle, but I do try to stay in the castle when it is too cold. It must have been hard for you. Not just the weather. All these Northmen seem so different. Most boisterously forthright, yet you don't seem fazed by them at all. Ashura felt her eyebrow twitch, and she motioned that they should keep climbing the steps. It has been 17 years, Lady Lioness. I am rather used to the ways of the men up here. There is rather a charm to their forthright manners, as you say. And the women. Already I have heard tales of warrior women from a house, Mormont. Tell me, did you raise your daughters to ride into battle alongside their brothers? It was Ashura who stopped short in the empty corridor now, glancing curiously sideways at Lioness Hightower. What had she and her good sister the Queen been discussing? Surely Cersei had yet to inform her of Arya's shocking pastimes. What had this woman been tasked with weaseling out of her before the king had even arrived at Winterfell? Most northern houses do not train their daughters to be warriors, she replied carefully. I have seen more Dornish women wield weapons. And if the gods are good, no one will be riding into battle again in our lifetime, wouldn't you say, Lady Lioness? Lady Lioness smiled again, slow and full, and inclined her head. Of course. As you say, Lady Stark. If the gods are good. Gods, this woman might look like the maiden herself, but there was nothing innocent about that smile. Again, her mind drifted back to the cursory reports she'd had on the Lannister manse in King's Landing. Not once was Lady Lioness seen entertaining improper guests, and not once was she observed or rumoured to carry on with other men. Truly, she was faithful to her husband with whom she shared no passion. With a smile like that. They had come to the door to her chambers, and Ashura pushed it open for her. She stepped just inside, but turned to face Ashura before she could bid her good night. Lady Stark, you have been so gracious a hostess thus far. Languidly, she reached up a slender hand to tuck a loose lock of hair behind her ear, her fingers lingering in the gold strands beside her throat. I think I shall greatly enjoy my visit, despite the cold. I hope you will. You and the king and queen. I do hope you will consider me a friend. You seem accustomed to the north, as you say, but surely it must be lonely for you, a southern woman up here all by yourself. Something was strange about her words and the lithe way her voice sounded, too familiar, but Ashura could not quite place her finger on the pulse of it. You are very kind, Lady Lioness. Oh, but please, you must call me Nessa. All my friends do. Ashura would stake her life to wager that Jaime Lannister did not call this woman Nessa, but before she could think more on the strange turn this interaction had taken, Lioness had put her hand on her arm. And your name is Ashura, is it not? How very beautiful. I've truly never met any woman so beautiful as you. Her jaw fell slack. Understanding crashed over her, and suddenly hysterical mirth rose like steam in her throat. Gods help her, it had truly been 20 years since she'd had a woman approach her thus, and her eyes had been so clouded by time and disuse that she had missed the signs right before her. Pieces settled into place then, Lioness Hightower's supposed lack of liaisons, the bland amicability between husband and wife, the look the woman had leveled on her when she'd found her in the corridor. Had she truly been lost? Doubtful. She must have known Ashura would walk back that way. It might have been 2 decades since she had shared a woman's bed, but it would seem Ashura had yet to lose the look about her that invited such attentions. Or mayhaps Lioness was only influenced by knowledge of where Ashura had been born. She pulled her hand away. I am sorry, said Ashura, a conciliatory smile on her lips. I do believe I have misled you. Sure enough, Lioness Hightower frowned, her knotted brows like wisps of feathers in the candlelight. I don't understand. You are Dornish, are you not? Surely your marriage is no hindrance to you. The laughter bubbled past her lips before she could stop herself. Oh, there is much about the Dornish you misunderstand. We are a whole kingdom, not one person. She paused, considering if she spoke too much, but it was late, and she felt light with wine and humor. You are an enchanting woman, Lioness Hightower. There was a time I would have accepted your invitation without a second thought. But not now. She smiled her proper hostess smile. Good night. As she ambled back through the winding corridors and out of earshot, Ashura threw her head back and laughed, letting her mirth bounce about the dancing grey walls. Oh, she had spoken true. Perhaps Lioness Hightower did not have the look of the kind of women Ashura once found herself drawn to, but she was alluring and exquisitely beautiful, and at 8 and 10 Ashura would have happily spent the night and more with her. Yet now it felt strange to be so patently desired by someone who was not her husband. Not objectionable, perhaps, but the interlude had made her dizzy with recollections of her libertine youth. Her body was a gift to her, she had once thought, and she used it as such, a weapon sometimes, a tool in others, a gift to be bestowed on a lover, or a way to barter pleasures for herself. Sex was wild, or lewd, or beautiful, or comforting. Or simply an hour or two of diversion. Yes, had she never known the feel of Ned Stark's hands and mouth on her skin, Lioness Hightower would have been a welcome diversion. But she had. She did. When they had danced that first night at Harrenhal, Ashura had been loath to let go of his hand when the line broke with the music, so intoxicating was the texture of his skin on her palm. And when she kissed him the next day, his grey eyes glinting with surprise, the touch of his warmth was not on her body, but somewhere deep in her being. She had been happy with her lot before she ever met Ned Stark, for she had not known, before, that lying with a person could mean she gave her glowing, lonesome heart into their hands. And after, there could be no returning to the way she had used her body before, for now she knew it was a gift she wished to share with Ned alone, as he shared his with her, and through them her entire being became his. For 19 years she had lived as a frog in the bottom of a well, looking up at the patch of sky, believing the world was only as big as the rim. Ned Stark had pulled her out of the well and into the sea, and she saw the endless blue expanse around her. When he stood beside her with his strong hand around hers, she could reach it all. Ashura laughed again as she climbed the steps to her chambers, the flickering candlelight making her head spin. How different her life could have been, all alone, and how she would have lived, not ever knowing what it felt like to soar through the endless sky. She stopped before her chamber and slipped inside. 000. Husband. Ashura shut the oaken door with a click, the mirth still clinging to her face. Her entire body was humming, and when Ned turned to face her in only trousers and shirt, her heart jumped, just a bit. He smiled at her, half bewildered, though his eyes locked on hers and would not let go. Back at last. What is so amusing? He walked slowly to where she leaned against the door, and Ashura reached for the open collar of his shirt, playing with the fabric between her fingers. Oh, just, this life, really. People, and happenstance, and the choices we made. He looked down at her, eyebrows raised, but she just laughed and pulled his mouth to hers. He tasted faintly of wine still, and she was drunk again, or perhaps she was never sober. The very smell of him was as hot as his touch, and his lips were soft, though they were demanding this night. A low growl rumbled in the back of his throat, and suddenly he had pressed her into the door, his whole body against the length of hers. She heard herself gasp. It was like he had lit her skin on fire, and she could feel him burning through the fabric of his shirt, though even that last barrier she desperately wanted gone. "Why are you still dressed?" she breathed when he'd pulled away for air. Laughing, she divested him of his shirt and then his trousers, and he unlaced her gown and pulled it and her shift over her head in one motion. For just a moment she shivered in her small clothes, but then his hard body was against hers again, and behind her, the wood of the door was smooth on her back. His hand slid to her hips, undoing the ties there, and she let him lift her as she wrapped her legs around his waist, their lips still joined. She felt the raw hunger stir in her, and she made a needy sound, then flushed when she felt his satisfied smile. He was hard already, she could feel him pressed against her, silky and unyielding, and it sent a lick of flame rising in her center. He wanted her. He had wanted her all evening. He had wanted her all these years, and still the knowledge never failed to make her weak-limbed and giddy. With fumbling fingers, she gripped the length of him and heard his breath catch. She smiled to herself and guided him into her, the feel of his erection hot and slick and so sweet against her folds. She moaned into his mouth as she sank onto him, feeling the rumble of his growl deep in her own chest. For some heartbeats they stayed thus, their bodies tangled together, kissing as if desperate to drink the other in, until Ashura rolled her hips, and Ned groaned almost in pain and slammed her back into the door. He took her there, claimed her, pressed against the wood, his unyielding fingers digging into her as he drove himself inside. Her desire pooled, aching in her belly. He was seldom so rough with her, but a dark corner of her craved the heady mix of pain and pleasure so sharp it flared white in the dark of the room. Yes, she thought. Yes. My body, my heart, my very being. You claimed them all decades ago, and I'm yours, all of me, always. She bit his shoulder. He hissed through his teeth, and she let her body take in his storm as it was meant to. She had been thrumming for his touch all evening, ever since she had teased him and he had turned those feral eyes on her. Gods, but this man was the very essence of her life. How had she lived half of it without him, she wondered, and told him so between her gasps. Don't you know, Ned Stark? You make me mad for you. He made a hungry sound in his throat, but suddenly braced against the door, ceasing his movements. Ashura felt herself squirm against him, her nails sinking into his back at the pressure he had trapped in her. Sure, he whispered in her ear. She stilled, heat creeping under her skin, and then she heard herself whimper as he carried her away from the door, the movement pressing him deeper into her body. Yet when he had laid her on the bed, he did not rise over her but instead kissed down her stomach to the damp curls between her legs. She felt his tongue on the sensitive skin. "Oh, you are going to kill me," he hummed, a smile in his voice, and the vibrations of that were delicious too. He teased her with his tongue and fingers, sucking on the butt there until Ashura thought she might scream. Everything in her begged for more of his fingers pressing inside her, more of the glorious friction of his tongue, more of his stubble rubbing wicked fire against her thighs, more, just. He stopped. She cried out at the sudden loss of his touch. "What, why'd you, don't stop." He looked up at her, catching her eye. Very deliberately, he moved a finger back in, deep, and she gasped, the pleasure of it sharp. His eyes were keen and wild, like those of a wolf sighting its prey. "I think, wife, that I still need to repay you for teasing me at the feast." She gasped again, half laughing, but then his mouth was on her once more, and the sound melted into a moan in her throat. Oh, but she should not have teased him so, she thought distantly as she writhed against his mouth. Yet she would do it again in a heartbeat, for the torment was ecstasy rolled into one and she wanted it all. She had not known Ned Stark to be this rogue in their youth, but the years had made him wicked, or perhaps it had been Ashura herself who had pulled this from behind his solemn mask. Over and over he brought her to the very edge, tossing her about in a sea of flames, yet he knew her body well and denied her release until she was a trembling, begging mess tangled in their sheets. "Ned, oh Ned, please. and finally, he coaxed her over the precipice, and she did not know if she fell or soared, only that his hands gripped her to this world. She saw sparks behind her eyes, felt only Ned's mouth against her, and it was glorious, glorious. She shattered and heard her own cries echo back from the grey walls. Her body was limp for some heartbeats, but Ned did not give her time to recover. He sank into her then, both of them burning, the heat of him bright and hard. His movements were erratic, almost desperate as she had been, but nothing mattered save that he was inside her. Nothing mattered save that he desired her so. She wrapped her legs around him and thrust her hips up to meet him, grinding into him until he, too, broke apart above her, groaning her name as he spilled himself like liquid fire against her womb. In the flickering light of a single candle, Ashura lay across Ned's chest, her fingers brushing through the wiry hair there, listening to the slowing beat of his heart. He seemed to have dozed for some time, or perhaps it was she who slept, the upheaval of the long day catching up to them. They were not so young anymore. The years had etched lines onto their faces, though deeper around their eyes than between their brows. Childbirth had left silvery marks on her skin and softened her breasts so they no longer sat so high. His muscles had toughened with time, lined with sinew, the skin not so taut as before and rougher beneath her hand. Oh, they are not old, perhaps, but she was not truly keeping an anxious count over the years. He had been carved into her very bones for more than half her life now, and she felt they had grown into each other like the weirwood tree in the godswood had entwined itself into the castle beneath their feet. Beyond time. Beyond age. He was in every breath she took, and every smile that came to her lips. Ashura shifted her weight as Ned seemed to stir, and she felt his seat between her legs, still slick and warm. He opened his eyes then, the firelight making his pupils glow soft grey. The corner of his mouth lifted. He reached up to curl a lock of her hair around his finger. Gods, but you are perfect, Ash. Especially when I look at you like this. Oh. After you've thoroughly debauched me, you mean? His laugh rumbled pleasantly against her breasts. She pressed a kiss to the spot between his collarbones and smiled, but it broke into a yawn. He laughed again. Go to sleep, he said, his hand stroking through her hair. You've been working all month for this visit home, but you have not yet told me what the king said to you this afternoon, she murmured, finding his chest the perfect pillow for her head. I will, he said, and his voice was like a brush of fur against her ear. There is much to discuss, but it can wait. Sleep first. So she slept. 000. In the old stables, Ashura's direwolf let out a soft howl, the sound drifting into their open window like the sweet middle notes of a flute. Ned leaned against the sill, listening for the squeaking reply of the pups, but Winterfell's stone and water walls were solid against sound. If the pups were sleeping in the children's rooms with the tapestries pulled over latched windows, they likely did not hear their mother, but even if they did, Ned would not hear their replies. The wolf mother had shown no displeasure at seeing her pups follow his children away from her. Throughout the day they would find her in the old stables, still healing from her antler wound, and feed from her, and let her lick them, and burrow into her fur. But when one of the children came calling, they would jump up and run at the sound of their new names, and the mother would simply nudge the pups along with her nose. The mother herself seemed in no rush to leave. Ashura came down to sit by her each day, despite her busy preparations, and sometimes Ned came into the old stables to see his wife stroking the beast between the ears while singing under her breath. She was strong enough to take short walks around her courtyard now, frightening both soldiers and horses half out of their wits, but Ned had issued orders that she be given a wide berth and left alone, and not once did she even bare her teeth. Soon, Ash told him, she would be well enough to go hunting in the woods around the castle. How she knew such things were beyond him. Ned had to admit that perhaps Ashura was right about the wolves. Some reason was compelling the mother to stay at Winterfell as she had 10 years ago, and for all his efforts, he had not been able to keep the children away from the pups, who followed them around as if they really were little dogs. So be it then. Ned had long ago learned that when it came to his children, it was best not to try reining in their nature. The wind picked up outside, winding around him, crisp and fresh against the heat of Ashura's rooms. The wolf howled again, a lone melody in the chill night, and behind him, Ned heard his wife shift amid the quilts. He turned to see her sitting up amid the pillows, the furs pulled up to cover half her chin, her eyes like amethysts glittering in the soft candlelight. If you must open the windows, you could at least have the decency to come back and keep me warm. He chuckled but complied, gathering her into him, and she sighed, sinking into his arms. It was several long moments before Ned spoke. I did not refuse him directly. He did not give me the chance. She peered up at him. But I will. I told him I had to discuss matters with you, but in a few days, I will tell him no. Good, she said, though she worried her lip. What is it? Tease only, can you just say no? I have given it thought this past moon turn, and now I fear your refusal may plant seeds of doubt in his mind. Doubt? About what? Your loyalty. Your motives. She leveled him a long look until she was sure he understood that she referred to John, and he felt himself wince. If you refuse, he will no doubt wonder why and wish to dig for answers. Have you not said you cannot have Robert notice any oddities? Ned shook his head. No, surely not. Robert would not doubt me, not for this. We were closer than brothers. He loves me. If I refuse him, he will roar and curse and bluster, and in a week we will laugh about it together. I know the man. Her mouth twisted. You knew the man. Can you truly say you know the king who rode into our bailey this day? There was a moment you did not even recognize him. I saw it in your eyes. 17 years in which one is denied nothing will change any man, and Robert has always seemed the kind to be exceedingly susceptible. He stared at her, bewildered. So you believe I should take the offer? Of course not. Then. She groaned in frustration and turned into his chest. I do not know, Ned. Of course you must not go, but you cannot tell him outright. Perhaps there is a way to put it in his head that one of his brothers is a better choice, but for the life of me I have not yet thought of it. Ned sighed, weariness washing over him like the tide. The idea of playing these games once more around Robert dropped a leaden ball of dread in his gut, yet Ashura's next words sent a deeper pain through him. And what did the king say of John Arryn? She asked, voice soft. Ned closed his eyes against the empty, cold space that had opened up in him since he had heard the news. He did say it was all very sudden, Ned answered slowly. Robert held a tourney for Prince Joffrey's name day, and John seemed at the pinnacle of health then. Yet 2 weeks later, he was dead, burned away by fever. A disease of the guts and stomach, the maesters say. Perhaps an infection of some sort. Ashura's had gone very still, eyes fixed on a spot on the quilts, and Ned looked down at her. What's wrong? For some moments she was silent, but finally she shook her head and the tension left her body. Nothing, she murmured, though her brow was still knit. Ashura. She met his eyes then and gave him a sad smile. I am so sorry. It must still hurt, his loss. You had not seen him so many years besides, and I know you miss him dearly. Her warmth was like a balm, and he covered the hand she had laid on his arm. He wished not to talk of misfortune, not to talk of the perplexing hardships set in their path, yet there was more news still. That is not all, he said. Robert said, he wishes to join our houses. He wants to betroth Arya to Prince Joff. Absolutely not, she gasped, cutting him off. She pushed himself up on her elbow then to gape down at him, eyes huge. Gods, I had thought the Queen was behaving strangely, showing such interest in Arya. Absolutely not, Ned. For a moment her vehemence surprised him, and he raised his eyebrows in question. Then her fingers were a vice on his forearm, and he realized he was being simple-minded, for of course, the very notion would upset her. I watched a girl I loved with all my heart marry a prince and die for it, she said, her voice a hoarse whisper, her gaze frozen to his. You did too, did you not? Her eyes were endless pools of violet, like the black pools in the Godswood, deep enough to fall into. Ned felt a chill accompany the familiar bite of grief, already so close to the surface from his trip down to the crypts. Lyanna. And Elia. Ned, no daughter of mine is going to marry a prince. I forbid it. He cupped her cheek in his hand, a show of understanding, and nodded his agreement, closing his eyes to shut away the old ache. She was not done, however. If nothing else, she said, Prince Joffrey himself is beyond objectionable. He opened his mouth to protest, for perhaps he was arrogant and took too closely after his Lannister relations, but he was still Robert's son. She held up her hand. You did not see how he was looking at Sansa all evening. I wished to gouge his eyes out, and so did Arya and Robb, by the looks of it. Ned felt his protective anger flare, and he stiffened. How had he missed that? Still, that certainly sounded like Robert in his youth, and he told her so. She narrowed her eyes at him. "'Tis not the same. I will not argue with you, because our daughter is not a simpering fool, but you will see it for yourself soon. The boy's presence chills me. Robert will betroth my daughter to Joffrey over my dead body. Oh, Ash, it will not come to that." It was only a suggestion, said Ned, and he hoped he was right, that his best friend had not changed from the man he once knew. "Good," she nodded, tucking herself into the crook of his shoulder again. "Good." She tilted her head, considering, her face softening out of her agitation. "Besides, the Queen has met Arya this evening. And asked our daughter about her pastimes." "Oh." She gave him a sideways look. "Precisely. You needn't worry about refusing him this, I think. No doubt Cersei Lannister would rather burn down the Red Keep before she lets Arya marry her precious son." They both sighed, and for a long while they lay with their thoughts. Ashura was no doubt plotting how they would convince Robert to withdraw his offer of handship, but Ned simply could not believe it would come to this. Surely, if he just explained that his duties were up here in the north, that his own kingdom needed him here, that he was not suited. A knock came at their chamber door, loud and unexpected, startling them both. Ned turned, frowning. "What is it?" It was the guard Desmond who answered. "Sir Bryndon's returned, my lord. He has just ridden through the gates, and begs an urgent audience." Bryndon Tully. Back from seeing to Jon Arryn's widow in the Eyrie. Ashura sat bolt upright in the bed, brows knotted, and shivered in her nakedness. Ned pulled the furs around her as they exchanged a look, and she tilted her head towards her library turret. "Send him up here then," called Ned, and Desmond was off in a patter of footsteps. He got up from the bed then to retrieve both their dressing gowns, and they dressed in a tense silence. "It is past midnight," Ashura finally said, her voice low. "I think Sir Bryden did not ride back through the cold dark for the pleasure of our company." "No," answered Ned, walking again to the window. Outside, the direwolf howled once more, but this time there was a desolate taint to the sound that sent a foreboding chill down his back. "No, he did not." Notes. My beaters, Captain Fuck You McHugh and C. Medina, are actually amazing, and I legit would not have half the ideas I do in this fic if it weren't for them. So. Thanks guys. I've changed the dates of summer and winter a bit to suit my narrative better. Here winter lasted, after the false spring, until 285, a short summer from 285 to 287, a short winter from 287 to 290, and then summer from 290 until now, 300. I do hope the smutty scene makes up for all the backstory and political dialogue I've filled this chapter with. Sorry if you were bored. Things will start actively happening soon. Also, PSA. Just because Ashura has these feelings on sex and love and her body does not mean everyone should have the same feelings, you know. Not everyone is into soul melding, highly codependent love, and that's totally fine. At this point, I could write a whole essay on why Ash is this way. Not everyone is. Chapter 21, Word of the Fish. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Bryndon Tully still carried the night chill about him as he swept into Ashura's library turret, bowing briskly before Ned offered him a seat. His hair was stiff so that it appeared frozen, and his lips seemed to disappear into his face from the cold. Ashura poured water from the clay pitcher that hung over their fireplace embers at night, and Bryndon nodded gratefully, but he did not keep them waiting on his purpose. The blackfish had even less use for small talk and pleasantries than Ned did. When he had downed the contents of the pewter mug, he leveled a long, grim look at them both. "Lady Arryn has related a grave tale," he said. "She tells me that Jon Arryn was murdered, and it was the Lannister queen who slipped in the poison." At once, Ned felt his chair had sprouted icy roots that crept up his back and bound him in place. Yet in a moment, reason returned. "You believe this story, Sir Bryndon? Lady Arryn, surely she is sick with grief. She cannot know what she is saying." Bryndon's leathery brow creased along its deep lines. He sighed and shook his head. There is much I cannot know for certain. She seemed sure of her words. Yet, I cannot deny that the woman who received me in the Vale was not the girl I knew at Riverrun. She is most changed, and I do not know if it is from grief or the years. His voice died in his throat as Ashura bolted to her feet beside Ned, nearly toppling her chair. There was a terrible look of distress about her eyes, and her breath was rough and erratic. Ashura. Alarmed, Ned made to rise, but she shook her head. No, I beg your pardon, sir, I must. As if possessed, she dashed past them and up the stairs leading to the upper level of her library, her footsteps uneven on rough stone. Ned could not keep the frown from his face but turned back to the Blackfish. Has she proof? Nothing solid. If she has no proof, how can she be so sure? Brindon shook his head again. If I speak plain, you were right that she was sick with grief. Mad with it, even. But she was adamant that the Lannisters had poisoned Jon, would not let go of my arm until I had promised to relay the news to you. To me. But she does not know me. Brindon gave him a wry smile. Oh, she remembers you well enough from your days at Riverrun. Ned felt the old pang of guilt but pushed it down. She half begged me to tell you. Eddard Stark must know, she kept saying to me. Eddard Stark must be told, uncle. What use does she have of my knowing? Brindon shrugged. She did not say. As I tell you, he heaved a great sigh. She is much changed. My brother did her a great wrong in her youth, and I am afraid that since then, she has not been right. Then surely her words, it seems an incredible story, Brindon. Even the Grand Maester ruled Jon's death as an infection. But what if it was not? It was Ashura who broke in. She stood at the base of the stone stairs, eyes bright with determined certainty. In her hands, she clutched a small gilded book, and she beckoned them over to the desk beneath the thin window. An infection, I mean. See here, she said as Ned and Brindon approached her, opening the book to the page where her finger kept place. The book was bound in vellum, but the gold-lined pages within were made of the reedy paper used across the narrow sea. It took Ned a moment to recognize the High Valyrian, though he could remember only choice words. Brindon saw it too, and offered a dry chuckle. You'd best translate, Lady Ash. The Maester never could stuff High Valyrian into my head. This is a book of tonics and poisons from Essos, she said. It includes general ingredients and instructions for each brew, appearances, symptoms and effects, and a brief history of known use. Here is the page for the brew known as Tears of Lies, a rare and expensive poison. Her finger traced over the words, her fair skin stark against the yellowing pages and fading ink. Churning and sharp, burning pain in the stomach and intestines, fever, chills. Victim shows signs of stomach and intestinal infection. Death arrives in days. Does this not sound exactly as King Robert described Jon Arryn's symptoms, Ned? Now the chill returned tenfold, creeping vines slithering up his spine, drawing beads of cold sweat to the back of his neck. Poison. Jon was poisoned. How in seven hells do you have a book like this? Asked Brindon, looking at Ashura with a newfound alarm. Ned looked up too. Ashura had a great array of books in this personal library, accumulated over the years or brought from her rooms at Starfall. She usually allowed the children, mostly Arthur and Sam, to access it whenever they wished, but she had always insisted they show her the title before they took anything, and now Ned understood why. Prince Oberyn Martell gave it to me. He traveled in Essos for many years of his youth. He knew I liked old and rare books and thought this, might be of interest. The Blackfish still looked half appalled. The knight had softened to Ashura over the years and often remarked what a sweet-natured and kindly wife Ned had been blessed with. Still, Ned did not know why he should be surprised his wife would own such a book. Did he not know she read any book she could get her hands on? Did he believe Ashura was studying the 7-point star when he inevitably saw her reading all around the castle when she had a moment to spare? I think we can be fairly certain that Jon Arryn died from poison, Ashura said softly now, looking up at them both. But Sir Brindon, do you think Lady Arryn truly has the right of it? That it was the Lannisters? Brindon shook his head and repeated his earlier words, and Ashura put down the book to pace the small room. Nonetheless, she said, wringing her hands, Lady Arryn must have had her reasons for believing it. Did she not tell them to you? Brindon paused. Not directly, though she is not the only one who suspects poison. Many of the Vale Lords believe the manner of Jon Arryn's death strange, though I have not heard the Lannister name from them. Lysa did say, though, that Jon Arryn had intended to foster young Robert at Casterly Rock. Ashura stopped and narrowed her eyes. If they did murder Jon, with his son at Casterly Rock, they would have total control over the future Lord of the Vale. Mold him however they wanted. They could even find someone of their persuasion to marry Lady Lysa, and gain control through her. Ned frowned. But why would the Lannister care about the Vale? It does not border them, and they have to know the Vale Lords would be a difficult lot to corrupt with their gold. Why indeed? That cannot be the reason, then she said, continuing her pacing. What else did the king tell you this afternoon? But it was Brynden Tully's fist on the table that answered her. Hells, it's nearly escaped my mind. The Vale Lords are all simmering, angry because the king has not seen fit to bestow Lord Robin with the title Warden of the East. Ashura's eyebrows shot up. Did the king truly do this? Did he tell you, Ned? Well, yes. Now she looked at Ned with that faint expression he recognized to mean, and you did not think this worthwhile information to tell me. Ned spread his hands. The king was set on the choice. I tried to dissuade him, but he quickly moved on to more pressing matters. Did he tell you whom he will name instead? Ned shook his head. Are there whisperings in the Vale, Sir Brynden? It is all well and good if he names a Royce or a Corbray, but I fear. Oh, people are always whispering, Lady Ash, but no one knows a thing. They all grumble though, for it will cause an uproar in the Vale no matter what the king decides. Ashura worried her lip, stilling again from her pacing. She closed her eyes for a moment. Perhaps 'tis another reason for the Lannisters to wish Jon Arryn dead. She looked uncertain but carried on. So that they might push the king into naming Jaime Lannister Warden of the East. I know the title is but an honor in peacetime, but perhaps Tywin Lannister would jump at such an acquisition for his son. Brynden seemed to balk. Enough to murder a man. What, is Lannister planning to overthrow the king? Why else would he want so desperately to hold half the armies in the kingdom? To want it enough that he'd murder the Hand? Ashura sighed and dropped into a chair. No, you are right, of course. Surely that is not why she conceded. Though I fear the king will give Jaime Lannister the honor now that Jon Arryn is dead. She shook her head. I cannot think of another reason the Lannisters might want Jon Arryn gone, and yet I am most certain now that he was poisoned, she said. She looked up at him then, her eyes glittering with worry and regret. What is it? He asked when she did not speak. Her brow knotted. It was Brynden who spoke. Well, Ned. The king's asked you to be his hand, hasn't he? Ned looked over at him in alarm. How? Oh, don't look at me like that. Why else would he come up here trailing half his court with him? To have a picnic? Yes, he did ask. Well, I think what Lady Ash wants to say is that you need to take the post. What? No, I cannot. My place is here, not in that adder's nest of a city. Taken aback completely, Ned turned his wide eyes to his wife. She shook her head and put her head in her palm. I do not think you should. Gods help me, I certainly do not want you to take it. But, Robert has poisoners around him. Perhaps that poisoner shares his bed. I cannot deny that the hand of the king holds great power, Ned. Power to learn the truth. Power enough to protect Robert. Her eyes flicked to Brynden for a moment. Power enough to protect Lady Arryn and her son. He understood. She was right. Damnation, why was she so right about it all? And though Ned trusted Brynden Tully with his life, there was no denying that the man would wish him to take the post. For the sake of his remaining niece and her boy. By all reckoning, Robert Arryn was his nephew, was he not, no matter that Lady Catelyn was dead and gone these many years. Damnation. He swore aloud and dropped into the chair beside his wife. He could feel her bright gaze on him, not to mention Brynden Tully's intent eyes, but he kept his head buried in his hands. You do not have to go, Ned, came Ashura's soft voice. The choice is still yours to make. You do not have to go. But was there still a choice? Between honor and cowardice, perhaps. My father went south once, to answer the summons of a king. He never came home again. A different king, said Brindon. This one, we both put him on the throne. Yes, Ned heard himself say. His throat tight, he rose and walked to the window, peering out into the moonlit night. The very thought of King's Landing left a sour taste on his tongue, and again he saw before him the mangled bodies on the marble floor, the crimson of blood and Lannister red stinging his eyes. He never wanted to enter that accursed city again. He belonged up here, with the wind and snow and the people of the north. He belonged here with his family and his men. His father, Brandon, Lyanna, all had died when they rode south. Starks did not fare well past the neck. His father roasting in his armor, Brandon's face turning black as death, Lyanna lying in her blood-stained bed, smoke and blood burning his nose, her voice desperately pleading. And yet. Yes, he said again, turning back to face the room. Sir Brindon, you must stay at Winterfell. You are most needed here. Please, give my son counsel. He will need it. Brindon nodded. Ashura stood, her face chalk white and pained. Well, she finally said, her voice like dust. Thank you for coming to us so urgently with the news, Sir Brindon. There will be much to prepare. Brindon left the library. Back in their chambers, Ned turned back to his wife. She had settled herself on the bed, half dazed as she stared at a spot on the wall. He felt his chest close painfully, and he frowned against the sudden pang. I do not wish to go, he said, his voice barely a whisper. She reached blindly for him, and their hands found each other on the quilts. I do not wish you to go. Ned sighed. Ashura, the thought of leaving the north, of leaving you here. She bolted upright then, making him jump, and when she looked at him it was as if he had begun juggling on the spot. What did you say? What did? The thought of leaving me here. Ned, are you mad? What? I am coming with you. How could you think I would do otherwise? It was his turn to gape at her. But, you, the children. She bit her lip but did not turn away. All I know at this moment, Ned Stark, is that if you go alone, you won't survive that accursed city. I am coming with you. Oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh. Her children would be leaving her, and Ashura wished to curl up in her bed and shut out the world. In the early hours of the next morning, amid their furs and quilts, she and Ned determined where each of the children would be when they moved their household to King's Landing. She had been reluctant to even speak on the matter, not so soon after she had accepted she would now spend years back in that vile, suffocating place, flitting about at court amongst the people who hid their faces behind so much mummery and silk. Yet part of her wished her babes would come with her all the same, a thought so impossible it bordered on the absurd, yet nonetheless fluttered hopefully in her mind. She remembered that year Sansa had been with Dev in Starfall, and felt her heart sink into her stomach. How was she to survive these next years? Robb would naturally stay north and rule Winterfell in his father's place. And Jon, naturally, would be with him. It will be good for them both, Ned had told her. They will work thus the rest of their lives. It will be a good start. I am hardly worried Robb will lack for counsel or Jon will not provide it, she said, staring at the canopy. It's only, oh, they are so young, Ned. Still boys, in truth, and Robb will have the final say in all things. Theon and Sam would naturally both be staying as well. Theon would be at Winterfell until Balon Greyjoy died, and Sam, poor boy. Randyll Tarly did not summon him home to learn the ways of running Horn Hill, and Sam's letters to his father that he be allowed to spend some years at the Citadel never received replies. Sam was surely due for a visit home, but Lord Tarly was still in his prime. Sam would not be needed back home for many years yet, and would no doubt return to Winterfell soon.